Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Welcome all the Paramashivoham participants to the first session of the day, Nithyananda Yoga. Let us now all settle down on our yoga mats in a cross-legged position with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Now join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we open the session with a Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra, invoking Paramashiva's presence by chanting Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Next up is the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Make sure you have your Panchapatra and Udani ready, a cup with a spoon with some water. As you keep your right hand in the Gokarana Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear, take an Udani of water, pour it into your right palm, and each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatra and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as you chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above and below your lips. Wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear, and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with the tips of all the fingers, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hand once more. And clasp your right hand over the left and place your hands on your right thigh. As you set your sankalpa, your conscious resolution, your declaration, what you want to manifest, through today's ritual of Nithyananda Yoga, as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishisthayam Asyam Shubhadito Purna Arogya Yukta Dridagatar Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Wash your hand once more.
Om Mappa Upasprishya.
And keep your Panchapatram and Udani aside, out of harm's way, so we can enter into the practice of yoga. Let us first cover the components of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. As Nithyananda Yoga is designed for you to prepare yourself to experience the truth of Paramashivoham, Paramashivatva, that you are indeed Paramashiva, the ultimate, divine, universal consciousness. We prepare ourselves by performing asanas, physical postures, pranayamas, breathing techniques, where we align our breathing to Paramashiva, mudras, performing certain gestures with your hands, your limbs and other body parts, aligning your energy circuits so you can manifest the higher realities, activate the non-mechanical parts of the brain, bandhas, energy locks, which you perform by contracting certain muscles and diaphragms in your body, preventing the prana from seeping out at the bottom of your spine and leading it along your spine to the higher energy centers and holding it there. Bandhas also align your physical organs to Paramashiva, leading to supreme health. Next up is Kalana, the sacred dance postures. Moving your limbs in synchronicity leads to intense awareness in every part of your body and makes your breathing subtle but intense, increasing the prana uptake for every breath. The next component is visualization, holding the visualization which is projected in the top right corner of the screen. You manifest the essence of the asanas, aligning your thinking to Paramashiva, manifesting Mano Shakti, the power of thinking. The next component is japa, the internal repetition of mantras. As you visualize the japa rotating around your throat in a circular way, you intensely activate the Vishuddhi chakra, cleanse it, and activate Vak Shakti, the power of speech. Next up is the external chanting of mantras. Our Acharya here is going to chant the scriptural references for all the various asanas, the words of Mahadeva himself, providing you with a high energy field, as Sanskrit has a phonetic significance. Just by listening to the mantra, energy will be infused into your body and certain non-mechanical parts of your brain, subtle brain grooves, will be awakened. The next component is weightlifting. Nithyananda Yoga emphasizes on the importance on building your body as a spiritual practice, strongly building your nervous system to hold the intense energy that is poured over you during the darshans and the night. As you lift weights, your Kundalini Shakti will be awakened. We are going to point out which of the asanas it is advisable to implement weights. The next component is mandala. As you can see in the background of our acharyas, there are geometric forms and figures, lines, a specific yantra, which is called the Shri Yantra or Shri Chakra, which is representing all the gods and goddesses, mimicking the universal energies in a two-dimensional form. If you visualize or gaze at this yantra, the energies will be reflected in your being, reproduced in your body. So gaze at the Shri Yantra as much as possible. The next component is Abharana, the sacred Rudraksha jewelry. Rudraksha jewelries, they function like spiritual batteries, holding on to spiritual energy and slowly giving it off to your body, holding you in a high energy state. So wear Rudraksha beads at any given time, especially the Kantamala energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism around your neck. The next component is Aushadha, the sacred Siddha alchemy medicine. Applied on your skin or ingested, it infuses intense prana into your system. These medicines include, but are not limited to, vibhuti and kumkum and sandalwood paste with some turmeric. You can apply the vibhuti on your forehead. If you're a male body, please remove your upper cloth at this point and apply the vibhuti on the 16 places all over your body. As yoga is a ritual, we request all the male bodies to please remove your upper cloth. Apply the kumkum on your third eye, and the mixture of sandalwood, turmeric and water you can apply on your temples. If you have any other aushadhas from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, surely you can apply them as well during the yoga practice. With this, we covered all the components of Nithyananda Yoga. Let us now get ready for the first asana of the sequence.
The first is the Sukhasana. Being seated in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra, which is bringing the index and thumbs together and placing them on top of the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas, starting with the Mula Bandha, engaging your perineal muscles. Engage your Uddiyana Bandha, which is the abdominal muscles, and then the Jalandhara Bandha, that is tucking your chin into your chest. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you perform the japa of Soham. Tatsukhasanamityuktam ashaktastamacharet asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. Next is the Parvatasana. Bringing your legs into the Padmasana, which is a cross-legged position. Bring your palms together in the Anjali Mudra and raise them above your heads with your elbows straight. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailash as you perform the Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale deeply, hold your breath, visualizing flames rising from your navel center through your spine in Parvatasana. अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासन मंगलम यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. Next, entering into Halipavasana, bring the soles of your foot together in the front. Hold the left hand by your right hand and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. पूरव विधियाहु मे जानो उभय पगतले संपुटठानो पिष्टपछेदो वो करल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो. Next, entering into Nagipavasana, maintaining the same position as Halipavasana. Stretch your hands out in the front of the feet and cup the palms, making a halo. Visualize yourself as a snake as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Engage all the three bandhas in Nagipavasana. पूरव विधि परियागाने नीचौ हौवी कहू निभनास्यौ लगाजी हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे. Next, we'll be entering into the Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with the index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight and out, upwards. Then cross them into Padmasana. Visualize yourself as a bird as you lean forward and down onto your elbows. अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Next, we'll be entering into the Nithyananda. Place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold the opposite elbows. Rotate the arms in a circular motion as you engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose. गोड़ा बावा पादकी आशमाहिली सोज दक्षचरण को वारलौता परिगुल्फ समोज. Next, we'll be entering into Gajasana. Coming into a tall plank position, press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up and high. Lower the head and then the chest, scooping your body down towards the ground again and again. Visualize yourself as an elephant as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha, engaging the abdominal muscles. न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय. Next, entering into Rikshasana, maintaining the same position as Gajasana, alternate pressing the heels of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again as you visualize yourself as a bear. एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् Rikshāsanam bhavati. Coming into a tall standing position in Vaishasana, stand on the tips of your toes with all the other toes raised off the ground. Bring your hands in the Hridaya Mudra, that is your middle, index and ring fingers together, touching your heart center as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji. केशेण पादयुगलं बद्ध्वादिष्टे तथोमुखः अथवा ईशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Next, we'll be entering into the Urdhvajanukarana. Coming into the Araimandi position, that is, standing with the heels touching and toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, keeping the knees bent. Keep both your hands at the chest with elbows parallel to the ground. Now, twist one knee towards the center and bring it in a rotatory motion around your body. Simultaneously, bring your hand along with the leg. Repeat this at the other side. Next, we'll be entering into the Balalingasana. Now, interlace the fingers from outside in the Sarvabashankari Mudra, holding on to the knee and pull it up towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janu urasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, taking your right foot back towards your buttock, pull it behind, holding it with your both hands. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Padapidanasana. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now with the respective hand, hold on to the sole of your right foot. Kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning forward. Extend your opposite hand forward in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja as you engage the Mula Bandha. Uttanapadam Kroncham cha Bharichim Veera Bhadragam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Next, we'll be repeating the Balalingasana on the opposite side. Interlace your fingers in the Sarvava Shankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee and pull it up towards your chest. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janu urasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, bringing your left foot back, holding it with both your hands. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in the Padapidanasana on the opposite side. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Next, holding on to your left foot with your left hand, kick the foot back and up while leaning forward. Extend your right hand forward in keeping your hand in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Uttanapadam Kroncham cha Marichim Veera Bhadragam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Next, we will be entering into the second Karna, which is Ardharechita Karna. Now, bringing your legs again into the Araimandi position. Bring the right foot behind the left toe, the left foot. Keep the left hand at the chest and extend the opposite arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards the chest. Repeat the same the other side. Next, we'll be performing the skeleton dance. Shake your body intensely without any proper motion. Shake your body intensely, visualizing yourself as a skeleton. Relax. Now, we'll be entering into the Kadichinna Karna. Bringing your legs into the Arimandi position. Bring your hands above the head with your arms crossed and the palms facing backwards. Move the hips to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Repeat the same the other side. Now, entering into the Tadasana, stand tall on the tips of your toes with your hands above, up and above beside the ears. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a palm tree. Continue to perform the japa of Shivoham internally. Mahamudra baddha kono tadasana vibhedakan vinotanam sada kuryad antarvatni patipriya. Next, we'll be entering into the Uttanasana. From the standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat onto the ground. Engage all the three bandhas and bring your forehead towards your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Mahamudra baddha kono tadasana vibhedakan vinotanam sada kuryad antarvatni patipriya. Next, entering into the Tarakshasana, which is a tall plank position. Tuck the chin to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha and rotate the head from side to side. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasanavastitva mastakam varam varam dakshina kukshim savya kukshim nayete tarakshvasanam bhavati. Now, lower your entire body onto the ground. Keep your toes pointed backwards. Keep your hands next to the chest and raise the head up using the strength of the lower back. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the throat in the Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra. अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमो विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि. Next we'll be entering into Shashasana, coming back into tall plank position. Alternate, bringing one hand between one knee towards the chest, back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति. Next, entering into the Rathasana, simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other in between the two hands, alternating again and again. Visualize yourself as a chariot in your inner space. गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति. Next, entering into the Virabhadrasana, keep your right foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and bend your knee at a 90-degree angle while your left foot is behind, facing sideways. Bring your hands up straight next to beside your ears. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, that is engaging the abdominal muscles. Visualize yourself as Virabhadra as you gaze into your third eye. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is inhaling, holding your breath slowly and exhaling. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Now, repeating the Virabhadrasana on the opposite side, flip over your legs, bring your left leg forward into a 45-degree angle with your right leg facing sideways. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Next, we will be entering into the Rikshasana. Stand tall and bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring the palms together and raise them up above the head, keeping the elbows straight. Pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Bring your right foot to the right hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Garudasanamavakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhavet sarvadoshadvinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. We'll be repeating the Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now bring your left foot to your right thigh. Bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Raise them up above the head, keeping the elbows straight. Visualize yourself as a tree in your inner space. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Now bring your left foot to the right hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Garudasanamavakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhavet sarvadoshatvinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. Next, we'll be entering into the Trikonasana. Now, stand and step your left foot back and your right foot front. Bring your hands parallel to the ground and bend your front hand forward towards the feet with your left hand facing the ceiling. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your inner space in Trikonasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Repeat the Trikonasana on the opposite side, flipping your legs over, bending forward with your right hand facing the ceiling. Visualize yourself as a triangle. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be entering into the Nikuttaka Karana, bringing your hands in the Araimandi position. Bringing your legs into the Araimandi position. Bring your hands into a parallel position in front of your chest. Lift your right heel up and stamp it down while raising the left heel up. As you perform this, bring your hands into a rotatory motion simultaneously. Next, we'll be entering into the Angushtasana. Lower on to the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of the heels. Keep the knees and palms together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka, that is inhaling and exhaling like the buzzing of a bee. Perform the japa Sadashivoham internally. Kabandhasanamittyahuhu gorakshasanam angushtamushtikam nyayam brahma prasaditam tatha. Next, we'll be entering into the Saurasana. Extend your one leg straight out with the heel down and toes up. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in the Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikam padatalam samsthapetveka padakam. Now, with the respective hand, reach forward and hold on to the big toes. With the index and middle fingers, keep the opposite hand on the back heel. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Gulbhastito padam ekam prasarya tat padagaram samsprishe tatkarena. We'll be repeating the Saurasana on the opposite side. Bring your left foot front, extend it out with your hands, with your fingers by the sides with the palms facing forward in Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikam padatalam samsthapetveka padakam. Now we'll be repeating the Vidhunanasana on the opposite side. Extend the respective hand forward and reach on to hold the big toes. Keep the opposite hand back on the heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulbhastito padam ekam prasarya tat padagaram samsprishe tatkarena. Next, we'll be entering into the Brahmajarankushasana. Keep the toes on the ground and place the perineum on top of the heels. Keep some gap between the legs and the back of the hands resting on the knees. Tilt your head down. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze through the gap between the palms. दो भणा पाणी होए वैसे एडी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबग दलिया की माहिली आइसवा है राशे मिली. Next, entering into the Kapilasana. Drop your knees onto the ground with the toes tucked behind. Sitting with perineum down on the heels. Rest your hands on top of the thighs. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Kapila Muni as you gaze to the tip of your nose. उभय पगतली समट हरावे तिनको माहिले कोर मिलावे. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadragorakhasana. Maintaining the same position as Kapilasana, shift your gaze into your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. दो पगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपर इधरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे. Now, we'll be entering into the Suryasana. Sit with your toes tucked and perineum placed on the top of the raised heels, bringing your knees off the ground. Bring your hands into the Padma Mudra and raise them up in the sky, visualizing Lord Surya in your inner space as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Edi do buguda tariyane phana pani baithak punithane. Next, we'll be entering into the Mandukasana. Again, drop your knees down. Sit with your toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep your hands on top of the knees and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. That is inhaling, holding your breath and exhaling. पादतलोपृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Uttana Mandukasana. Maintaining the same position as Mandukasana, bring your hands up, holding your back, holding the head with your elbows. Perform the Manduki Mudra. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as a frog. Mandukasana madhyastam kurparabhyam dhritam shiraha etad bhekavaduttanam etaduttana mandukam. Next, we'll be entering into the Simhasana. Cross your ankles and sit on the feet. Keep your knees wide, fingers spread on top. Open your mouth wide and stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose and repeat this several times, visualizing yourself as a lion. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौ च जान्वौ संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुली च प्रसार्य च. Now we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana. Sit on your heels under the perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross your hands behind your back and hold to the big toes. Apply Jalandhara Bandha and gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Next, we'll be entering into the Kakabhusandyasana. Come into a squatting position with the feet flat on the ground and the knees opened wide. Bring the arms in and around the back and interlace the fingers behind. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as a crow. Prathame Vesakau Katathane Dovuhatapagam Vichane. Next, entering into the Kanipavasana. Place your hands on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring the knees and back of the arms towards the armpits. Lean the chin forward and down and gaze ahead as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Asana ko guna ashidashta hoi to achi hoi. Next, entering into the Kapalyasana, which is an inverted posture. We request all the participants who are either pregnant or have any chronic diseases to please avoid any inverted postures in the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Now, entering into the Kapalyasana, bring the top of the head on the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Bring the knees onto the elbows, hips over the shoulder and straighten the legs up, gazing to the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Sisha Sisha Dharti Degi Pagadobu Miliba Ucha Kukare. Next, we'll be entering into the Parshvamayurasana. Squat on the toes with the legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance. Extend your legs to the side and gaze to the third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram danda namakam. We'll be repeating the Parshvamayurasana on the opposite side. Before we get into the asana, we'll be performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka during the Parshvamayurasana. That is inhaling, holding your breath and focusing on a slow, deep exhale. Now, twisting your body and place both your hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance, extending your legs to the side and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram danda namakam. Now we'll be entering into the Bhairaganathasana. Now place both the hands onto the ground. Come into a plank position. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder, bringing the foot between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Asana Koguna Biti Jai. Next, we will be repeating the Bhairaganathasana on the opposite side. Stretch Step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring the foot in between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Kala Bhairava. Asana Kogana Piti Jayi. Next, we'll be entering into the Unmukha Pithasana. From Tarakshvasana, place your forearms on the ground and walk the feet forward, bringing the hips up. Gaze to the third eye and visualize yourself as Swamiji. भून्यस्तौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदमवाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगलकटिस्थलमभिरुका. Now, we'll be entering into the Vasishthasana. Roll your body onto one hand. Raise the opposite hand up. Keep balancing the hand directly beneath the shoulders. Raise the hips and gaze toward the sky. Visualize yourself as sage Vasishta. ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्यकम्बरिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Now we'll be repeating the Vasishthasana on the opposite side. Roll on to the other side of the hand. Bring the other side up towards the sky. Raise the hips and gaze towards the sky, visualizing yourself as sage Vasishta. ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्यकम्बरिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Now, coming into the Anjani Asana, that is a seated posture. Bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep the spine straight and elbows close to the body. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you gaze to the nose. Dobo karki ubhay hateli koravareli maile bheli.
The next asana of the sequence is Paschimottanasana. With your leg extended forward, lean forward and down, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in this position as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. Engage all three bandhas internally chanting Paramashivoham.
जानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुगन्धार्यं च जायते. Now, entering into the Ugrasana. Maintain the same position as Paschimottanasana. Clasp your hands behind the head and lean the chest forward and down, bringing the head to the knees. Visualize Kali in your inner space as you perform the japa of Mahasadashivoham internally. स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानोपरि शिरोन्यसेत् आसनोग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Marichi Asana. Now sit. Now bring one heel to the groin with your knees raised. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. Visualize yourself as sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now drop down your knee to the side and reach and hold to the front foot, keeping the legs straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. We'll be entering into the Marichi Asana on the opposite side. Now, stretching your legs forward, bring your left foot towards your groin and reach your arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest down to the thigh, head to the knee. Visualize yourself as sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचि उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्च चमचा
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham
Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. We will be repeating from the Mahamudrasana. Now sit with your legs stretched and toes up. Bring your one heel close to the perineum and let the knee fall to the side on the ground. Reach and hold the foot, keeping the leg straight, and bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana 2. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together with the heels close to the perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गुल्भौतवृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्. Next, entering into the Gawalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body, toes touching together and the heels apart, with the knees open. Place the hands on the respective knees and engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to the chest. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. पूर्व चरपट चौक कख्यो सोयी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोयी. Now, entering into the Joniasana. Keep the soles of your feet together and heels close to the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down, bringing the forehead to the feet and gaze to the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. दोवो पकतली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग धरे अर्धहात को अंतर राशे लीलाट पकथलियां ऊपर दाशे. Now, entering into the Midaki Pavasana. Sit and keep your heels together and toes apart and the knees wide. Lean forward and down. Extend your hands out and wide with the palms on the ground. Bring your forehead to the ground behind the heels and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. पूरव विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे. Now we'll be entering into the Siddha Samadhi Asana. Sit and keep your toes together and heels apart. Bring your arms below the shins, extend them out and keep the palms facing up. Bring the forehead to the ground above the feet, bring the toes near the throat. Gaze to the third eye, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. दोबू पकदली संपुट करे 16 मेढ़ आगा मेधरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे भी दिदाशे. Next, we'll be entering into the Chinaki Pavasana. Sit and keep the heels together and the toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the soles towards the sky. Press the elbows onto the thighs and towards the knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो पगा की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे. Next, we'll be entering into the Charpata Chokasana. Bring the soles of your feet together with the heels of the perineum in knees to the ground. Place the hands on the knees and gently press them down. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, pulling the stomach in and up towards the spine. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दोबू पकदली संपुट धारे आगा ने करे जारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दो वो गोड़ा परिदाशे. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhairavasana. Sit and bring the soles of your feet facing together and the knees wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep the knees to the ground and pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and place the hands on the knees in the Bindu Mudra. Gaze to the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Kalabhairava. गुल्भौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्. Next is the Samasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum, lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Samanasanamavakshe siddhamantradi sadhanate. Next, bring your right foot over your shoulder. Raise the other foot up and straight into the sky. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Apanasana. Kevalam padame kancha skandhe charope yatnataha. We'll be repeating the Samanasana on the opposite side. Now, sit with your right foot at the perineum. Lift and hold the left foot towards your chest and gaze to the third eye. Hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samana vakshe siddhamantradi sadhanat. Next, we'll be entering the Apanasana. Place your left leg on top of the left shoulder and raise your right foot up towards the sky. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Kevalam padame kancha skandhe charope yatnataha. Now, you can relax. We'll be entering into the Gomukhasana. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose. Perform the Sitkari Kumbhaka. Visualize the face of a cow. Perform the japa of Om Nithyanandoham internally. Savye Dakshina Gulbhamto Prishtaparshveni Jojaye Dakshine Pitata Savyam Gomukham Yatha. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana. From the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद बुनि दे संधि पसारी. Next is the Anusuyasana 2. From the Gomukhasana position, interlace your fingers behind the back in Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Jimana Goda ki sandhi uprida va goda ki sandhi. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall and chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Davopagamodi edi mahila gulbhamula dwarini chaide. Next, we'll be entering the Naradasana. Sit and place the perineum on top of the heels. With the top of the foot flat on the ground, place the opposite foot on the ground and in front of the opposite foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and twist outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as sage Narada. Pishtu javama pagdali keri bhuparita hilagave pheri. Next, we'll be performing the Matsyapitakasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to opposite shin. Extend opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Bhagavan Vishnu. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. Now we'll be repeating the Gomukhasana on the opposite side. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body. With the feet by the opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees, gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself. Visualize the face of a cow in your inner space. सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तो पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana. Now, from the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya as you gaze to the nose. Dachina godo nicho thane vavon tage upar aane. Next is Anusuyasana 2. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground as you interlace your fingers behind your back. In the Parashamudra, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Jimana Goda ki sandhi uprida vagoda ki sandhi. Next is the Garudasana 2. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall, chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Davopakamodi edi mahilo gulpa mooladwarini chaide. We'll be repeating the Naradasana on the opposite side. Now sit and place a perineum on top of one heel, with the top of foot flat on the ground. Place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and twist outside of the raised knee. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada. पिष्टजवाम बगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी घोड़ा सुपना है जोजी दछिपाशिती राशे सोजी. Will be performing the Matsyapitakasana on the opposite side. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers. Visualize Matsya, the avatar of Vishnu, as you gaze to the nose. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. We'll be entering into the Matsyendrasana now. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath, a great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now bringing your left hand down to the holding it on to the toes. Bring your right hand up to the ear in Kubasana. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Then placing your right hand back on the ground, twist your spine intensely. Visualize Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga, near inner space. Matsyendra Bidham Jatara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Next, we'll be repeating the Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn your head back and gaze towards the third eye in Matsyendrasana. Udaram paschimabhasam kritva tishtati yattataha namrangam vamapadam hi dakshajanu. Now, bring your right hand to the toes, holding the toes with the index and middle fingers. Bring your left hand to the ear. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Dropping your left hand back down. Twist your spine intensely in Matsyendrasana 2. मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Padmasana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place the palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva as you engage the Mahamudra Bandha and perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham internally. आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेत् धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा. Next, we'll be performing the Padmasana too. Sit and cross your arms and hold on to the toes with your index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as goddess Parvati, the consort of Paramashiva. उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्ततः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानौ पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ. Next, we will be entering into the Kukkutasana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs in Padmasana. Place the palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Padmasanam samstapya nanvorau rantare karo. Now, dropping your body back down onto the ground. Rise up onto the knees and place the palms on the ground with the fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press them against the navel, then lean forward and find balance, extending the knees up and off the ground in Baddha Kekiasana. Dharamoshtabhakaradvayena tatkur paristhabita nabhiparshvaha. Next, we'll be entering into the Mayurasana. While on your knees, place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the perineum. Keep the elbows together and press them against the navel. Then lean forward and find balance. Extend the legs up and off the ground. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Atha vakshe mahadeva mayurasanam uttamam. Now, relaxing, laying down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind the neck and hold them in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a crocodile. अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो. Next, place your hands on the ground beside the chest. Raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust. अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्याम्. Next, entering into the Ustrasana, laying down on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet, pull the feet down towards the ground, outside of the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel. Adhyasashete patayugmavyastam vrishte nidhaya vidhritam karabhyam. Now, kick your legs back and up and simultaneously pull the feet towards the sky. Lift the chest off the ground and raise the head up. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Prasarya padau bhuvidanda rupau karau cha prishte dhritapada yugmam. Now, entering into the Bhagasana, sit on both the knees with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place the palms down on top of the thighs and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ulta modi pada vaise bahuro jugati kare ek aise. Now we'll be entering into the inverted postures of Gohyasana and Shirasasana. Another gentle reminder for all the participants who either have any chronic diseases like back pain or high blood pressure, or the participants who are pregnant, to avoid these inverted postures. Now, entering into the Gohyasana, from the knees, place your forearms onto the ground with your fingers interlocked. elbows shoulder width apart. Place the top of the head onto the ground, holding the back of the head with the hands. Walk the toes forward until hips align with the shoulders. Lift the feet up and keeping the knees bent together. Lift against the chest and touching the chin. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो वो हाथ की कहूनी जो जी पुनः कलाई जाने दो जी. Now raise your legs straight up into the sky, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Shirasasana. Viparitam mandalam cha dvidhaiva viditam hinaha. You can slowly come down now. Coming into a seated position. Sit with your hands behind the calves and stretch the legs up and straight. Bring the forehead to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. In Podhyasana. दो वो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने. Next, in the Parighasana, perform the Bastrika Pranayama. Next, in the Parighasana, perform the Bastrika Pranayama, which is rapid inhalations and rapid exhalations. Now, sit and extend the legs out and up at 45-degree angle. Bring the hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders. Keep the chest upright and legs straight with the toes pointed. Visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze into your third eye. Uttana Shainam Kritva Pado Militva Prasarya. Now, sit and extend the legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring the elbows down onto the ground beside the hips. Keep the chest upright and legs straight and toes pointed in Naukasana. Uttana Shainam Kurparabhyam Bhumim Vaschabhya Hastau Nitammam Nidhaya. Now, next is the Rudrasana. Sit and lift the feet up. Scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana. Pagathali Samputakari Hatasya Upaka Uchaji. Next, lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground. Place the palms down and fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift the hips up and high, pressing the feet into the ground. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Urdhve chajanuni kritva shavitvordhva mukham tatha. Next, finally, entering into the Shavasana. Lay down on your back with the palms facing upwards. Completely unclutch from any micro movements in your body. Let the body remain dead. Visualize the body is dead and the supreme body of Hinduism is liberating you in Shavasana. Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shrantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side, slowly returning to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, 108 asana sequence. With this, we're going to conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining. The next Acharya is going to continue with the next session very soon. For the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, we are now going to continue with the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, so get ready.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes. Now let us get ready for the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana Ishtasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any posture is fine, as long as it's comfortable for you. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Index fingers and thumbs together. Visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach. Hold your breath and visualize the fire being kindled in your navel as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paryankam tatsamakhyatam yathasamstam yathastitihi.
Next up is Samasana. From a cross-leg position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, visualize Swamiji and start inhaling and exhaling deeply again and again as you perform Samana Kumbhakam.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि.
Next up is Muktasana. Now bring the left heel against the perineum and the right foot stacked on top of the left foot. Keep your hands flat on the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निवेद्यसे विनें सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः वामं यां येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana from the same posture. Now gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानोत्संयमितेन्द्रियो चलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Maintain the posture but shift your gaze down to the ground in front of you as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासकोठानो.
we move on to Rudrasana 2. As you keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Maintain the posture, shift your gaze down to your nose, and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चन चलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands in front of your navel, cup one palm over the other, and visualize Swamiji as you keep your hands in Samputa Mudra, the lotus mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now set the Sankalpa to manifest the womb of creation. As you inhale all the way, hold your breath, and then lock your 5 senses with your hands. Bring your little fingers to the mouth, the ring fingers closing the nostrils, middle and index fingers closing your eyes, and the thumbs closing your ears in Bandha Yoni Asana.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. As you place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh, keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिंस्तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
From the same posture, now gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana, in Valmikasana.
दावा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोय.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your hands flat on the knees and gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपाद की पगतली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintain the same posture, but gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize the Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Vajrasana 3. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body, heels close to your perineum. Interlock the fingers around the feet as you pull your knees down towards the ground. Gaze to your nose. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Vidabhadra.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Aghorasana. Now keep your left hand on the left knee and cover your mouth with the right hand. Close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Then close your right nostril. Hold your breath. After holding the breath, exhale through the left and then inhale through the left again. Hold the breath. Exhale through the right in Abhyantara Kumbhaka as you push your tongue up in Khechari Mudra. Eat the tongue along the nasal tract if you can. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्वकहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो की जय सोजी.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Now separate your heels and place your elbows down on the heels. Rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to your nose. Pull your stomach in and up. Exhale all the way. Hold your breath in Nidechaka Kumbhaka. And visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanari Pavasana.
वाली पाव आसन का क्यों है जैसे याहू में जाने विदिते से.
Next up is Padasana. Raise your knees, bring your arms in between the legs, and interlock them in front as you lift your feet off the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now hold on to the feet and lift them against your chest as you keep your fingers interlocked. Gaze to your nose and rest your chin on the hands as you embody the state and space of a king.
पूरब विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकूप राशे.
Next up is Udarasana. Now bring your hands, scoop your hands underneath the feet and interlock them around the toes as you lift your feet against your chest. Gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
पूरब विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकूप राशे.
Now lift your feet even higher in front of your face as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
दोवुपगदली संपुटठाने उभयहस्तकरयोर्दहिताने.
Next up is Pujasana. Now lift your feet over top of the respective shoulders and bend your elbows upwards to interlock your fingers around your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Now bend your elbows down, keep your legs over your shoulders and interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दोवु हाथ पगम नीच आने तिनको घोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Now place the top of the left foot on the mat and sit on the left heel. Stack the right knee over the left heel by the outside of the left hip. Keep your hands on opposite knees. Gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on anything external. Focus only on the object within. As you visualize yourself as an elegant swan, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चिदेर्मूलं सन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टजेद्वामपादकम्.
Now slide the left foot outside the hip, sit on the ground, engage Uddiyana Bandha, keep your hands on the top knee and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं प्रशीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now slide the right foot on top of the left thigh and bring the left foot onto the right knee. Bring the left arm behind your back, twist your back to hold onto opposite thighs with your hands. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिण ठाने वामहस्तपीष्टे दिश आने.
Untwist your spine, hold onto the feet and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground as you visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जो ये वामजंग परिराखे सोयी.
Now rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all Trivandhas as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now bring the top of the right foot on the mat as you repeat Sankatasana. Sit on the right heel, stack your knees, keep your hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चिदेर्मूलं सन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टजेद्वामपादकम्.
Now repeat Dhenukasana. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Keep your hands on the top knee and visualize a cow.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं प्रशीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandrasana. Bring the left foot onto the right thigh and the right foot onto the left knee. Twist your right arm behind your back, hold on to your thighs and gaze up as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिण ठाने वामहस्तपीष्टे दिश आने.
Now untwist your spine, hold onto your feet and place your forehead on the ground in Machandrasana too.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जो ये वामजंग परिराखे सोयी.
Next up is Guru Asana on the other side. Interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee and visualize Swamiji, your Guru.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
We move on to Pashasana. Now place your feet on the ground and raise your knees against your chest. Hold onto the knees with your hands as you press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra, gaze to your third eye, and visualize Swamiji.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानन्युरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्यां गुरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Next up is Bodhashukasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands. Place your chin on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss in Bodhashukasana.
दोभूपकतली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Next up is Kurakatasana. Now bring your hands below the knees, hold on to opposite elbows, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji.
दोभूपकतली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Now keep your hands underneath the knees, holding onto the elbows. Cross the right ankle over top of the left, toes pointing up, as you gaze to the nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati and Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग वृद्धछबद आने.
Next up is Dandasana. Now extend your legs out in front and raise your arms up above your head. Interlock your fingers with the wrists pointing outwards as you engage all Tribandhas. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुसुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toes, the Prana Mudra. As you bring your head to the knees, breathe in Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other, alternatingly without the support of your hands, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Adambasana.
दोभूपग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लटकोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Pidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees. Bring your arms underneath the shins and hold onto the soles of your feet from the outside. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कचक उर्द को कुरडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Join the soles of your feet and bring your arms underneath the shins. Keep your palms facing up, elbows on the ground, and rest your face on the heels. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वेड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you keep your legs extended, bring one leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize that the prana within your body is flowing upwards through the 9 points as revealed by Mahadeva.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot with the opposite hand. Gaze to your nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the side of the hand, holding onto the foot as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Durushasana. Lay on your back and pull your knees towards your chest. As you encircle your legs with your hands, rock your body from side to side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदये पष्टम्भ जङ्घासहित उरूनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Now lean forward and down with the leg behind your neck. Hold onto the front foot. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Focus on the prana flowing through the 9 points of your body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and the dhamaranda, the crown of your head.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the foot behind your neck. Hold onto the foot as you gaze to your nose and visualize you are infinite.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side with the hand holding onto the foot. Gaze to the nose as you feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, one by one, lift your legs up behind your neck and then interlock your fingers behind your back. If you can't lift your feet behind your neck, you can cross them in front of your body, pull them towards your chest or bring them over your shoulder. Then gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Now bend your elbows upwards and interlock them around your neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Vishnu in Atmanamasana.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधोसो वे.
Next up is Kochikasana. Now lay on your back, extend your arms out at the side at shoulder level. Keep the knees at the chest with the soles of the feet pointing up towards the sky.
दो हाथ छीदा सा करे तेन सो उबे सपा करे.
Next up is Jatara Parivriti 1, 2, and 3. Lay on your back, extend your arms out to the side and pull your knees against your chest. From that position, drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Now bend both knees to the side. Extend both legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze away from the feet. Visualize Swamiji, perform the Mula Bandha, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama as you return to the center position. Then drop the other knee down to the side, extend the opposite leg. Bend both your knees to the side. Extend them to the side and hold onto the feet as you gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षि भागे त्रिताहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणम् अथापि च.
Next up is the Dvipada Pitam. As you lay on your back, with your feet flat, knees raised, hold onto your ankles and raise your hips up. As you gaze through your nose, lock your throat in Jalanirabandha and breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Next up is Paryankasana. From the same posture, now bring your hands over top of your shoulders, fingers pointing towards your feet. And then lift your entire body off the ground. Push your hips up high. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka, visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्यः पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Lower yourself back down and pull your knees towards your chest as you place your hands on the respective shoulders and move your hips in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शवत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभुवानीय.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Now place your arms flat on the ground and then raise your legs up high. Point your toes towards the sky. As you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalanirabandha and Mula Bandha engaged and move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतले सशिरोद्धत्वाखेन ये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Point your toes up. Be stable and sturdy in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्नि विवर्धनी.
Now drop your toes down over top of your head, touching the ground as you interlock your fingers behind your back. Push your hands into the mat and visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Now, raise your arms over top of your head and hold on to the feet. As you breathe in Jalandhara Bandha, visualize Lord Paramashiva and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself, Shaita Paschimatanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. From the same position, now separate your feet. Bring your hips over top of the shoulder level for balance as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे धृता हि परिकीर्तितः.
We move on to Chakradasana. Bring your feet back together, hold onto your ankles, and then roll onto your back as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रम् एतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Now extend your legs vertically and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama as you separate your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together. Hold onto the big toes above your body, arms and legs straight as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Matsyasana. From the same position, cross your legs into Padmasana and then lay on your back with your knees on the ground. Bring your arms over your head. Hold on to opposite elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. Now place the right hand over top of the left with the palms facing up over your head as you keep your legs in Padmasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in Parasharamasana.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
Now raise your knees up. Bring your hands to the lower back for support. Raise your hips up above your body. Balance on your elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Sarvangasana.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishikasana. Lay on your back, place one foot onto the opposite thigh, and lift the opposite knee towards your chest. Extend your arms above your head, hook the fingers forward, lift your chin to the chest as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषि शिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Place the other foot on the opposite thigh. Repeat Vrishikasana.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषि शिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Next up is Vrishabhadakshipasana. Interlock your fingers around your neck and lay flat as you lift both your legs up and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest. Breathe through your nose as you visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिक्कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
Now place your hands next to your hips and lift your knees towards your ears again and again as you visualize Swamiji in Marutanasana.
श्रोतानवत् संस्थिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. Lay on your back and then place your feet flat. Stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay on your back, kick your legs over your body and roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Finally, end in a prone position on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
Next up is Sadatasana. As you lay on your stomach with your hands by the shoulders. Contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation. Visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
नित्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
Now push your body into a plank position and jump your feet forward and backward as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind in Deha Ulanganasa.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय
From a standing position, lean forward and down, place your hands on the mat, and walk around on hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is Lolitika Karana. Now stand in Arimandi position, heels together, toes pointing outwards, knees bent, raise your elbows to the shoulder level, and rotate your arms around your body as you move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarapasana. Now tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available, and then stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands at the side of your hips, elbows close to your waist. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
Next up is Ushtrasadhanasana. Now lean forward and down and step your toes onto your fingers as you clench your hands into fists. Walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana. From the same position, hold your toes from the outside. Walk around, visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. Stand with your heels touching, interlock your fingers in Padusha Mudra behind your back as you pull your hands down towards your calves. Open your chest. Tilt your head back. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with Kapota Nitakasana. Stand with your heels touching and interlock your fingers behind your back. Pull them down towards your calves. Open your chest, tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in rapid speed. Breathe calmly through your nose.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति.
Next up is Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. From Arimandi position, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and bow down to one side. Open your hands and raise the respective heel as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Now stand, visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to your nose as you lay down on your stomach. Then jump your feet towards your hand and stand. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now hold weights and squat down and stand back up again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is the Musalasana. Now raise your arms above your head and jump continuously as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुनयेत् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा.
We move on to Utshirshakasana. As you hold on to one foot with both hands, pull it towards your chest, sit down and stand back up, alternating on both sides again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now stand with the toes of one foot pointing out to the side and lift the other knee up towards your chest and circle it with your arm and hold the hand in a fist as you place the other hand on the respective inner thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. Next up is Tandavasana. Now hold on to weights and extend your arms out in front as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Lift one leg and sit down and stand back up on the other leg.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you lift the left foot against the inner right thigh, keep the heel at the perineum and your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. As you bring the left leg over and around the right knee, tuck the toes behind and keep the left arm below the right, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठश्च संयमस्गारुडमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now bring the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Next up is Dhuruvasana, the pulsar posture. Now hold on to the left big toe as you stand tall on the mat. Then extend the leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Trivikramasana. As you lift one leg behind your neck, stand tall, sit down and stand back up. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now lift the other leg towards your chest and circle with your hand. Place the other hand on the inner thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend your arms and the other leg forward. Sit down and stand back up as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana on the other side. Pull the right knee up with the right foot against the left thigh. Your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side. Bring the right foot over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind and bring the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वाताजनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Place the right foot onto the left thigh. Keep your hands by the side, visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhuruvasana, the post-up posture on the other side. As you hold onto the right big toe, extend the leg out to the side and rotate quickly as you visualize yourself as at the north poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the leg behind your neck, stand tall, sit down, stand back up. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand with your heels touching, toes pointing outwards, and your hands slightly extended away from your hips. Breathe calmly. Point your fingers one by one. After this intense sequence of asanas, let us now get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Next up is Gorak Anjali Asana. Now squat down and bring your hands from the outside in between the two legs. Interlock your fingers in front of your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka, which is inhaling deeply, and then holding the breath, moving the prana freely along with your will.
प्रथमहि बोहो ये बाहुरी नीच पुनिहोवे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you squat down, interlock your fingers behind your back and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वमध्यात्हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairo Asana. As you squat down with your heels together, look towards your navel and interlock your fingers around your lower back as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पग की थलिया की माहिली को मिलाई.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now move on to the next asana, which is Varahasana. From a squatting position, heels together, toes separated. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra. Place them behind your neck with the fingers pointing down towards the ground. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागतली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे
Next up is Pripittasana. Hold onto the big toes and raise your hips to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं ज्ञानप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the ground and place your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lift your feet up as you visualize yourself as a crow.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं ज्ञानप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Sushtanga Kapalasana. Keep your hands on the mat, place your head on the ground and lift your legs up. Cross them into Padmasana as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
Next up is Guptasana. From a kneeling position with your heels outside the hips, keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
जानूर्घोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
The next asana is Vrikshasana 2. Now place your hands on the ground and lift your body up into a handstand. You can lean against the wall or ask a partner to assist you in the performance of this asana as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. From the handstand position, gaze to your third eye and visualize that Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next up is Matsyasana 2. Place your hands on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position. Lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish.
निब्जं शयनं कुर्परो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the hips and lift your head and chest from left to right as you visualize and move your body like a snake in Sarapasana 2.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Nidhalambanasana. As you keep your elbows on the ground in front of you, keep your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, and rest your chin on your hands as you point your toes back, feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां भङ्गजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परया सुधीः.
Next up is Chaturasana. Now bend your knees and place your hands on the ground. Straighten your arms to bring your upper back to the raised feet. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vajrasana. Sit down on your heels. Keep the feet flat and lean forward. Place your hands on the mat and your forehead as well as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुसुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now raise your hips up. Place your hands on the ground. Enter Gajasana and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram in Meshasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
Next up is Ajasana. With your hands on the ground, lift your body up and lower your head down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासने संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य
Next up is Dhanantarasana. In a kneeling position, hold on to the big toes and pull them towards your perineum. Then place your hands on top of the knees, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फणा शरा मोड़ी.
Now interlock your fingers in front and move your arms from left, right, up, down, in all directions. Give massage to the joints and muscles of your body as you interlock your fingers behind and repeat the movement in the Angamotanam, visualizing Swamiji.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात्सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana 4. Now, from a kneeling position, turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side. Keep your thighs and calves on the ground, hands on the knees, and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
Now, join the soles of your feet and point the feet back as you spread your knees and hold on to your ankles. Place the front of your buttocks on the ground, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Now overlap your feet and sit on the heels. Keep your hands underneath your knees as you press your tongue up flat against the top of your mouth in Mandukya Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्यगुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबले आकृतिः.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes, sit on raised heels, and place your hands on the mat, thumbs touching. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out, and exhale forcefully again and again, visualizing yourself as Lord Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Mahavishnu, Narasimhasana.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे.
With the toes tucked, sit on the heels and cover your mouth with your hands. Bring your thumbs underneath the teeth and close your mouth. Inhale through the right nostril, exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishtaka Kumbhaka as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi.
दो बगा की एड़ी जोगी गोड़ा फनवाने अपनी होई.
Next up is Makadasana as you gaze to your third eye. Bring the soles of your feet together, toes pointing back, sit on the heels, and imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey.
दो बगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पृष्ठ भूमि पर इठाने.
Now rise the knees up, bring the soles of the feet together, separate the knees and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for your Sangha in Vajrasangarasana.
प्रथम पणा पानी होए वैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Now place your knees on the ground, overlap your feet to sit on the heels, and place your hands on the ground next to you. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your nose, and visualize perfect health in Kanjanasana.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
Now place your hands on the knees and make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. Visualize yourself as a turtle as you gaze to your nose in Kurmasana.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौर्जुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Now keep your hands on the knees, relax your back as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Now rise up onto your knees and cross your feet behind. Hold on to the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your nose and visualize a space of oneness with your Guru in Vijogasana.
घोड़ा वामो बोहोई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Now place the feet flat, hold onto your heels as you lean back, push your hips forward, and visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtasana 2.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाट्य संविपादयिषु पुमान्.
Lean back further, place your elbows and the back of your head on the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming in Jatyasana 2.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारी धरि धरे.
Lean back even further, place your back on the ground, rise up and lay back down again and again. Use the support of your hands if needed as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing of your causal body in Vidatasana.
जंगा पृष्ठि भूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः उरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana as you lean back. Bring your hands over top of your shoulders and hold onto your feet. Try to reach for your feet and bring your head in between the knees, in between the heels, as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमौ निधाय जंगोत्रयोः उरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Varasana. Now rise back up. Hold on to opposite arms as you stand on your knees with the toes tucked. Gaze to your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now sit on raised heels. As you place your forearms on the ground, rest your head on your hands and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निगच्छते.
Next up is Mundasana. Now interlock your fingers, keep your head on the ground, support it with your hands. As you raise your hips, walk your feet forward, lift your legs up into another inverted posture. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lob tree, breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Lower your legs down, come to a kneeling position with your feet flat, sit on the heels, lean forward, place your head in between the knees, support it with your hands, elbows outside the knees. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Andhasana.
प्रथमभक्तली समठहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
Now lay on your stomach, hold weights, lift your hands, your chest and your legs off the ground as you visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana.
सलभासन भेदाच नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
Now place your forehead on the ground and lift your legs up as you keep your hands at the sides. Don't lift your chest up and visualize yourself as a skull in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. Lift your legs up over top of your body and place your feet on the ground in front of you. Visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
Now from a kneeling position, place your forearms on the ground in front of you. And visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
कूर्वरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामौष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vrishikasana 2. Now place your forearms on the ground and lift your legs up over top of your body. Bend your knees and try to touch the back of your head with your feet as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
उच्छीवपुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्ग्रिमा श्रीधत्वा स्वशीर्षचिपकं विधार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana. As you sit on the right heel, keep the left foot outside the hip, toes pointing to the side. Place your hands in front of your body and visualize yourself as a bull as you forcefully inhale through your nose in Antaranga Kumbhaka. Hold your breath for a short while and again exhale through the nose.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Lolasana. Lift your body up on two hands. Cross the left toes over the right. Visualize Swamiji.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Repeat Vrishasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a bull.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Now place the right foot on the ground and sit on the tucked left heel. Hands on the knees and visualize Balagunahai in Balagunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now stand up, squat down, bring your hands inside out the legs and hold on to your ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet in Grahasana.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानमध्ये कुर्वरौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now sit on the right heel. Keep your left knee raised. Visualize Balagunahai.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now step both feet in, sit on the heels. Hold on to weights, place them on the knees together. Visualize Swamiji in Utkatasana.
युजास् विजोस् दीयत ऊर्वजान यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangadasana 2. With the soles of the feet together, hold on to opposite elbows behind your back and visualize Swamiji.
प्रथम प्रणापाणि होय वैसे एडी दो गुदानि वैसे.
Now place your hands on the ground, step your heels onto your hands Arms straight, gaze to your nose. Visualize you're able to live off of air alone in Anilasana.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहनी जाड़ी नाभि लग आने.
Stand up, lean forward and down. Place the back of your hands on the ground. Step your feet onto your hands and walk around as you visualize yourself wearing padukas, walking across India in Padukasana.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kutkutodanasana. Place your hands on the ground, kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृता पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. With your hands on the ground, kick your legs over top of your body and move around on two hands dancing as you feel yourself become free of all inhibition.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Next up is Kunjadasana. Now lean forward and down. Place one hand on the ground and the other hand on your respective ear. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Kunjadasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now squat down and hold onto your ankles as you lift your feet and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree in Kadambasana.
पार्श्विभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Now place your feet flat, knees against the chest, hands on the knees, and visualize excess vata being removed from your body in Pavana Muktasana.
द्वयोः सुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा सस्वनितम्बके.
Next up is Chakodasana. Bring one leg behind your neck and lift your body off the ground. Extend the opposite leg forward as you gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy in Chakodasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now hold on to the big toes and pull one foot towards your ear as you keep the other leg extended forward as you visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Lift the leg over top of your shoulder. Hook the other foot over top. Extend your legs out to the side. And balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Keep one foot flat, the opposite foot on the raised thigh. Keep the shoulder underneath the knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize that you are immortal, able to exist solely on prana and Pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsindasana. Bring the raised foot to the opposite hip. Step the foot over top of the knee. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindanath.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Chakodasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Lift your body up. Extend the opposite leg forward. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now pull the other foot towards your ear as you hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2 on the other side.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana. Lift the other leg over top of your shoulder and balance as you extend your arms, your legs out to the side. Lean forward and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana. Now place the other foot flat. Place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Raise your knee over your shoulder. Gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal, able to exist on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshvamatsindasana. Bring the raised foot to the opposite hip. Step the foot over top of the knee. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindanath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now extend one leg, keep the other heel against the perineum in Ardha Paschimottanasana. As you lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीमनि सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Crown Shasana. Bring the left foot outside the hip and raise the right foot in front of your face with the knee straight as you visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana. Bring the other heel against the perineum and lean forward and down.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीमनि सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the right foot outside of the hip and lift the left foot in front of your face, visualizing yourself as a crane and crown chasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now sit in a cross-legged position with your feet in between the thighs and calves. As you gaze to your nose, embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in your inner space. Keep your hands on the knees.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. From the same posture, cover your heels with your hands, suck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize the great sage Goraknath.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now, keep the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Inhale all the way, gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta as you close all your senses with your hands in Shanmukhi Mudra.
वामपार्श्वौ गुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगणे.
Now place your feet on opposite knees, your hands on the ground next to your body, palms facing up in Yogasana 2 as you gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji, and breathe in Kakachantra Kumbhaka with your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through your nostrils.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्य उपरि जानुनोः.
Now rotate your hands, place your palms on the ground, lift your body up. With the legs in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana.
वासिष्ठमथकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. Now bring your legs, keep your legs in Padmasana, hands in between the legs, palms on the ground without lifting your body up. Visualize Swamiji as you gaze to your nose.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, हस्तदो भूगोड़ासन दिधरे.
Now push your body off the ground, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरुनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. Now raise your hips up, push your hands in between the legs and interlock the fingers, placing them on the ground behind you in Parashu Mudra. Rest your forehead on the ground and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे, घोड़ासन दिमाही कर इधरे.
Now raise your knees off the ground. As you keep your legs in Padmasana, bring your hands in between the thighs and calves and bend your elbows upwards to hold on to the respective shoulders. As you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries in Kurmasana 2.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण बामा, दाई जंग पर बाई ल्यावा.
Remain in the same posture, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose as you rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granti Bedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठः ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back, keep holding onto the shoulders. Maintain Padmasana. Embody a turtle laying on its back as you gaze to your nose in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां कृतकन्धरम्.
Now sit back up, keep your legs in Padmasana. As you bring your hands in between the legs, place one palm on the ground and hold its wrist. Lift your body up on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Paramgu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now lift your body up on the other hand. Repeat Paramgu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Maintain Padmasana. Place your elbows on the toes. Interlock your fingers. Press your thumbs against the throat as you place your chin on the hands. Visualizing that you have gone beyond all greed and covetous in Gridasana.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Maintain Padmasana. Bring one palm over top of the other, palms facing up in your lap. Engage all three bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानो चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on the knees, gaze to the nose and visualize Paramashivoham in your inner space as you chant the Mahavalkya in Padmasana form.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmukasana 2. Now keep the right hand, index and middle finger interlocked around the big toe as you move the big toe round and round. Then repeat the movement on the other side. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana 2.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Now cross your arms behind your back. Keep your legs in Padmasana. Engage all three bandhas and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Now maintain the posture, raise your chest, gaze up, and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Now roll onto your back, keep your arms crossed behind, holding onto the big toes as you gaze to your nose, and breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a snake in Nagrasana.
प्रथमवद्मासन को ठाने, दो वो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Free your arms and legs, pull your knees towards your chest, and circle them with your arms. Bring your chin to the knees and squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेतरासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Bhavanasana. As you interlock your fingers around your neck, keep your feet flat, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji. Breathe calmly through your nose.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे, घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now bring your upturned palms underneath your heels and push your hips off the ground. Lock your throat, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, and visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तान सेन पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your legs. Keep your hips raised, rest your body weight on your elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipita Kasana.
जंघोरु बलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up and point your toes towards the sky as you place your arms flat on the ground for support. Visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your body. Lower your legs down. Engage your core intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tirunakasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now bring your hands back to the ground. Support your body. Be stable and sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन् नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठगोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lower your body down to the ground for the final asana of the sequence, Vritasana. Keep your hands by the side of your body and completely unclutch from any movements of your body and mind. Pull your perineum up. Forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up towards your Brahmananda, the crown of your head, in Shakti Charan Mudra. As you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Vidya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, we come to the conclusion of the Vidya Vinyasa Krama. But again today, we have another Tritya Vinyasa Krama preview, another 15 asanas of the 508 asana sequence, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's get ready, have a sip of water, and let's enter into another sneak peek of the Tritya Vinyasa Krama.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
The first asana is Bhaira Asana 2. Now sit on your knees and place your perineum onto the right heel. Place the left heel on your navel with the toes towards your chest. Keep your hands up, interlocked, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as an alpha wolf, the head of a wolf pack.
मूलद्वारिटिक बैसे धरे वामपाद गुदसूधो करे.
Next up is Baddha Matsyendrasana. Now sit with the right foot on top of the left thigh. Place the left foot over top of the right leg and twist your elbow around the raised knee and interlock your fingers as you bring the other arm behind your back. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and yogi Matsyendranath, the founder of Hatha Yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं चरर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Next up is Baddha Konasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together. Interlace your fingers around the toes. Keep your elbows straight. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पद्मं ब्रह्मं तथा सिद्धं स्वस्तिकं वज्रमासनम्.
Next up is Bhadrasana 4. With the soles of the feet together, place your right hand on top of the heels and the left hand on top of the right. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Bidavata.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Yonyasana. Now hold onto your feet and turn the toes inwards and down as in Bhairavasana. As you move your body over top of the heels and sit down, then place your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Yoni Mandala, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe.
पादौ सम्मील्य पादाग्रे आधारे पार्श्वलिङ्गात् अधः आनीय.
From the same asana, we're going to continue to Gorakshasana Bhadrasana. Now engage all three bandhas. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage Goraknath.
वृषणानि नीचे सीवनदा भागमदा बापगानि एडी.
Next up is Kama Dahanasana. As you sit and bring the heels to your perineum, interlace the fingers and hold the feet firmly. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, burning up all your patterns with his love.
भद्रासनं सुखं स्थाप्य विपरीतत्तु द्वे पदे.
Next up is Supta Baddha Konasana. As you sit and bring the feet inwards towards your navel, press your feet against your stomach and hold your hands behind your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
Next up is Bekasana 2. From the same posture, bring your elbows together, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as a frog.
ध्यायेद्धिचित् पदं भ्रान्तम् आसनस्थः सुखाय च.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. With the soles of the feet together, the toes touching the navel, place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पग उलाटा मोड़ी बैसे पग का माहिला गुल फकूला.
Next up is Siddhi Jivi Asana. As you sit and bring the soles together at the perineum, raise the toes upwards, keep the heels on the ground, hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, and visualize yourself as living the life of a perfected yogi.
पग को सोजो जाई.
Next up is Panipatrasana. As you keep the soles of your feet together, the toes raised, join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest, and visualize yourself as the source of water.
नाभौ संस्थाप्य गुल्फौ च तन्मध्ये कर पात्रतम्.
The next asana is Saptarishi Asana. Now sit and press the 2 feet into the respective armpits. Form a finger lock and place your hands on top of your head. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as one of the 7 Saptarishis.
दो पग के पगथले तिनके लालिका जुसोज.
Next up is Suktyasana. Now rise up onto the knees and bend your legs inwards, heels touching one another at the groin. As you hold the feet firmly in place, keep your hands on the ankles, and visualize yourself as a pearl born from the womb of an oyster.
पार्श्वे नाभौ संस्थाप्य जङ्घाभ्याम् अवनिप्रदेशेन.
Next up is Sthitarasana. As you keep your legs crossed, as in Padmasana, place your hands down on the mat in front of your body, lean forward, press your hips down, and lift your head up. Stick the tongue out and gaze to your third eye. As you sit and be in the space of Advaita, oneness with Swamiji.
जामुनोपगने फाने डावा पगनी आगनीचे.
With this, we come to the final asana of this Tritiya Vinyasa Krama preview. Thank you all so much for joining us today for the Nithyananda Yoga session. With this, you can give yourself a round of applause. Thank you all so much for joining. Let us now conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session as you sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji as you chant the Purna mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते. ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. हरि ओम तत्सत्. सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु. ओम नित्यानंदम्.
Stay tuned as we are going to have the power manifestation session next. Manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Thank you all for joining. Nithyananda.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your 3 eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, we welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 1, Level 2 and the Level 3 participants for today's next exciting power manifestation session. On today's day 14 of the Paramashivoham, we are entering into the second week of the entire Paramashivoham as the 2 weeks has been completed. I think all the participants here have enjoyed the various different Bhava Samadhi Darshans, the yoga sessions, power manifestation sessions, powerful cognition sessions, and more on. As we had the yoga session, we had the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, and the few asanas. We just practiced the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, completing the 508 asana sequence. Now let's prepare ourselves going forward with the power manifestation. So being that very same space, as we're going to move on today into manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva, we're going to do seeing or manifesting images blindfolded. So it can be any random images. That's going to be today's round of the power manifestation. I think in the previous days, in the previous rounds and days of the Paramashivoham program, the first power manifestation session, we went through seeing colors blindfolded, shapes blindfolded, identifying letters, identifying selected letters, and reading 3-letter words, and then 4-letter words with the images. And now just coming down to just seeing an image. What is that image? Describing that image in a detail. So that's going to be today's round of the power manifestation and today's manifestation itself. And throughout the next 21 minutes, if you are participating, any of the participants are participating with us in the Zoom rooms, please switch on your cameras and please give your authentic listening and complete participation as well. And if you're watching us live on the social media platforms, it can be YouTube, it can be Facebook, or it can be Twitter, any social media platforms of Swamiji, please give your complete listening and just sit in a comfortable posture as we are manifesting Shaktis, means allowing Paramashiva Swamiji to flow through each one of us. So that's a brief introduction what we're going to do in today's power manifestation session. Before that, as a requirements, please get your IBANs, pen and paper, and please be seated. Make sure you have everything ready, all the equipments, all the alchemy products blessed by Swamiji to bring during this power manifestation session as well. In the meantime, let's go through the Shastra Pramana, which are the scriptural reference to manifest the power of third eye, where Paramashiva himself describes in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where all these power manifestations, these Shaktis of Paramashiva, are validated that it can be manifested by all of us, all 8 billion people across the earth. We have even Swamiji's devotees, non-Swamiji's devotees, everyone. But you just need an initiation. That is what Swamiji is here for all of us.
Yes, so now let's move into the Shastra Pramana. So now let's first listen to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, where Paramashiva reveals to Devi Paramashiva Shakti the science of manifesting the power of third eye reading. So now all of you can see the Shastra Pramana.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your 3 eyes.
So now I'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana for all of you and then giving you the translation and once again reiterating the technique that Paramashiva is giving us in this beautiful Shastra Pramana. Kapalantarmano nasya tashtin milita lochanaha Kramena manaso dadyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. The beautiful translation for this Shastra Pramana goes as, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and body, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place attaining the space of the source with oneness with the source with Paramashiva. This is the beautiful Shastra Pramana. And once again, let me reiterate the technique that Paramashiva is giving us in this Shastra Pramana. He tells us to bring our awareness to the crown center. The crown center is the seat of the Guru, and visualizing Swamiji is what Paramashiva is asking us to do here. Because it is Swamiji's energy that is going to flow through us, because he is the Paramashiva that we know. So, using this technique, now let's manifest the powers of Paramashiva.
Yes. So there is a brief and good explanation of the Shastra Pramana, as Maharaj has recited the verse from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra to validate this power manifestation, which we are going to manifest now in a few moments, and the translation for it. So now requesting each of the participants who are sitting with us in Zoom rooms and social media platforms as well, please put on your eyebands. Or if you have not gotten your eyebands, quickly go grab your eyebands and be seated now. Let's give a moment for that. For all the participants who have already gotten their eyebands, please put it on. Please blindfold yourself. Make sure that there is no light or any visibility that you're able to see actually is there. And just keep your eyes completely closed. Make yourself comfortable. The best posture, as Swamiji always said, that the Padmasana is the best posture, as you can sit and then you manifest the powers. But for some other participants, if you're not able to sit in Padmasana, that's not a problem. But keep yourself completely comfortable to allow Paramashiva, allow Swamiji to flow through you. Because, and the whole thing, just one powerful cognition is very needed. Swamiji tells that you are not manifesting any of these powers. It can be one power or it can be even multiple powers at the same time. But everything is done by Swamiji. All our self-doubt, our ideas, our cognitions, whether it's going to happen or not. I have been manifesting, I think, for a week, but I don't think so I'm able to cross at a certain level. Everything, all those ideas or doubts which we have for the power manifestation to happen, drop everything at Swamiji's feet. Because at the end, you are not even doing anything at all except just having the simple feeling connection with him. Telling that Swamiji, you are only one to manifest this power to me. I am just a channel for you to flow through me. And let whatever manifestation has to happen through you, let it happen. If I'm going to manifest only colors, let that happen. If I'm going to manifest only letters, let that happen. If I'm going to manifest only images, let that happen as well. So have the deep surrender towards Swamiji as we are entering into the power manifestation. Let's give a moment for all the participants to please put your blindfold on. Yes. So now, just be in that unclutched space to receive Swamiji, to receive Paramashiva through your third eye. Take a moment. You can inhale and take a moment. Now, do not expect anything in return. Do not expect asking Swamiji, oh, once I keep my eyes blindfolded, I should see something on spot. No, not at all. Just be there in that very simple feeling connection and Swamiji flow through you. And blindfold yourself. Most important thing, keep chanting the Mahavakya, either internally or externally. Which way you feel that I'm able to feel more connected with Swamiji. Maybe internally for some of us or externally for some of us. Let's chant the Mahavakya along now as we begin the first round of the power manifestation, seeing images blindfolded. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now, slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. And now, start writing down whatever you saw through your third eye. And when you start writing down and sharing with us what you saw, that strengthens the powerful cognition you have about your third eye, the belief on your third eye, the confidence you have on the manifestation. You start accepting whatever Swamiji is giving as the revelation, as the answer. Even if you have seen black, that is perfectly fine, because the manifestation what comes is only Swamiji's training you. Here, none of us are involved. It is Swamiji and the devotee. That's all is the connection. So whatever you start seeing is directly from Swamiji you have received. That prasada, sharing it outside, accepting that that is the blessing you have received from Swamiji and allowing that to be shared is a powerful way you can strengthen your connection with Swamiji and the belief on the third eye. So now, once again, I request all the participants share what you saw during this round of the manifestation in the Zoom chat or YouTube chat, wherever you're watching from.
So now let's all move on to see the image which is there for all of us for the first round of the power manifestation. As you can see, as all the participants can see, the first round of the power manifestation, it's a very simple image. I think some of us already guessed or some of us can see. It's an aeroplane, a shadow of an aeroplane which is there. It's not exactly an aeroplane, but there is blue, green, light blue and white as well in this picture. So that's pretty much as what I've said in this picture which is there. And if even you can observe, all the participants also can give your observation and see what have you written or what have you actually manifested, what is Swamiji showed you in the first round of the power manifestation, and then verify and see whether you have manifested anything similar, even colors or just in shadow, or even though you just saw an aeroplane, even that is a manifestation. It does not need to be that you have to see a shadow of an aeroplane, but if you just see an aeroplane, even that is a manifestation. So let's take a few moments to verify and see. Yes, so now let's all move on to the next round of the power manifestation. As we completed the first round, let's quickly move on to the second round. So requesting each of the participants to please put on your eye bands. Please keep your eyes closed. Please blindfold yourself. Remember Swamiji on your third eye. And now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes and start to share now what you saw this in this round of the manifestation. All the colors, pictures, shapes, any description you saw, particular item, you want to describe it more, anything. You can write all of them down in the Zoom or YouTube chat and we'll be very happy to see. And the most important thing all of you should be having is that whenever you manifest, you have to have that confidence that Swamiji is there with you right now. And he is with us as you are part of the Paramashivoham program. 24/7, Swamiji is guiding, monitoring, watching us. And he is making sure that all of us are entangled in that beautiful space of oneness with him. And if the manifestation happens, it's the glory to Swamiji. If the manifestation is yet to happen, it is Swamiji training you. Always have the powerful space when you're manifesting. If you ever give up or start thinking, oh, power manifestation's not for me, it doesn't come, I've been trying past 2 weeks, giving all these exaggerated feelings is unnecessary. Because when we start walking, it takes almost 2 years for us to be able to walk. The same way when we are with Swamiji, he's like our mother and making sure that we learn in the right way but achieve the ultimate goal of oneness with Paramashiva, not the power itself. So having this powerful cognition, once again, I request all the participants to share what you saw in this round of the manifestation.
Let's give a moment to all the participants to share. You can still see many participants are still sharing. Please share what is your ideas, what is your manifestation which you seen in this round of the power manifestation. So yes, so now let's all move on to see the image which is going to get projected for all of us for the second round of the power manifestation. Yes, as you can see, it's a beautiful image. There are various different colors. The first aspect of it, there is blue, there is orange, there is red, there is green. Most of the colors are covered as well in this picture, in this round of the power manifestation. And mainly it's lots of mountains which are described and put in this picture for this second round of the power manifestation. And for all the participants, you can take a moment to see and verify what you have written or what you have manifested. What did Swamiji exactly show you in the second round of the power manifestation, and share it with all of us, either on the Zoom chat or on the social media in which you are watching this power manifestation now. Yes. So now as we have completed the second round of the power manifestation, with this, as this is the final round that we have completed, the first round and the second round of the power manifestation, in this entire sequence, if any one of the participants are able to get through and manifest the power of third eye, were able to see something, colors or pictures, or even describe maybe 50% of the whole picture in detail, that's wonderful. You can give yourself applause and that you have manifested this round on today's day 14 of the Paramashivoham. As today again we have a long day to go to receive Swamiji. It is a surprise for all of us how Swamiji is going to come in today's Bhavasamaya Darshan. Let's take a moment to share your experience onto the social media, and maybe if you're on Facebook, Instagram or Twitter, tag Swamiji's profile and tell what have you experienced in this yoga session and the power manifestation both put together. So let's take a moment to do that. Before we prepare ourselves, we're going to move on to the next session. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda.
Any other thing, but who am I really? First, understanding that we are going to be understanding there are 4 parts to who we are, consist of who we are. If you know the genesis of our identity, if we understand the genesis of our identity, all the identity crisis which we hold, all the various things we want to become, all of those fears, all of that will simply be solved. The solving of the identity crisis takes away all the various fears which we are having. Swami says all the delusion which we have is just based on all the fears which we are holding. So understanding about our genesis of identity, what we are, we'll be able to solve all the various problems which we are having. So to understand this, our identity has 4 major dimensions: our inner image, outer image, life image, and others image. So now we are going to be going through a short clipping where Swami is going to be explaining about these 4 images. Swami is going to be explaining very beautifully about the inner image which we hold, the outer image which we project to people, others image, what others think about us, what others hold us as, and life's image, how we expect life to be towards us, how we expect others in the various ways of life, how we expect life to be towards us. So now I request all the participants come to the space of listening. Now, as we are now going to be entering into today's first session, try to imbibe the cognition Swamiji is giving very beautifully. If we understand these 4 things, Swamiji says these 4 are what create who we are. If we want to understand who we are, we have to understand these 4 parts. I request all the participants, please come on the camera now as we enter into the session. See, all the cognition, Swamiji says anything which reflects in all these 4 parts is our cognition, what we hold as our cognition. So how we can see how this is what we hold as our cognition, how we can change it with the powerful cognition Swamiji is going to be revealing, and how we can increase how we want to project ourselves, how we want to exist in this reality. So now come to the space of listening now as we enter into what Swamiji is going to be explaining. Very beautifully how Swamiji is going to be explaining and taking us step by step through the genesis of identity.
Now I want you to understand basically few things about you. Please listen. I am going to now introduce you to you. That's very important. Finding you to you. If you find you, you found God. If you don't find you, you have not found God. You have not found anything. You don't know what is joy. You don't know what is pain. You don't know what is pleasure. If you don't know you, how will you know what is your pain and what is your pleasure, what is good for you, what is bad for you? You will only have the rough idea about what is good for you, what is bad for you from others, not from you. I tell you, anything which you don't want to face in your life is because you don't know you. You don't know you. I am introducing you to you. I am trying to create a paint drawing, all of us together. Listen. Whatever you think about you inside you, whatever you believe strongly as you inside you, is inner image. Whatever you think as you inside you is inner image. If you see sometime, you will feel you will be always successful in everything. If you see sometime, you will feel you will always be failure in everything. Whatever you think as you in you is your inner image. How you show you to others, how you show yourself to others, that is outer image. That is outer image. Understand? Whatever you show as you to others, usually you show through your words, body language, the way you project you. That is outer image. Mostly this inner image and outer image will be inconsistent. They will not be matching with each other. Inner image will be lower than what you are, outer image will be higher than what you are. There will be a big gap. What you think as, what you feel as you and what you speak as you, this gap, the gap between your mouth and the heart, that is what I call confusion in life. Anyhow, I can say anyway, source of confusion. This inner image, outer image, then what others perceive about you, whatever you may show, people will have their own ideas about you. They will perceive you in their own way. That is called others' image. That is called others' image. Inner image, outer image, others' image. How others perceive you. And please listen, when you want all the benefits from others and society, you are bound to take responsibility for how others perceive you. You can't say, how others perceive me, I am not responsible for that. No. You can't say that. You are responsible for how others perceive you. You are responsible for how others perceive you. So understand, how others perceive you, others' image, you are responsible. And how you perceive the world and life, what you have in your head about life. You may think life is exploiting. All the 4-letter words you may have about life and others. That is called life image. Understand, if you have a wrong life image, even if you are living in a palace with all the pleasures of life, best things life and others can give you, you will still continue to be in a deeply deprived space and state, because able to have a right life image and trust others is one of the luxury you can have in life. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. I'll give you experiential explanation about these 4 words: inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. From my own experience. Listen. When I look inside me, my inner image, I see a vast, powerful space of Purnatva, complete completion, or Sunyatva, emptiness, living emptiness. You can call that as a soul, God, energy, Mahadeva, whatever. A complete space. That's the exact inner image I am carrying. Outer image. Listen. Outer image. How I project myself. I am projecting myself as a being to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call us an enlightened master or a teacher or an incarnation, whatever way you want. You can give any title. I am a being to transmit that experience. That's my outer image. Declared outer image. Others image. Listen, others image. I may declare that I am here to transmit this enlightenment experience to you, but people expect that I should heal their physical pain, mental pain. I should bless them for wealth. I should bless them for a healing relationship, peace, bliss, contentment, completion. See, the other's image, what people perceive from me and expect from me, maybe it is different then what I declare. But even then, I am responsible. Because whatever they expect is within the purview of my declaration. Please understand. When I say I am here to transmit that experience to you, to give that experience to you, I have to give you at least 1000-volt spiritual energy. But to clear your cancer or headache, I need to give only 0.5-volt energy. So if you expect me to heal your physical problems, I am responsible for it because that falls in the purview of my declaration. Anything which can be done by the transmission of energy and experience of enlightenment, the side effect, after effect, byproduct of transmission of energy, you have a right to expect from me because that comes within the purview of my declaration. It is my responsibility to fulfill it. Only if you expect that I should win the World Cup, playing the football match, I am not responsible for it because that doesn't come under my declaration, the purview of my declaration. But anything you expect in the line of physical health, mental health, complete relationships, wealth, fulfillment, completion, enlightenment, I am responsible for it. Either I have to give you that. If you are not ready to receive, I have to prepare you and give you that. But till you achieve it, I am responsible. This is what is taking responsibility for others' image. And the life image, the image I have about life and others, the whole world is here to celebrate this joy with me, to celebrate this bliss with me, to celebrate this completion with me. That's all. So understand, now you also look in and find out the inner image you have, outer image you project, others' image you created, for which you are responsible, and life image you are having about life and others. Pen down exactly what you have. Then we will find out the root cause of all the problems you have in your life. Then we will build the right inner image, outer image, life image, others' image. Come on. First, let's spend a little time in finding the inner image you are having, outer image you are having, others' image you are having, life image you are having, without editing. Please start penning down. Please distribute the assignment sheet of genesis of your identity.
Yes. So we beautifully saw how Swamiji explained, how we have to pen down the four images. Swamiji explained about the four images, and then we heard about Swamiji's experiential, Swamiji's own four images, how Swamiji is projecting it. Now we are going to be writing down, penning down these four images without censoring it. See, now you do not need to share it with anyone. You can keep it to yourself. Just take a pen and paper now, as we are going to now be entering into penning down our four images, how we are holding our four images. Let's start this now. So I request all the participants get a pen and paper and keep it now as we enter into the session now. So we saw over here, like Swamiji, we can see the drawing over here, how Swamiji explained about these inner image, outer image, light image, and others image. So now we are going to be doing the inner image. First, we are going to be penning down the inner image. As Swamiji said, most of the times, always whatever we are carrying inside will always be lower than what we are projecting or all the other images. The inner image will always be lower than who we are. We'll always be inside all the self-sabotaging, self-criticizing. We always do all of that. Oh, you're never satisfied inside. You're never complete inside. So always the incompletion is always held inside. So let us pen down first few minutes. What is that we are carrying inside? All those incompletions which we are carrying inside, and then we'll move on to the next step. So I request all the participants come to space of listening now, and let us take some time to pen down all the various cognitions you are holding inside about your own self. Request all the participants sincerely look inside, because when we do, it's a very important part of the day, the genesis of identity, because based on this only we are going to be doing the completion throughout the day. First, understanding based on how we are now, to change to what we want to become. So I request all the participants sincerely participate and pen down the inner image which you are holding now. We have another few more minutes, and then we'll be moving to the next image. So really sincerely look into it and uncensored. You do not need to share it with anyone. So you can pen it down and keep it to yourself, whatever you're penning down. Just pen down whatever you're able to see inside which you're holding about yourself. Whatever, maybe I'm not able to do this, I'm not able to do that, all the impossibilities. Do not need to hold right, wrong. Do not hold any judgment and pen it down. Just completely allow it to flow and pen down whatever you're holding inside. we're going to be giving enough time to pen down all the images. So I request all the participants, take enough time to pen down the inner image now. All the things which you're carrying inside, all the cognitions you're carrying about, how you are holding inside. More and more, what and all are the thoughts coming up continuously about yourself? You can pen down. Okay, so now I hope all the participants are able to finish penning down the inner image. Now keep that. Now we are going to be doing the next part, which is the outer image. What? Now see, inner image is what we cognize about ourselves, as Swamiji said. Now, what are you continuously trying to establish as your identity outside? Whether you're saying I'm wealthy, you're continuously trying to project yourself outside as. What are you continuously trying to project yourself outside as? Whether are you trying to project, oh, I'm very good at this, I'm good at that. Continuously, like how much you push yourself, supposed to show yourself, show off in front of other people. All these various things may not be just that, but in all the various ways, what are you continuously trying to show yourself as? Are you trying to show yourself as a very good businessman, or for example, I'm a very kind person? What are you continuously trying to show yourself as outside? You can pen down. You do not need to share it with anyone, so you can really take the time to pen it down sincerely. What are you really trying to show it outside? So it's not to be shown to anyone. So it is just for us to know who we are, so that we can complete and establish on a higher dimension of our own selves. So now I request all the participants take some time and pen down the outer image. have around another 5 minutes left. Penning down the outer image. What we are continuously trying to project ourselves as the outer world. How we are trying to hold your identity. Another few more minutes and then we'll move on to the next image. Sincerely look inside and what are you continuously trying to show yourself outside as? In all ways in your life, pen down. And in a few more minutes, we'll move to the next. So now we're going to be moving to the next image as Swamiji described. We're going to be going to the third image now. The others image. What and all others feel about you. What you're able to understand from what others have told you. Okay, someone tells you you're too arrogant. Maybe you're trying to project yourself as you're very kind, but you're too arrogant. All of these various things which others feel about you, the others image. Swamiji says, even what others feel about you is your responsibility because you are projecting yourself as something towards them. So it is your responsibility to consider what and take it what others' image is also. So write down whatever is others' image about you, what others feel about you. And few more minutes to pen this down and then we'll move to the last image. continue to pen down what are others feeling about you, the others' image. Like how sometimes others' image will not be aligned to what you're projecting as the outer image. But it's fine. You can just pen it down now. We'll be doing the completion process after this. So realigning all of it. But just pen down. Just take now the time just to pen down whatever is others in it, whatever others tell you, your friends, your family, whatever they feel, all the feedback they give you, you can be more nicer, or any in your life, whatever they say, you can pen down. Whether it's good or bad, just pen down. And in some more time, just in a few more minutes, we'll move on to the next image. We're going to be moving toward the last image, which we understood. About the life image, what and all we hold about life. See here, we are now just penning it down. Afterwards, we're going to go deeper into how we can complete and change it. So just pen whatever you hold about life. Until now, whatever has happened. Do you feel life is cruel, for example? Or you feel life is it's okay for me, I'm not minded. How you have your life image, what you feel about whatever has happened, whatever others have done to you, what you have felt inside, all the various images line up towards how you feel towards life. You can pen this down now, few minutes to pen down the life image, and then we'll be moving on to the power manifestation session. So I request all the participants now, take some time and pen down whatever you feel about life. some time, look inside. Whatever you're feeling about life, you can quickly pen it down. It's a very important process because after this, we're going to be doing completion for this and realigning all of these images, having the right cognitions and realigning all these images. So now take some time and pen down the life image as we continue. Few more minutes, just a very few more minutes. So I hope all the participants were able to pen down all the 4 images. And now see, we pen down all the 4 images. I see one of the participants has asked, Namaskaram, what is the starting time of PSM? The starting time of PSM, usually it starts in the morning with the yoga at 7 a.m. ET. 7 a.m. ET. The whole day starts. Abhinditaya has asked. And it goes on until, for the Paramashivoham Level 2, it goes on until around 11 p.m. in the evening. 11 p.m. in the night. 11 p.m. ET. These are all ET timings. So these are the timings for the Paramashivoham program. Thank you for asking. So now we are going to be moving on to the next session as part of today. We are going to be now doing the power manifestation. So after this, in the next sessions, we are going to be doing the completion and changing these 4 images. We are going to be doing that part 2. But now we are just going to be doing the power manifestation first, and then we are entering into the next session. So I request all the participants now, after that beautiful exercise which just now did now, let us enter into the power manifestation. Get ready. As part of the first round of the power manifestation today, we're going to be manifesting the power of mind reading. We are going to be manifesting this power of mind reading first. So I request all the participants now to come to the space of listening as we enter into this power manifestation. We're going to be manifesting the power of mind reading. It's a very beautiful power. So let us first understand Swamiji revealing about this power, and then we'll enter into the power.
Today's satsang. Today's subject, art of mind reading. Patanjali gives a very powerful samyama on mind reading. (141st Sutra in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra), 3rd chapter, 35th verse. Very beautiful sutra. Hridve, hridaye, chitta samvit. That's it. Sorry, it's not hridve, hridaye. Hridaye chitta samvit. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as, through samyama on the heart comes the knowledge of minds. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, by making samyama on the heart, one gains knowledge of the contents of the mind. Swami Sachidananda translates as, by samyama on the heart, the knowledge of the mind stuff is obtained. Bhagavan Osho translates as, by performing on the heart brings awareness to the nature of mind. Hridaye chitta samvit. Samvit is a keyword in this sutra. Let me give you the exact translation and the sacred secret hidden behind this sutra. Here, Hridaye does not mean heart. Ramana Maharshi again and again clarifies, whenever in our traditional scriptures the word Hridaye is used, it is not heart, it is Anandagandha. Ramana Maharshi says very clearly, it is not Anagata Chakra, it is Anandagandha. Patanjali has given so many different samyamas. He is today taking us to the omega, the ultimate point. through the Ananda Gandha. Please understand, when you do samyama on Ananda Gandha, two things will happen to you. The stuff out of which your mind is made will be revealed to you. So you will settle into the no mind space. And stuff out of which others' minds are made will be revealed to you. And simply you know how to live your life. Ananda Gandha is just below the heart center, above the navel center, this area. There is no exact location. It differs from person to person. When you bring your awareness, suddenly at one point automatically it will get sucked. The point where you get sucked is Ananda Gandha. The point.
Okay, so we beautifully saw how Swamiji explained about this power of mind reading. I see a participant has asked, Abhindit has asked, what is the difference between Anahata and Ananda Gandha? So, what Swamiji is saying is, Anahata is a chakra, Anahata chakra is the heart center, Ananda Gandha is the right below the Anahata, is the space where all the chakras meet, Ananda Gandha. It's above the Manipuraka chakra and below the Anahata chakra, over there, right below your heart center. Right? So, that is it. And the Paramashivoham program timings, as I said, was 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to around 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you can just, depending on your time zone, you can convert it from Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much, for asking. So now, as we have understood how Swamiji explained about this power of mind reading, the powerful cognition Swamiji explained also, now we are going to be seeing the Shastra Pramana for this power. The Shastra Pramana for this power of mind reading, I'll now be chanting it out. It's from the Shiva Sutras 1.15, from chapter 1, verse 115 from the Shiva Sutras. So now I'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana and then reading out the translation. Hridaye chitta sanghatat drishyasvapadarshanam. This is the Shastra Pramana from the Shiva Sutras. What Bhagavan Paramashiva says, when the individual mind is united to the core of consciousness, every observable or objective phenomenon and even the absence of every objective phenomenon is directly experienced as a form of consciousness and appears in its existential reality as it is. Okay, so we can see beautifully how Bhagavan Paramashiva is revealing over here how when our mind, when we are completely still, just by cognizing these powerful cognitions, when we are completely without any thoughts, we are directly united to the core of consciousness. We can understand it like this. Mind is what is between us. We are there, our body. The program is the mind and our consciousness. Basically, what Swami is explaining, we understand very beautifully. The program which is there continuously between us and our consciousness, the mind, is based on the lower three chakras continuously. All those lower three chakras continuously give us fear, greed, all of the various fantasies, lust, all of these come from the lower three chakras. Now, when we relax into the Ananda Gandha, the point where all the chakras are meeting, then when our mind relaxes, that time, it's united to the core of consciousness. When we meditate on that Ananda Gandha center, we can understand this very beautifully how Paramashiva is feeling. At that time, we are just in that, everything is from the consciousness we are seeing. We are seeing everything projected from the consciousness. Like how we understood the 4 images before this. We are just there, completely resting in that space of consciousness. And from consciousness, we are projecting whatever we are seeing, all the objects which we are seeing. Everything which we are seeing is projected from that consciousness. When we understand this very beautifully, how Swamiji is revealing, how Paramashiva is revealing this sutra, then we can understand how all the various, how we can manifest this power of mind reading. Our mind is just all the various thoughts which we are continuously having, the patterns which we are running from the lower 3 chakras. But when we relax, then we can see how all of those thoughts are continuously running, how we are projecting all those various thoughts, and how our whole life is running. We just relax into that center. So we are going to now be manifesting this power of third eye, the power of mind reading through the power of third eye. And I will just be showing the Apta Pramana for this power of mind reading. You can see over here, the Apta Pramana comes from one of the great Siddha's lives, Pattinatthar. Pattinatthar was a wealthy merchant. Before giving up his materialistic way of life, his child had grown up and followed in his father's footsteps. Once he sent his child on a ship with a good lot of merchandise. And when he came back, the child had just brought actually sacks of paddy husks, of cow dung, just fully sacks of cow dung. So he had sent his child to go and do merchandise, go and do trading to some other place. And when he had come back just with full cow dung, all the cow dung. He just came back with that. So he was like very angry. He got like so angry and locked his child up in a room. And when he went to the harbor, the place where the ship was, he opened all the sacks and he saw that it was just full of cow dung. And he got so angry. Like Swamiji says, at that time, because he had so much greed for wealth, but when he saw that it was just cow dung cakes which his child had gotten back from all the wealth which he had sent to this child, he got so angry. He took one of those cow dung pieces and just threw it hardly on the ground. And the moment he threw it on the ground, to his surprise, it broke, and inside the cow dung cake was full of gold and diamonds and lots of jewelry. He hurried home to see his son. And when he went back home, he was like so happy. Suddenly he was so happy that, wow, I've become so rich now. My son has, and how intelligent his son was, because of all the pirates who should have been there, he hid it inside cow dung cakes, so that no one will be able to know that the gold and the diamonds are being carried in that ship. So he was so happy. And Swamiji says, when that greed for wealth actually comes up in your system, it swallows all other engrams, all other incompletions. So when he went back and he was so happy. He wanted to go and see his son. And he saw that his son was no more at home. His son had told something and had gone off somewhere else. And he saw that his son was no more at home. So in that greed for wealth, he was so like happy and he wanted to see his son. He went and he asked his wife, where is our son? And she said that he had just gone off. He had just disappeared sometime before, but he gave her this small box to give to him. So Pattinatthar took this small box, so happy, very like, wow, what more is there? What more has he gotten? In that greed, he took this box. And when he opened this box, it had a palm leaf manuscript. And in that palm leaf manuscript, a needle without the ear, that's what we call the eyelet, without the eyelet, without the hole where you put, we understand that the needle is useless without the hole. But that needle was over there in that box. And on the palm leaf manuscript was written, his son had written, not even an eyeless needle without the hole will accompany you in the final journey of your life. The moment Pattinatthar saw this, you can see that exactly the cognition which Patinathar was carrying at that time, his son was able to clearly see that cognition. His son was already like a very enlightened being. So his son was able to clearly see the cognition, what Patinathar was carrying, and give the right cognition. He said that whatever you have now, all the wealth you earn, of what use is it? You're immediately, when you leave this body, nothing is going to come with you. Nothing is going to follow with you. So we can see how Patinathar, and immediately when he said this, it just clicked so strongly with Patinathar. And after that, he just dropped everything. He just threw all the wealth on the streets, all his wealth on the streets, and decided to renounce everything. And so he just threw all his wealth away and renounced everything and decided to, and he became enlightened that moment. So you can see how his son manifested this power of mind reading and was clearly able to see the cognition which he was carrying and be able to clearly point that out and completely make him directly to the space of enlightenment. It's a very beautiful story. It's the story of Patinathar. Very beautiful story from the life of a great Siddha. After that, he became such a great Siddha, and he also had a disciple and was able to manifest the same power, if we understand. And now we'll go to the Atma Pramana. See, all of these Pramanas are given just for us to understand that we can also manifest this power. How in various lives from the Siddhas before and now from Swamiji's life, how Swamiji manifested this power. When we understand this, then it becomes very easy to understand that I can also manifest this power. So now in Swamiji's life, Swamiji says in Swamiji's own words, I tell you, suddenly I realized, just like many things floating on the Ganga, all the various dirt, thoughts are floating in me, in the mind, but neither the things floating corrupts, pollutes Ganga, nor the thoughts floating in me corrupts or pollutes me. You can see very beautifully how Swamiji was suddenly able to just relax into the Ananda Gantha and was able to see how all the thoughts, it's just like a pond, how all the dirt will come on the pond. But after some time, if we just relax for some time and be for some time, when the lime powder is put, all the dirt just settles down. Our mind is like that. The moment it settles down, we are just able to have a clearer vision of life. So we can see how we understood about all the 4 images and how it's mapping to this power of mind reading. And over here also, we can see the scientific research which has been done, how researchers have developed a technique that uses the brain waves captured by the electroencephalograph machine to reconstruct the images you see. It's a scientific research done. Also, just to explain a little bit more about this power, we can understand very beautifully the holographic principle. Swamiji speaks about this holographic principle. See, we are the whole. We are everything which is existing. Now, whatever we are that whole all the time. The holographic principle states that the whole universe is just a hologram. And how much ever you cut up the universe, even to the smallest level, it's just space. Whether you take this much of the universe or take that much of the universe, it represents the whole universe. The information of the whole universe is existing in that. When you understand this, actually, even now what you cognize you as this body, as this mind, or whatever you cognize yourself as, you are still that whole universe. You are everything. So all the cognitions which you are carrying now, each cognition which you are carrying now reflects as the reality you are perceiving now. Whether you're cognizing, okay, I am not such a great person, then that is what you're going to be projecting for others. Inside what you're cognizing, all the thoughts, words which you're having inside will manifest outside. So this holographic principle, if you understand, each person is a part of you. One part of you is one person, whether it's your spouse, your children, your friends, all of them are one part of you. All the thought currents which you are holding inside is one part of you. Now, when you change this, then it changes the whole reality, which we'll be learning in the next session. But now, if you understand this one cognition, the whole reality you're seeing, each person is one part of you. They're not separate from you. So we'll be learning that in the next session, right? Right after this, in the next session, just to understand the powerful cognition to manifest the power now. So thank you so much, Aya, for participating in engaging in this session. So now let us hold this cognition, how each person is a part of us. All the thought currents which you're holding inside only is projected outside. If we understand this one cognition, it's like a hologram. Each part represents the whole. So even though you're a part of the hologram, that you're just a smaller experience you're having of the hologram, but you are still the whole. When you understand this cognition, then all the thought currents you're having, you'll be able to identify and manifest this power of mind reading another person's mind. So now we are going to be connecting and manifesting this power of mind reading. Now, I request all the participants, as we enter into the first round of this power of mind reading, we are going to be doing the thought current scanning others' minds who are sitting with you. Anyone who's there, you can connect to a partner, scanning the other person's mind and identifying their thought currents. We are now going to be doing pen down and reveal a memory of your partners from the past, any memory which they have had. You can take some time, connect to Swamiji and relax in the Ananda Gandha center and scan what another person is holding, any other past memory from another person. If you do not have a partner, you can do it for me, Aya. If you're able to find a partner, you can scan. If you have anyone around you, you can scan for them or anyone else. Otherwise, take some time now, chant the Mahavakya. Request Swamiji to reveal whatever. Okay, you can scan for me, Aya. Any past memory, you can just scan. Example, a memory of what I did at the age of 10. And we should be able to verify it. So take some time, connect to Paramashiva and scan whatever Paramashiva is revealing as we enter into this power manifestation now. So I request all the participants now, take some time, chant the Mahavakya intensely, reverberate yourself and scan at least one incident.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Okay. So now I request all the participants, whatever you were able to scan, you can post in the chat, just a few minutes to verify. And you can post whatever you were able to scan of your partners in the chat. Any of you were able to scan any of the past memories, the thought currents which the partner had below the age of 10, preferred to do that. Just one more minute to do that, and then we'll move on to the next session here. And all other participants. Okay, so I see Abindit Aya is saying, I saw a Rudraksha being tied to the neck, Aya. Okay, wow. Anyone else? I saw a Rudraksha being tied to the neck. Aya, actually before I have gotten the the Shiva Diksha. So you can see over here the Rudraksha Shiva Diksha received directly from Swamiji. That was a very nice experience from when I came. At that time, we were sitting actually in the mandala process. I remember this as an incident very clearly. Once we were sitting in the mandala process, and at that time they had gotten the it's actually similar to this. This is afterwards I had gotten, but before, what I remember as an incident, it was before the age of 10. I don't remember my age at that time, but we are sitting in the mandala process with Swamiji, and at that time they gave these malas where it was a very thick white color mala where they gave us all to tie. I felt very happy at that time. Actually, when they had given us, so thank you so much, Ayya, for scanning and being able to see. See, everything we should understand, it's only Swamiji manifesting. We are not manifesting anything. It's only Swamiji radiating through us and manifesting. So surrender everything to Swamiji. You can share your experience either on your social media or share it with your friends as we move on to the next session, whatever you're able to manifest. See, when we share more and more, we are empowering that more and more. We are allowing Paramashiva to manifest more and more through us. So I request all the participants, you can share whatever you are able to manifest in the social media or to your friends, to your near and dear ones, to your families. Request them also to come and experience this same. When we really cognize these powerful cognitions and manifest, simply we'll see it starts manifesting. So now we'll be moving to the next session. And I thank all the participants for participating as part of this power manifestation session. So now let us now move to the next session. As part of the next session, what are we going to be learning? Now we are able to pen down the 4 images which we were holding. Now, what is it that is stopping us from changing these images? What is the problem with having these 4 images? We're going to be learning about self-doubt, hatred, and denial, the SDHD. So we're just going to be listening to Swamiji explaining about the gap between our inner and our outer image, the gap between the outer image and the other's image, and the gap between other's image and life image. These are the, I see Aya asked, Abhindita is asking, Aya, when I hear the chant, I'm in a big space and lose the awareness of the body, Aya. Wow, very beautiful, Aya. See, you can share this as an experience, share this with everyone. It's such a beautiful experience. Just when you hear the chant, more than Swamiji has empowered the Mahavakya, the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, that Mahavakya to make this experience happen in all of us. So simply when we just listen and chant the Mahavakya itself, we'll be taken to that space. It's very beautiful, Aya, about the awareness, you're losing the body awareness. It's very beautiful. See, that it's just understanding that we are coming to a higher state of existence, coming to the space of consciousness. So more and more, when you have these experiences, share it with everyone and enrich everyone else also, Aya. Thank you so much for sharing, Aya. So now let us enter into the next session. We'll just be listening from Swamiji a little bit about this and then go deeper into this session, identifying it and completing and changing it. So I request all the participants come to the space of listening now as we understand about this self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred.
Think about you and now I wanted to give you some deeper insights based on your introspection, your internalysis, your contemplation. How many of you found in your experience? Listen carefully. How many of you found in your experience there is a gap between how you think about you and how you show you? Means gap between inner image and outer image. Raise your hand. if there is a gap between inner image and outer image, how you think of you and how you project you to others, in this gap, self-doubt starts. Understand? For example, you go to attend an interview, you know you are not capable of something, but you sell yourself to your boss, saying, I can do it. And boss is convinced and he gives you the job. When you come back, suddenly you feel you convinced others, but you yourself are not convinced. Then what is the truth? The doubt about yourself starts raising, which will start coming up in every level of your life. In your health, in your relationship, everywhere this doubt will start raising. That is what I call self-doubt. How many of you think you have this self-doubt? Raise your hand. We will have to now find that and complete. Second, how you project yourself to others, outer image, how others perceive you, others' image. You may project yourself very humble person, simple person. Others will say, see, this fellow acting. You may project as a humble, simple person. Others will say, see, this fellow, how he is acting. How many of you have experienced this? Raise your hand. You may project yourself in one way, others completely perceive in a different way. Raise your hand. Let me see the gap between outer image and others' image. Listen. When others perceive you in a different way, you naturally start feeling you are not enough unto yourself. You will start feeling, I am not enough. That is the source of all the self-hatred. Please understand, self-hatred. When you project yourself in some way, but others perceive in some other way, when you become powerless about it, and you feel you start hating yourself. I am not enough, I am not sufficient. Others are not believing how I am projecting me. That is self-hatred. Next, listen. Next, how many of you feel that you have this self-hatred? Raise your hand. You feel you are not enough. Raise your hand. Let me see. Yes, that is self-hatred. We need to find out this source of this and complete with it. Third, this is the very important thing. Others' image, how others expect you. Life image, how you expect others. See the fun. Everyone around you will be telling you should understand people more, you should be more listening, you should have more understanding. But you will strongly believe everyone around me are incomplete, they should understand me more. You will believe everyone around you are incomplete and they don't understand anything, they should understand you and transform themselves. But they will all believe you are incomplete, you should understand them more and transform. How many of you have this tug of war? Raise your hand. This is what I call self-denial. Whatever is denying it, constant denial, the gap between what you think about others and what others think about you. This gap makes you start denying everything. See, when you want everyone to understand you and change, and everyone around you wants you to understand and change, there's a deadlock. And you become powerless, you don't do anything. This becomes a lifestyle. Time passes, day passes, you don't think. You don't walk that extra mile you need to walk. You constantly live in denial. All breakdown in life happens in denial. Understand? All breakdown happens in self-denial. How many of you think you have self-denial? Now it is time. You sit and pen down all the self-doubt you have, self-hatred you have, self-denial you have. SDHD. Like ADHD for kids, SDHD for grown-up kids. SDHD patterns. I wanted all of you to spend little time now and understand the self-doubts you have and the incidents when it started in you. Self-hatred you have and incidents when it started in you. Self-denial patterns you have and incidents when it started in you. Start. SDHD. Start penning down. We internalized about the inner image we have, outer image we have, life image we have, others image we have, which is very inauthentic. That is why you have so much of SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Let us contemplate the inner image you want to have and pen down. The outer image you want to have and pen down. Others image you want to have and pen down. Life image you want to have and pen down. Please listen. What you have is inauthentic. What you want to have, if you pen down, you will see authenticity there. I'll explain after you write what you want to have, how to have what you want to have. First, think through and pen down what you want to have. The best inner image you want to have, best outer image you want to have, best others image you want to have, best life image you want to have. Please pen down. Please pen down. Now please listen. After all this internalysis, you will now know very clearly what are the patterns which is stopping you becoming what you want to be. Means the gap between your inauthentic image and authentic image. For example, your authentic image, you may want to get up every day early morning 5 o'clock and do yoga. But your inauthentic image, early morning when 5 o'clock alarm bell rings, no, you don't want to get up, tired, feeling sleepy. Then what is it stopping you becoming authentic? Your tiredness, boredom. When you started developing this, your tiredness and boredom is the incompletion. When you started developing it, find the incidents. Same way, in your authentic image, you want to be just fearless. Want to go for a beautiful night walk in the moonlight, in full moon day, in the forest. But the inauthenticity creates fear. fear of animals, ghosts, and what not. So what is it that stops you living your authenticity? The fear pattern. So pen down your incompletion, and when those fears started in you. How many of you understand what I am saying? Please raise your hand. So understand, all the incompletion patterns which stops you living your authentic image. What stops you living your authentic inner image, outer image, others image, life image? The past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live your future, is incompletion. The past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live your future, is incompletion. So understand, think and look in, pen down at least 11 incompletions. You must be having 11,000, that's different. At least 11, pen down. The 11 incompletions stopping you becoming authentic. And the incidents when those incompletions started in you, as early as you remember, pen them down. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
So we understood beautifully how Swamiji explained about this. So now we are going to be going deeper into this same beautiful exercise which Swamiji has given for us to complete with these 4 images. We understood about the various 4 images which Swamiji was speaking about. Over here we can see it. The gap between the inner and outer image, and the outer image and others image, and the gap between others image and life image. The self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. We understood about that. So now we are going to be doing a short exercise, completing about these, all of these. I request all the participants now come to the space of listening. Now, we're going to pen down all the self-doubt that we are holding about ourselves and the incidents when it started. The self-doubt is the gap between the inner image and the outer image. As Swamiji explained, what you're holding inside and what you're projecting outside, the impossibilities which you start creating. Oh, will I be able to do this? Will I be able to do that? You project yourself outside in some way, but inside, because of the lower identity you're holding, or maybe I may not be able to do that, then lower identity you're holding outside, oh, will I be able to do this? Project it outside. So the conflict between the inner and outer image. Let's take some time. See, even little bit, Swami is telling us, this is the most easiest way Swami has given us this science. Even little bit when we start to do it, we'll be able to see drastic changes in our life. We're going to be giving enough time to do it. So take time and properly pen down whatever are the conflict, the self-doubt which we are holding inside. Okay, so I see Abhindita is asking, can you give some examples? Yeah, so I'll say like this here. Now, like the same example which Swamiji also gave, you go and you show your, just as in very, I'll give you a few more examples also. You show your boss that, wow, you convince your boss you can do something. Like, because you really want, like suppose you want a job, you convince your boss, like you show more than who you think you are, and you try to project more. I can do this, I can do that. And then inside, once you go back home, maybe you're like, oh, will I really be able to do this? I don't think I'm capable of doing this. That is one example of self-doubt. Or continuously, like even though something which you actually can do, holding the impossibility, all the impossibilities you're holding continuously in yourself. Or I'm not good enough to do this. I'm not worth doing this. All of the ways, see, it's not just in this example that I don't know how to give the best example which will click with you here, but this is a very basic example which you can understand it. More and more, actually, it's this is a very basic example. If we actually look in deeper, we'll be able to see one of the most heaviest things in our life sitting is the self-doubt. So just we have to, using this example, try to go a little more deeper. As we move on, I'll try to give more example here in just a few more minutes. Just try to get more examples and how to exemplify it more easier for you to understand here. Like a few more examples for the self-doubt. When you're continuously, like anything you take up some responsibility. The moment you take up a responsibility, you feel so pressurized by the responsibility. Oh, will I be able to do this? Will I be able to do that? Even that is a very example which you can understand in our lives, how much we create the self-doubt. So thank you, Aya. So I hope all of you are able to at least pen down one incident where we are creating this self-doubt and where it started from, where that incident, where that pattern started from. I hope all the participants are able to at least pen down one incident. And now we are moving on to the next step. In the next step, let's pen down all the self-hatred patterns you have, all the incidents which we are holding as self-hatred in us, the conflict between the outer image and others' image. You try to project yourself outside, but others don't accept the way you project yourself, like as Swamiji explained, exactly how Swamiji explained it. How you try to project yourself as outside, but then maybe you always hold that lower identity, even while projecting it outside. You can see how what you hold inside is reflecting over here. The moment when whatever you're trying to project yourself as outside, the way others respond to that, which creates self-hatred in you. Oh, maybe I'm not good, I'm not worth doing this. All of the other self-hatred patterns you're carrying. Identify that and where the incident from where that started. So we'll now be doing that. See, always that self-hatred starts to empower and starts to create more and more. It starts to put us down. And you can see, like, oh, suppose you want to go for work, and then like one time you try to project like as if you can do it, but then some or the other mistake happens in that, and then your boss gets angry with you for doing that, and then you get very incomplete because of that, and you start to say, okay, I'm not good for anything, and you, in all the various aspects of your life, you start to say, no, I cannot do this, I cannot do this. How it would have started when you were young, when most of the incidents we start to form, the patterns we form when we are young. So try to identify from where it started and complete with it. we understand self-hatred, like we can understand this very beautifully. Like when you are young, suppose you did something, you try to do something, but after that your mother scolded you or your parents scolded you for doing that. Then you would have formed that self-hate. From there, you can see how that pattern would have formed. Like, okay, I cannot do this. How much ever you try, you'll not be able to do it. Like, even now, you will be avoiding that continuously in your life. Something maybe you would have been even trying to help someone, but because of that, due to some reason, your parents would have scolded you for doing that. So, you go a little deep and try to identify that. You can do that. So I hope all the participants were able to finish penning down few incidents from where the self-hatred started from. Those few incidents. Now we are going to be moving on to the last part of this exercise. The second last part of the exercise. We're going to be penning down all the self-denial patterns we have and the incidents when it started in us. All the self-denial which we are holding between others' image and life image, as Swamiji explained, where what others told us and how we started holding that against life. Like all the places when others told us something and you started pushing down, you started denying that part of your life, that part of you. Suppose you try to be kind to others, but when others told you, okay, you're being too arrogant, instead of trying to change that in us, just as an example, you're being too arrogant or you're not being nice to me or you're not being nice to people, you're a very bad person. Like when you are young, those will be very small incidents actually when you're young, if you are very small incidents. So we have to look in really and I'll open ourselves to understand that So look inside. When someone told you that, and then after that you started denying that, okay, no, maybe if I try to be kind, people will only tell me that I'm being like this. Like where you started denying it, where you started creating that denial inside you, like how Swamiji explained. Just start seeing that where and all you're creating the denial. Actually, if you understand the self-denial, if we complete almost so many of our problems, we'll start to see that we can start opening up to more and more to understand life and to start living life more happily and more consciously. Start living life. We complete with this self-denial. So I request all the participants now, you can pen down some patterns from the self-denial, which we created from self-denial, and complete with them. Understand it like little more clearer, if you have to understand it, like suppose all the things which you're holding against life because of what has happened to you, various what other people have done to you, like something which happened, and then you started considering that, okay, life is just unlucky for me, which is like in a very broad perspective, where you started holding such a strong pattern. Life is always unlucky, I do not get anything nice in life. So even when those things start to happen nice, we'll only be holding the things which have not happened until now, which have not manifested, and holding that as a denial pattern, not ready to accept more and to flower more in our lives. So write down these few patterns, and then in just like 2 more minutes. So Abinditaya is asking, Acharya, can you tell the difference between this and the one before? Actually, yeah, the self-hatred is where something started and you started holding it against yourself. You started pushing yourself down. Now it's more about like what you started holding about whole life, about life itself. Okay, life is unlucky, I can never flower more in life. But when you're holding self-hatred about yourself, you deny. See, self-denial is more and more where you start denying places more and more, which started manifesting in your life, but you deny it, pushing it off. Something more started manifesting in your life. Like suppose due to some incident, you started holding like, I can never earn money properly. It's like actually a continuation process, if you understand. Now, even when an opportunity for you to earn money would have come, due to the pattern you would have formed below, you would have denied the possibility of earning more money. So you can understand it that way. Yeah. Thank you so much, Aya, for participating. And you can pen down now, and you can, after this, we'll be changing it. We can see how we can change this right after this. Just a few more minutes for this, and then we'll move to the next. all the participants were able to finish penning down these three things. Now we are going to be moving to the last step. Now, please take what you have written down and you can sketch the gap in your 4 images. Just take it, write it down and see what the gap was. You can just take some time to internalize what that gap was. You can over here, see over here, like how in the picture it's projected. Picture which is being projected, we can see. Take the time and sketch the gap in the 4 images. Like you can draw your inner image and your outer image, and you can write your inner image, outer image, and write the gap between it. What is the gap between it? The self-doubt which you had. Then take the outer image and others image and write the gap which was there between both. And then take the others image and life image and write what was the denial between the both. What you had written down in these 3, just take and just look at it and see how you can complete it. That's all. So we're just going to take some time for this. And then we'll move on to the power manifestation section. Just some time for finishing the rest 3, you can take some time to do that also and write it down completely. So Ayush Divan is saying, can you give an example? Actually, what you have written down already from the 3 steps which we just now did, the self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred, all those 3, just take some time and compare it between the inner image and the outer image. You can write it down properly and try to contemplate and see the difference between these 2. Now, we saw the inner image. In the first session which we did, we wrote down our inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. And now in this session, now we wrote down the self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred we have between these images. And now we're just going to take some time to see the difference, see between the inner image and the outer image, what was that self-doubt we were holding which stopped us. See that. And then we'll move on to the power manifestation section. So just some time to do this and then we'll move on to the next session. Okay, I hope all the participants were able to finish comparing the self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial, and seeing how it is related with the inner image and the outer image and the others image and the life image. I thank all the participants for participating, and now we are going to be moving to the next part. We are going to be doing the power of mind reading again, the same power again. So I request all the participants come to space of listening now as we enter into this next power. Sorry, I see a participant saying, can you say what is life image? Life image is whatever, the reality, it's different here. Life image is what you hold about life. What are you holding about life? Based on your inner image, outer image, others image, what are you holding about life? That is the life image. Like whether you hold completely life as a failure, or you can say as a success, how you are holding life presently. How are you holding life? So that is what is the life image. Yeah. Thank you for asking. So now we are going to be entering into the power manifestation. We're going to be manifesting the same power of mind reading. Okay, so I see Aya said, for example, life is hard and making money is hard. Yes, Aya, exactly. That is life image. Exactly. What we have come, the conclusions which we have come to of life, all the various conclusions we have come to. Like based on what other people tell, mostly based on what other people tell and what you feel inside, what are the conclusions you have come to about life? Money is hard. I can never be successful in my job, whatever you're doing. So all those various conclusions you have come to is life image. Thank you so much, Aya, for asking. So now we are going to be entering into the power manifestation. Again, now in this power manifestation, we are going to continue doing the power of mind reading. I'll just be projecting the Shastra Pramana again and chanting it. The Shastra Pramana is from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.5, 1.15, the chapter 1 and 15th Sutra. I'll just be chanting the Shastra Pramana and then we'll enter into the power manifestation. Hridaye chitta sanghatat drishyasvapadarsanam. Hridaye chitta sanghatat drishyasvapadarsanam. So now we can understand how Paramashiva, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, when the individual mind is united to the core of consciousness, every observable or objective phenomenon, and even the absence of every objective phenomenon, is directly experienced as a form of consciousness and appears in its existential reality as it is. It's very important how Paramashiva is explaining over here. Bhagavan Paramashiva is explaining. Appears in the existential reality. See, now if we understand, the existential reality is the reality which is there in what is the real reality beyond what we saw as we understood the inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. What is the real reality? Just pure consciousness. Through that consciousness, seeing the whole life. Whatever you are projecting in your life, from that consciousness seeing. That's why you see the objective phenomenon is perceived through the consciousness. You see everything as consciousness. When we understand this powerful cognition which Paramashiva is revealing over here, we'll be able to understand the power of mind reading, how we can manifest this power of mind reading. See, when we understand, as I was explaining about the holographic principle before also, the holographic principle, it's like a hologram. How much ever you cut a hologram, if you take a smaller piece, you'll see the whole is still there. The same pattern, the same hologram is still within that. The scientists say that the whole universe is holographic. Even if I take one atom, one proton of an atom also, if I just take, that whole proton will have the information of the whole universe. It's space, it's just consciousness. Consciousness, it's not whether it has quantity, it's just one, even if you take one part of it, it represents the whole. That's what is consciousness, if you understand, is very beautiful. It's explaining how this whole universe is based on consciousness. Now, what we are understanding from ourselves, we are still the ultimate. Swamiji says we are still Paramashiva. Even when we are thinking we are just this body, we are just this mind and body, we are still Paramashiva. But it's like you can understand a smaller experience of the hologram. Swamiji says, from Paramashiva directly to us, it's holographic existence. It's maybe a smaller hologram. Now, when we expand our vision, we see the whole hologram. We see ourselves as that. When we understand all the various people are just part of the hologram, we are all part of that hologram. When we go to that space of consciousness, we go to the place where you're changing. When you change one part of the whole hologram is changed because one part represents the whole. So the moment you change completion inside, whether you change your inner image, your outer image, others image, life image, when you change all of these, then you change how everyone perceives you, how this whole world exists itself. Because the whole universe, the whole world exists holographically. You are one part of the hologram. When you change one part, the whole changes. So when you understand this concept, this truth which Paramashiva is revealing, the powerful cognition which Paramashiva is revealing, then when you understand this power of mind reading, if you just observe inside, everyone is a part of me, then if I just observe inside, what are the patterns I am carrying, you'll be able to identify the people, the patterns the other person is carrying. Somewhere where you are stuck, you'll be able to identify the other person is also stuck. When you go deeper and deeper into this like this, you'll be able to see how you manifest the power of mind reading. It's just connecting to Swamiji, being able to unclutch, like zooming out and seeing this whole reality. That's all you're doing. So now with this powerful cognition, let us start the power manifestation now. We're going to be doing the same power manifestation, get a partner and scan some incident which happened. Yes, Aya, the connecting to the Ananda Gandha is just a way how we are supposed to, it's a technique for us to manifest this power. When we connect to the Ananda Gandha is that place, like Swamiji says, where consciousness is residing in us. Okay, I see a participant is saying, Gabriela Lalita saying, Nithyananda, I would like to ask, in the unclutching practice, I feel warm in my heart and I feel love. Even my reality not changed. No problems, Masima. Swamiji says, the moment we start to do this unclutching, all of these practices, all of these various techniques which Swamiji is giving us, unclutching, power manifestation, all of that, it may not be immediate. The results may not be immediate. But what Swamiji is telling us, now when we are doing the power manifestation, try to stop looking for the result. See, when we are looking continuously for the result, it is still in the matter level. Matter cannot change. Only consciousness is from where you're projecting the matter, as Paramashiva is explaining in the sutra. Only from consciousness you're projecting the matter. Now, rather than again and again running behind the matter, Paramashiva is saying, do not run again and again behind the matter, behind the object continuously. What is going to be manifesting, do not run behind. Hold only Swamiji inside. Even if it does not manifest, do not again run behind that. Do not get incomplete because of that. Drop that immediately. Only connect to Swamiji. Hold only Swamiji in our inner space. More and more, you'll start to see the manifestation will automatically happen. Swamiji says, if something is not manifesting in our reality, it does not mean that we are not capable of manifesting it. It is just that we need more and more powerful cognitions in us. Swamiji says, the moment you have taken the decision to manifest something, already in your higher state, in the consciousness, in the Hiranyagarbha, in Kailasa, that becomes your identity. Now, suppose you take a conscious intention to manifest a healthy body. Automatically in Kailasa, that has become your reality. Now you just need to do more and more unclutching, more and more powerful cognitions to make that in this reality. To start experiencing it in this reality. So hold only that, hold only the consciousness space. More and more you hold that, then it starts to manifest over here also in this reality. So go more and more behind the experience with Swamiji. More and more that you're saying, I felt warm at my heart, I feel love. That's very good, ma. Continue to cherish that experience. But the more and more we start to say, I am not manifesting, then you're giving more power to that. Do not give more power to that. Give more power to that experience which has happened. See how it has manifested. Swamiji says, everything has already manifested. Throughout the day, I always use from the Ananda Gandha. The Ananda Gandha is the space where Swamiji says we can connect to Paramashiva. When we connect to that space. So the Ananda Gandha, right below the Anahata Chakra, the heart center, the Ananda Gandha. The Ananda Gandha is just the space. Not see, all the powerful cognitions which we have gotten, which Swamiji is revealing, all the powerful cognitions, like I am Paramashiva is a powerful cognition. That powerful cognition, when we hold it, when we hold that powerful cognition and connect to Swamiji, then see, we have to now, like how much we have understood. You have understood now, okay, this is a pen, or like you can see, this is a pen. When you are a baby, now when you are a child, suppose when you are a child, you do not know that this is the color blue, this is the color green, this is the color yellow, or anything like that, or this is a laptop or what. But again and again, how much people around you told you, okay, blue, this is blue color, clap your hands. All of these various things when they told you when you're a child, how much we have done. So all of that made it into our cognition, and we manifested it as a power. See, it's not that it is blue. That is not a substantial reality. But we manifested it as a power, projecting it as the color blue. More and more. See how much when you are a child, when we were not able to walk. Immediately when we were a child, we were not able to walk. But again and again, we stood up. How many times we fell down? Again and again, we stood up and we held more and more. And everyone around us also supported us to do that. So all these cognitions are for us to make it logical, for us to understand it logically and make it our conclusion that Paramashiva is real. Now you're saying Paramashiva is real. All the various ways how you can understand Paramashiva is real. In your life, maybe some small experiences you have had. All of those, empowering those continuously, all the various powerful cognitions and making it a cognition and manifesting it as our reality as a power. So all these cognitions are given and the power manifestation is done. To see how it is made, like when a child, this is green color, this is green color, this is green color, again and again you have told. After some time, okay, this is green color. But now if a child was taught this is yellow color, that is how the child is going to see it. So it's all the cognitions which we are holding. Those cognitions, if you understand, the inner image, outer image, others image and life image, all are based on the cognition you are holding. That's what Swamiji says. The cognition you are holding is only all these 4 images. Reflects as these 4 images. What other people tell you, what you hold about yourself, the cognition which you are holding. When you hold the cognition, I am Paramashiva, Swamiji says, I am complete. In that completion space, when Swamiji was saying, I am in that completion space, I have to enrich others to come to that completion space. When you hold that, that is the highest possibility of ours. Paramashiva is our highest possibility. He's not different from us. We are Paramashiva. Even now, we are Paramashiva. We just have to start recognizing more and more those places, because how much society has taught us, okay, we have to earn money. How much we have empowered that part of us. Now we have to start empowering the part of Paramashiva in us. These are all the powerful cognitions which are given. Swami says the powerful cognition manifests as a power. It's a very beautiful science which Swami is revealing. Thank you so much, Aya. Thank you so much, all the participants participating. Thank you so much for participating and asking. And now we'll enter into the power manifestation. Hold this cognition now. Scan. You can, if you are able to find a partner, you're going to be scanning any partner. You can form partners in the Zoom room also, or anyone else who you can call, your friends, anyone else, you can call and you can manifest this power of mind reading. So now take some time now and connect to a partner as we start this manifestation. Few minutes and then we'll end.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
participants avoid having partners, do not have partners, you can scan for the Acharya itself, you can scan for me itself. Whatever you're able to see, more from the below the age of 10, try to scan any pattern. See, it's more of the space. When you're doing the mind reading power, it's more the space which the person is holding rather than the thoughts, not just the thoughts, but the space. So you can scan any incidents from my life before the age of 10 if you do not have a partner. Otherwise, if you have a partner, that's great. You can scan for the partner. Just a few more minutes, we'll do this power manifestation and then move on to the next.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Now, I request all the participants, you can post whatever you are able to see to your third eye, either for your partner or whatever you scan, whoever you scan. You can post in the chat whatever you are able to see through your third eye, whatever Swamiji revealed. See, do not need to hold whether it's manifested. Do not look at the manifestation at all. Whether it has manifested or it's not manifested, do not look at that. Just hold, you know that Swamiji has manifested. Whatever happens, allow Swamiji. Tell it is Swamiji manifesting. Whether it's not manifested or it has manifested, it is only Swamiji manifesting. So if it is not manifested, Swamiji is only going to manifest. He only has to manifest. Put it on Swamiji. Do not hold. See, the moment we try to hold it, again, we are trying to form an identity of ours. Let us not form any of that. Let us only put it on Swamiji. Whether it has manifested or not manifested, surrender it to Swamiji. So you can post whatever you are able to see through your third eye. Okay. Abinditaya saying, I saw a knife, a birthday cake, age 7, a flight toy or flight window or something related to a flight. Actually, I'm able to relate to you're saying about a flight or a flight window. Before, actually, I used to like to travel a lot. I used to travel a lot on a flight because actually at that time, I was in Singapore at that time before joining the Nithyananda Gurukul. I was in Singapore. So at that time, to come to the ashram in Bidadi, which we have Adi KAILASA over there, and then also to go to Malaysia, and because my mother was having some work over there and those places, she was the mahant over there. At that time, I do relate to a lot with going to a flight and sitting at the window. I used to like to sit in the window seat a lot, and going in a flight, I used to travel quite a bit at that time. And also the various inner awakening programs which Swamiji had conducted, I've gone to many of those. So I do relate to it a lot. Age of 7, especially age of 7 is actually the just before I joined Nithyananda Gurukul. So I'm able to relate to that. Thank you so much. Till the age of 7 was when I traveled a lot actually. So very much, super. Celebrate whatever is manifested. See, even if nothing is manifested, celebrate Paramashiva's existence. Whatever you're able to see, celebrate Paramashiva existing. That's all. So I hope all the participants enjoy the manifestation. Post whatever you are able to see as the manifestation which occurred. The more and more we enrich, more and more Paramashiva starts manifesting in us. So, how to do it with others? You can call any of your friends. You can just tell them, I'm now in a program and I would like to scan some incident from your life. You can just call them and you can scan. Same way how we are just doing it between. You can just call any of your friends, any of them. You can just tell, now I'm just part of this program. I would like to scan and manifest this power on you. Make sure you get the other person's consent, basically their permission before you manifest it, because this Swamiji has, the way Swamiji has designed this power, it will only manifest if we get the person's permission before we manifest. So just get the person's permission, connect to Swamiji, and throughout the day, see, it's not just for now. Throughout the day, if you want to scan, anytime you need to work out something, if you just need to scan, you need to solve something, use this power, scan, and manifest whatever. Use it throughout the day. Swami is giving us these powers to use it throughout the day and to improve our lives, to make our lives more conscious. Start to use more than normal logic. Start to use more and more these powers to use in your life. Start to use it more as a power manifestation. Then we'll start to see more and more life will just become a celebration. Swamiji says the essence of whatever, everything which I'm doing is just for us to start celebrating our lives. That's all. Celebrating Paramashiva more and more in our lives. So I thank all the participants for joining. And now we are going to be moving into the next session. I hope all the participants enjoyed this session. So to do this, you can just chant the Mahavakya or just bring the focus on the Ananda Gandha, as Swamiji said. That's all. Swamiji has given us the most highest powers, what we would think as the highest powers, what which will take a lot of tapas, all of that Swamiji has given us in the most easiest way. The best thing is just chant the Mahavakya, connect to Swamiji, hold any powerful cognition. Any powerful cognition is okay. It's not necessary it has to be any, because all the powerful cognition Swamiji is giving us can manifest these powers. So hold any powerful cognition and you can manifest this power simply. Thank you so much, Aya, for participating. Thank you all the other participants also for participating. And now we are going to be going about the deeper truths. About Swamiji is going to be explaining what is an incompletion. What is it that I'm holding as incompletion? What is that incompletion? Understanding more deeper about the truths about this. So I request all the participants to come to the space of listening. And now we'll enter into the next session.
I'm going to introduce you to you. As I said, you are not just the body or your mind or what you cognize as you. Listen, you are not just body or mind or what you cognize as you. Let me show you a simple presentation. Visualize this as a round. I am trying to redraw whatever is projected. Actually, you are totality of your body. Please, the first component of you is your body, the physical body which you are carrying, which is made out of bone, flesh, blood. This is the first component. Then second is your breathing structure. Inhaling, exhaling. The breathing structure is the second. Third, your mind. Sometimes up, alive, excited, sometimes depressed, sometimes frustrated, sometimes feeling guilty, sometimes feeling alive, bright, sometimes feeling tired, bored. Mind. That is the third part of you. Fourth, what you cognize as you, what in core of you, what you cognize as you, what you feel as you, that's the fourth part of you. Fifth, the bliss, freedom beyond all these four. I can say the glimpse of real you. The real you is not what you think as you. Actually, the real you is covered by what you think as you. So whatever you think as you, your body, your breathing system, your mind, your cognition, when you penetrate all these four, then you realize the real you. You experience the real you. These 5 layers, in each layer you have certain mental patterns, incompletions. I can say that when you travel in city, if you are going from here and want to cross the city, so many diversions. Suddenly one political rally, take diversion. Then road is cut by PWD, take diversion. Road is cut by BSNL, take diversion. Traffic jam, take diversion. Finally, instead of crossing the city, you will end up back in the same road. No, that's what exactly is happening in our life. When you try to cross layer by layer and reach your core, please understand, every day, every one of you are struggling to experience your core. When you are back from your work, the way you throw your shoes, throw your clothes, lie down on the bed, even in that moment, you are trying to reach the real you. Unfortunately, constantly you are facing the boards, take diversion, take diversion, take diversion. Each one of your mental pattern is take diversion board, no entry board. Take diversion, no entry, road closed, maintenance work going on, sorry for the inconvenience. These are the boards you are constantly facing. Every pattern, every incompletion you are carrying is no entry board which stops you experiencing the real you. The real you. I should define the word incompletion. Words, thoughts, emotions, residues, hangovers of the past sitting in your present and not letting you live your future is pattern. Listen, words, thoughts, emotions, hangovers, residues sitting in your past, not letting you live your future, is incompletion or patterns. It can be as simple as morning cup of coffee. There are many people, without cup of coffee, they can't get out of their bed or they can't get out of their bedroom. Many can't even go for 1, 2, 3 without cup of coffee. Now it's a physical level pattern. It can be as simple as cup of coffee and as complicated as always attracting abusive relationships. Please understand, if you are constantly attracting the people in your life who cheat you, who abuse you, who exploit you, even that is your pattern. So please understand, I have to tell you the truth. I have to reveal the truth to you all. If you are attracting again and again people who are abusing you, cheating you, exploiting you, or hurting you, harming you, even that is a pattern. I'll explain step by step. It can be as simple as morning cup of coffee to as complicated as attracting, abusing, hurting people in your life. Both are patterns at different levels. You have 5 parts of you where the patterns are stored. These 5-layer patterns are responsible for you not experiencing completion. I am telling you, whenever you see incompletions in your life, if you understand it may be factual but not real, you will reinvent yourself. Understand? A person gets back pain. If he thinks it is real and the incompletion is real, he can literally just collapse. I tell you, ordinary back pain has collapsed so many people. They lost confidence on themselves. Oh, if this continues, how will I go to my office? If I don't go to office, how will I make money? If I don't make money, will my wife stay with me? Will my husband stay with me? Will my son stay with me? How will I educate my daughter? My life is collapsed over. Ordinary back pain has collapsed millions of people. When you think it's a real incompletion, you are gone. If you understand, it may be factual but not real. You will approach the back pain with clarity. This incompletion is imaginary. That same back pain can help you to reinvent yourself. It can just support you to reinvent yourself. What is the reason for the back pain? Whether my sitting posture or my way of perceiving me or my thinking about myself. What is it? Let's look in. It can lead to reinventing yourself. Ordinary back pain can even make you enlightened or can just collapse you. Both can happen just by ordinary back pain. Same way, a simple fight between husband and wife, if you think it may be factual but not real, you will look in what can be done to go beyond it. You can reinvent yourself. Or, I think this fight is never going to end. Come on, divorce is a solution. A simple fight, verbal fight. It may not even be fight, just strong exchange of few words. Even the words may not have wrong meaning, just the tone was little loud. It was not meaning problem, it was a decibel problem. Simple decibel problem, if you look in, this may be factual but not real, then that incompletion can help you to reinvent yourself. It's a decibel problem, not the factual, not even the meaning. Or, no, I cannot stand this torture. This is going on forever and ever. From my birth, my father shouted at me. From the time I got married, this fellow is shouting at me. And after some time, my son will start shouting at me. What? My life is just listening to shouting, 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 or what? I can't take it anymore. Call it off. Will your husband be responsible for your father shouting at you? Is there no a logical way of logically analyzing the logic? Should we not have a basic logically, a logical system to analyze the logic logically? Anyhow, whether it is a small headache or a decibel discrepancy problem, I'll give a new word. The decibel discrepancy problem. Or as serious as cancer, whatever may be the problem, I tell you, it may look like factual, it is not real. Really, I am telling you, the only thing you need in the whole life is stamina to stand up till you see the victory, nothing else. Your victory is guaranteed. Understand? Your victory is guaranteed. It is, the real problem is your fear about the failure making you powerless is the real problem. Nothing else. Your victory is guaranteed. Just you need to know, these incompletions may look factual, but they are not real. They are not real. Understand. This one Satya, just this one Satya, I tell you, these great truths revealed in our Upanishads are not myth. Mythology, this word is the most abusive word given to our Puranas and Shastras and Upanishads. Myth is an abusive word. I am telling you, the right word for our Puranas, Upanishads, Shastras is subjective truth. When Bhagavatam says Krishna lifted the whole Govardhana hill with his little finger, it is not myth or mythology. It is a subjective truth. A person who wants to live the truth, for him it is truth. Subjective truth. Understand, Shivoham is not myth, mythology. No. It is subjective truth. Subjective truth. Whatever you remember in you, in your inner space, can either suffocate you or make you blissful, expanded. If you remember something painful, it suffocates you. If you remember something blissful, it expands you. Anything which suffocates you is a pattern. Anything you remember and suffocates you is pattern. Anything you remember and expands you is subjective truth. Shivoham, aham brahmasmi, tattvamasi, prajnanam brahma, soham hamsaha. All these Mahavagyas are not myth, it is subjective truth. Start living it. Tsunamis don't stop because of the plastic covers lying on the beach. Shivoham does not stop because of few stupid incompletions you are having in your being. Anything which you remember, anything suffocates you by remembrance is incompletion. Anything expands you by remembrance is subjective truth. I tell you, tsunamis does not get stopped by plastic covers lying on the beach. Shivoham tsunami does not get stopped by few stupid incompletions lying in your being. I am not just Shivoham tsunami, Super Shivoham tsunami. Tsunami. Understand, the Shivoham tsunami cannot be stopped by any of the incompletions you remember or don't remember which is inside you. And first of all, you need to understand, as a constitutional setup of consciousness, listen. See, your consciousness as a constitutional setup. the basic constitution of the consciousness does not allow incompletions to be inside it by its nature. They are ejected out. Understand? A good DVD player, the moment you put corrupt CD, no, as a setup, it just ejects it out. It does not play. It does not tolerate it. Same way, the constitutional setup of your consciousness does not play with incompletion. By its very nature, it just ejects it, rejects it. So, don't be sitting and calculating the plastic covers and coffee tumblers lying in the Marina Beach and thinking that such a dirty place, how will the tsunami come? Tsunami cannot be stopped by the plastic covers. Shivoham cannot be stopped by the small incompletions you think you are having. As I said, start living. Start living. Start living. That is the only key. I can bless you tons of times, but only you can live it. So more than my blessings, you need your blessings. This hand is always showing victory, 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 and want to join. This hand also should decide to join. Only then it becomes whole. So this will become our new emblem and mudra. To remember, when you feel victorious, Mahadeva feels victorious. He wants you to be victorious because that is the way he feels victorious. The whole celebrates you feeling as whole because the whole feels fulfilled when you feel you are whole. Understand, I am telling you the secret. He wants you to experience Shivoham. Otherwise, why should he come down from Kailasa? He wants you to experience Shivoham. There is no other reason for him to make himself available to you other than making you experience Shivoham, because he also celebrates you experiencing Shivoham. Understand? Remember this one line. He celebrates when he is able to make you celebrate, because Mahadeva loves you. This is the real meaning of God loves you. Understand? The meaning only when it comes to you, you know the suffering. Understand? I am not talking out of insensitivity. When I had a fracture in my hand, what I told my own body and DNA. Please understand. It was a multiple complicated fracture. My great adventure on my horse. When there was a complicated multiple fracture, but within 24 hours, I was out in the public, continuing my responsibilities. Within 48 hours, I was delivering my satsangs. No painkiller, nothing. What I told to me to heal myself that quickly and come back to my normal life, and I guarantee with all my integrity, Mahadeva, as a witness, I tell you, not even one moment there was a pain. No question of pain, any pain. No physical pain, physiological pain, psychological pain. The moment I fell from the horse, when I stood up, I did not even check the hand. I saw there the Sanishwara standing with folded hands, said that I have to execute the ordained frames of life, because this physical body is in the plane, physical plane. So it has to move through the physical rules and regulations. And that was the Janma Sani time for me. The Shadeshat, L-Ray was going on. So he was standing with folded hands and said, I have to do my responsibility. And the moment I saw him, I smiled because the horse was black horse. And I was smiling. God, such a highly secured, tightly protected person like me. See, at least 5 to 10 sannyasis all the time around me. I can't even slip and fall even if I want. See, even if I want, if I slip also, I will fall only on my sannyasis. Any side they will be holding me. And such highly protected, tightly protected, and so beautifully this Sanishwara came and did his job and went. And he also said, I can never touch your consciousness, give any pain, but the physical plane, whatever has to go through, has to go through. Understand, at that moment, what is the Satya, truth I myself used to heal me, recover myself, I am sharing that with you all. Listen. Don't think this, whatever I am going to share now, is impractical or insensitive, because you are having suffering. I am giving this for you to work on it. No. When I had what I used, I am sharing with you. Please understand, your DNA, your bioenergy is always in the space of completion. Whether you think you have a stomach pain, headache, it can be as simple as a small scratch on the skin to as difficult as cancer. tell your DNA, you are complete, and get back to your completion. You are complete and get back to your original state of completion. Don't go on imagining that there is some incompletion in you. Understand? Because one moment you are convinced there is a disease in you, that cannot become a fact or the ultimate truth. Listen. Yes, at that time I had fracture. There was a fracture, completely broken. It was not hairline crack, completely broken. Both bones fully broken. Actually, this other part of the hand was separately hanging, because the both bones broke and came out of the hand, means through the skin, completely broken. But that was not the original state of me, and that is never going to be original state of me. The power of suffering is, it will convince you you are going to suffer forever. That is the worst power of suffering. Please understand. If you are convinced the suffering is going to be forever with you, you are in hell. That wrong conviction need to be weeded out. Need to be weeded out. The wrong conviction that suffering is going to be there with you forever brings the disease again and again back to you. Back to you. If you convince your DNA, your biomemory, you are complete, then completion will be brought back to you. Health will be brought back to you. You may be an enlightened being or an incarnation. It's not that Shani did not do his job. And he was so sincere. I was so happy. Actually, I am going to have the Shani deity installed in that spot. I am waiting for the work to be done. I saw him standing with all his smile and politeness, with all the joy and happiness that he did his job. And a normal person, any normal person can never have such big fracture falling from 4 feet height horse. And we even checked my bone density and all that, there was no problem. When he wanted, he simply did it. And I asked him, why hand? I asked Shani, why did you choose the right hand? He said, Swamiji, only that hand has acquired a lot of punya by healing so many people. So it will get healed quickly because of that punya. All that punya of healing so many people. All that goodness and merit is there in that hand, for that hand. And moreover, that hand has to be quickly repaired for the sake of so many people to get healed. So it will happen too quickly. That is why I chose the right hand. Understand the exact attitude and truth which healed me, I am sharing with you all. Any problem in your life is nothing but incompletion, which is imaginary. IMAGINERY. I am not in any delusion, and I am not deluding you. Our Upanishadic rishis who revealed this truth are not in delusion. They are neither in delusion nor in the mood of cheating you. Understand? See a great gold merchant. Out of his love for Shiva, he declares, I will make 100 kg gold ornaments for Mahadeva. And he himself is the master of that science. Will he cheat 2 gram gold from that 100 kg gold jewelry? One, he knows the science, quality checking. Second, he is graceful, means he is full of gratitude. Neither he will cheat nor he will allow anybody else to cheat because he knows the science. Same way I am telling you, the Upanishadic rishis, neither they can be in delusion nor they can put you in delusion. Because they have nothing to gain by putting you in delusion. This gold merchant has nothing to gain by stealing 2 gram gold from that 100 kg gold which he wanted to give it to Mahadeva. Upanishadic rishis have put their whole life to humanity, sacrificed. They are neither in delusion nor can put others in delusion. Understand, my job is the most difficult job. I have to completely teach you opposite way of
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
incompletion in our life. But if we come that is what will start manifesting in our life. No questions of powerlessness in our life. Everything that we do and everything that we are going to be doing should be from the powerfulness, from the space of complete completion. And this is what decision we all should make. While we are doing the sessions here, this is the right time that we make the decision that going forward, whatever I'll do in my life, it will only be from the space of completion, from the space of powerfulness. I will make this as a habit in our life. In the recent satsang, Swami said that all the success is a habit. It's not an accident. It doesn't happen overnight. Neither the success nor the failure happens in overnight. It's our habit. What we decide to entertain, what we decide to live, what we decide to practice, that only becomes a reality for our life. So when we decide to live or make the decision from the space of completion, this is what is going to become a reality for us. It may not become today, but if we keep that as a habit for our life, it is someday, one day or another, it is going to become, and you are going to be living in the space of powerfulness. So let us do this as an exercise, that if there is some powerlessness, some incident in completion, let us pen it down. Once we pen it down, it brings more clarity about it. So give some time to I'm sorry for the technical glitch now. Also, I hope that you would be getting now audio on YouTube. We just checked it now. So if any of the participants is listening directly through the YouTube, I hope you will be able to get the audio now. Okay. So let all of us pen down the various incompletions that we have. Just sit with yourself and look within and see what are the various forms of powerlessness all of us have. And pen it down. It's very important, even if you just remember, do not think that, okay, I just sit with myself and I'll think mentally that how many incompletions I have, and I'll try to memorize it and keep in the mind itself. That is not an assignment. Whenever you would have attended the direct sessions from Swamiji, you will always see that he emphasizes and makes sure that you write it. When he says to write, that means that is what we need to do. We need to write it. When we write, actually, it brings more clarity, and that is what we need to have. As long as it is mentally, mentally we are so confused. Hundreds of thoughts keep crossing here and there, and we never get the clarity. So rather, we need to pen it down. The moment we start penning it down, we start getting more and more clarity about it. So I request all the participants to write it down, pen it down, all the incompletions. When we are saying the incompletion, you write all the moments of powerlessness. Maybe you will be able to relate with this. Write down all the moments of powerlessness that you face in your life, or the emotions that you go through in your life which makes you powerless, which you do not like. In a simple word, okay, I'm going through this emotion, I really do not like it. That is one of the powerlessness that you have. Okay. When you are interacting with anyone and you feel, if you have some sort of hatred feeling that you go through, or you feel some sort of powerlessness, like, oh, I do not have this intelligence, I do not have this skill set. So all those is also powerlessness in you. Okay. Write it down, that also. So all the past memory that is haunting you, which puts you into some sort of, or let's say in the depression, or which is causing bad health for you, or which is causing pain in you, whether it is a psychological or physical pain, even all the physical pain that you are going through, it's an incompletion. If you are not manifesting a health as you want, there are some incompletions, and that is responsible for the health that you have now. But the good news is that we can manifest the health as we want, and that is what we are learning here. What we want, it is possible to manifest, and we can manifest. That is what the whole teaching right now Swami is giving. So my Elizabeth is typing, everything that happens in our life is not luck, it is not bad luck, it is not an accident, it is the habit that we have in our life. Yes. The very recent satsang, the one satsang where Swamiji talks about the Charya Pada, the self-love, that is also Swamiji emphasizes on this. And there are previous satsangs also where Swamiji talks about the success is a habit. No? These are all very recent satsang. I'm sure many of you would have watched. If you have not watched, you can surely visit to our official YouTube channel, and there are all the satsangs are available there. And I would request all of you to watch, continue, spend as much as time possible with Swamiji satsangs. That will bring so much of completion, so much of powerfulness in your life. So many of your unanswered questions will start getting answered, and so many of your questions will start disappearing. They will start losing power over you. And so much of completion will happen. So spend as much as time possible with Swamiji satsang, spend as much as time possible with the sessions that is going on. I'm sure all of you have completed your level 1 session. That's why you are in the level 2. And once you complete level 2, you will be moving to the level 3 sessions. There also you'll be getting to have many sessions, bringing different aspect of completions, understanding about the life. So many of the new satsangs that you're going to be watching. Every session, every season of the Paramashivoham, we are continuously bringing the new satsangs of Swamiji. There are many of the satsangs are the private sessions or the program sessions which are not yet published, and through all these programs, we are bringing it continuously to all of you to build a different understanding. So while I am talking, I request all of you to keep writing the various incompletions that you are having. Okay. Let us catch the influence of the past in our thinking system, and not just the thinking system, but the decision-making system. We need to catch them, bring completion, complete with that. If that is a powerless cognition, we need to complete with that and bring powerfulness in that, so that whatever decisions we make in our life does only good to us. And this is what we want. All of us want to have the decisions which brings the life we want to have, brings continuous powerfulness that we want to have. I'll play the Mahavakya for all of you, and please continue writing.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So all the participants who are watching us through the YouTube, if you have any doubt, any question, you can put that in the comment. We are attending to all the chats that is coming there.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Also, I request Marlene, please ensure that all the Chinese participants are also doing the assignments. And it will be really great if you actually ask them to share also here in the chat. The more and more, see, all of us experience Swamiji in different ways. And everyone's experience is very unique. And oh, great. Everyone's experience is very unique, and when we get to know about other experience, not just you also get to celebrate various different dimensions of Swamiji, but many times that helps you to bring completion, you know. And from that aspect, you know, we all should be continuously sharing our experience of Swamiji. The way I experience Swamiji will be completely different from how you will be experiencing Swamiji. And each one of you have a complete different experience of Swamiji. Every one of us, you know, once we start sharing, we'll get to know that every truth that Swamiji is sharing, how we cognize is completely different, how you use that in our life is completely different, how we start experiencing Swamiji is completely different. And each of this sharing, when we start sharing, that empowers many other people also. It makes them believe that the truth that is being shared is real, and it does transform the life of people. You know, this is one of the, I'll say, the very powerful way to bring completion to others also. You know, we all go through that, yes, Swamiji is sharing this truth. Will it work for me? Does it work for anyone or not? We all have this underlying thought current. I don't know whether this will work for me or not, but everyone knows that at some point of time, something or other has worked. When we get to know that it is working for others, we automatically start believing that, yes, it will work for me, and we start putting life into it. It's very important for all of us to be convinced about what we are doing. You know, that is the time only we put life into it. When we get to know that the truth shared by Swamiji is the most practical truth. It's not some, you know, the theology or philosophy that is being given, which is good as a brain candy, and we all sit and, you know, think about it, discuss about it, but at the end of the day we feel, okay, it has no practical utility value. And only when we start sharing how you are experiencing Swamiji, how your life is getting transformed, how you are experiencing completion, that grounds all of us into this truth that all the principles that Swamiji is sharing, all the teachings that he is sharing is the most practical, and it has direct utility value in your life. The moment you get convinced, you start putting life into it, and you make all this truth as a reality for you. So all of you, you know, you should share your experiences with others, and that is why, you know, we have kept the chat enabled so that all of us are continuously participating with each other. So we are going to be moving soon to a power manifestation segment.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
So everyone is writing, or if everyone is completed, we can move to the power manifestation. We are going to be manifesting the power of body scanning and giving healing to ourselves.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
So now I'll move into the power manifestation segment. For a few moments, I'll keep the Mahavakya off. Okay. So let's all get ready to manifest the powers of body scanning. So as we start the power manifestation, I request all of you to sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And so what we are going to be doing now, right now we are obviously all the power manifestations, we always connect with the Swamiji, manifest oneness with Swamiji. And from that space of oneness, we do the power manifestation. So what we are going to be doing right now is looking inside and finding where all we are having pain in the body, okay, or wherever there is an unease with the body part, okay. So many of us, let's say, even if you are not able to sit straight, there is some sort of uneasiness we have with our body. So let us heal that so that, we can sit straight. Understand, whenever we sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line, the Kundalini can flow from Muladhara to Sahasrara, and it becomes more easier for all of us to connect with Swamiji in the oneness. So all of us will look inside and see wherever there is an uneasiness in the body or wherever there is a pain or disease. And from the space of Swamiji, we are going to be healing it, providing the healing energy and healing it. Okay. So again, all the powerful cognition that Swamiji has been sharing, that we have been sharing through these various sessions, use those powerful cognitions. Any of the powerful cognitions that Swamiji is sharing, if we are able to manifest that, we will be able to manifest the powers. Any of the powerful cognitions. So whichever powerful cognition that you are able to hold on to it, hold on to that powerful cognitions, be in the oneness with Swamiji, you will see that the power manifestation is happening. You will know where all you have issue with your body and why it is there. And not just why and where, but you will be able to heal it. You will see that Swamiji is flowing through you, healing that body part and bringing completion with that. So let's start that. So cognize that you are Paramashiva. Anything else that is there within you, any other identity that you think as is a delusion, you are Paramashiva. Chant Mahavakya. Look inside. Bring completion with your body. Bring oneness with your body. Bring oneness with Swamiji. See where all you have uneasiness with the body. Look sincerely. Just pay attention to your body, the different parts of your body. As the Mahavakya is playing, you can also chant the Mahavakya. Mahavakya is nothing but your declaration that you are Paramashiva. All the power manifestation happens from the space of oneness with Swamiji. From the space, from the cognition that you are Paramashiva. So whenever you are chanting Mahavakya, it's not that you are just uttering few words with Sanskrit meaning, but it's your declaration that you are Paramashiva. And you are not going to be compromising with any other identity. You are not going to be settling with any other identity other than that you are Paramashiva. The Sanskrit mantra, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, literally means that you are declaring that you are Paramashiva. So whenever you chant from this context that you are declaring your Paramashiva. You are declaring that you are not going to settle with any other identity. It may seem very good to you, it may seem powerful, powerless, anything, but you are not going to compromise, you are not going to settle with it. Other than that you are Paramashiva. Any other identity that comes in your mind, in front of you, just drop it. And again declare that you are Paramashiva. And that is what is Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Look deeply in your body, within you. See wherever the uneasiness is there. Let Swami's energy flow through it. Let you heal that body part. Let you bring completion with that body part. And continue to chant the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So while all of you are manifesting the power of the Paramashiva healing your body, Elizabeth Silva, thank you for sharing your experience, Swamiji. I just read out for all the participants. So all of you continue to manifest the power. Saying that I met Swamiji in 2018. From that moment on, have you met Swamiji physically in Adi Kailas? Just through the online programs, coaching services. Yes, from that moment on, my life was transformed. I became aware that I am Paramashiva. This was the first powerful moment. Then I started to see the results. My health improved. I had a new home, and other people started to have a better image. There's such powerful manifestation. Our life is not just because of me. Our life is because of so many other people involved in our life. And when others start having a better image about us, we start to have a much better experience of life. We all would have come to this understanding that our life is not just because of so many things, or I can say most of the things in our life is because of others. And when others start having a good image about us, our life automatically tremendous improvement in our life happens. So this is one of the very powerful manifestation that you had actually. I overcame immense difficulties through the meditation classes. I asked Swamiji to help because I had difficulty in filling out the questions and asking for documents necessary for my life. Swamiji said that I would be successful with my document, really, and I manifested. That is really good, very powerful experiences that you are having with Swamiji. There are many achievements that I received. I am just summarizing so it doesn't take so long. Gratitude to Swamiji for all the initiations you gave me in the Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
May I know what pronoun do you use?
Nithyananda
How do I need to address
Paramashivoham.
it?
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
All of you, please relax. Slowly open your eyes. So we'll move to the next segment, and I would like all of you to share your experience of power manifestation. How was this power manifestation? And what all revelations you had about us? While you are manifesting this power of body scanning, I'm sure some of you or all of you would have a great experience, and some of you would have discovered some of the uneasiness in your body, the very source of it, and many of you would have completed with that the uneasiness or the disease that you had in your body. So please do share your experience of this power manifestation. So now we will be moving to the next segment, which is going to be, we are going to be learning more deeper truths about the science of completion. And we'll be learning about the various binding and liberating cognitions. So again and again, Swamiji is sharing the various ways through which we can bring understanding, bring completions with various of the inadequate cognitions we have, binding cognitions we have, and how to bring completion with that. So Vishwanathan is sharing that had some conscious awareness. Yes. And also with that conscious awareness, whenever we are doing the power manifestation session, you will be manifesting oneness with Swamiji. And each of these power manifestations are going to bring, let's say if you are doing the power manifestation on bringing, knowing the various forms of uneasiness or disease that we may have with the body, when this awareness happens, you will become aware of the various parts of your body and you will start seeing where all uneasiness is there. The moment you bring attention to the body, those different parts, it automatically start healing. Understand? Swami say that the pain that we have in our body is nothing but that body part is looking for our attention. The moment we give attention to that body part, it automatically gets healed. And that is one of the very powerful, in all the methodology that Paramashiva gives, the very diagnosis, the method of diagnosis itself is solutionary. It's not that the diagnosis is separate and then there is a separate solution, that once you have diagnosed your problem, you need certain solution. The moment you are diagnosing your problem or that you diagnose the problem, that very way you get the solution also. That problem itself is healed. So the moment you bring awareness to the part of your body or you bring attention to that part of your body where uneasiness is there, that problem itself get resolved. It's a great experience. And all of you keep sharing your experiences while we continue to move to the next segment. So all of us still may have the question, is there any way to stop having incompletions? So all of us are right now learning how to complete with the various incompletions that we have. But surely we may have certain questions that is there any way that I can stop forming the completions or creating incompletions in future? So yes, there is a process, and that process is called completions. The more and more completions we do, we'll get into the habit of doing completions, and we'll ensure that the incompletions are never created in our life. So completion is looking at the past with the new cognitions. It may sound very simple, but it is deep, powerful, and has a strong scientific backing. So whenever we look at the past with a complete new cognitions, that is what is in bringing completion. So many of us may be thinking, see, most of the time we are not creating new incompletions in our life. Rather, we are living those incompletions which was built in past. And that's why we are more emphasizing on bringing completion with the past. In most of the session that we are going to be taking, we will not be coming a place where we are going to do completion with the future. All completions will be completions with the past, completion with the past. And the reason is because after the age of 7, we rarely build any new incompletions. Rather, we only strengthen the incompletions or inadequate cognition that we have already built. And that's why it is necessary to complete with those things. So going forward, whatever you are going to be experiencing, be very sure that it is from the past. So any kind of conflict also you are entering into your relationship or with your life, it's not that you are building something new. You are just reliving those powerlessness or inadequate cognition that we built in past. You are just again reliving that and making that powerless cognition more stronger. The more and more you live, see, the more and more powerful cognition you live, the more decisions you make based on the powerful cognition, you are empowering that in your life. The more you relive or live the powerless cognition, you are more empowering that in your life. So rather, only when we decide to live with the completion in the future, in the present, in the future, I'm going to be empowering completion. The more you decide to live with the powerlessness, you continue to empower that in your life. So here Swami is here that to understand the completion better, let us look at what cognitions can do in our life. So we all know that the way the situation occurred to us is completely determined by our previous knowledge, history, context, experiences, and so on. We just bring awareness to how you think or how you face the life. In fact, we almost always react in a very fixed way when it comes to reacting in a certain situation. So whenever life brings a new situation or whenever life brings a situation in our life, rather than responding to that situation, we would be reacting to that situation. Okay, so I'm not asking you to come to this conclusion right away. You think about it. You intra-analyze it. Okay, means analyze this and see whether you are actually reacting to any situation or responding to the situation. The reacting to a situation means you are using the past context, history, past understanding, and based on that, you react to it. Responding to any situation means you are very much aware of the present and not allowing your past to influence any of the decisions or actions that you are taking now. So rather than coming to the conclusion, all of you internalize it, think onto it, try to cognize it, what Swami is saying, and how much of this is true. Okay. So pick up any of the situations in your life and use this understanding that Swami is giving to all of us, that look into that situation, see whether you are reacting or you are responding to the situation. See whether you are using the past history, past knowledge, past experiences when you are reacting or making any decision or any thinking that is going on, or it is completely fresh. Based on that, you can come to this understanding, yes, I react or I respond. So you can have, you can write down multiple situations in your life and just go on writing whether you reacted or responded, whether you reacted or responded. So who we are being in the present moment in our life is filled with the future. So all of you, please just take just remember few of the situations and see whether you reacted or responded. Understand all these assignments will help you to understand what completion is, what incompletion is, what powerfulness is, what powerlessness is, what is powerful cognition, what is powerless cognitions. We are going to be continuously using it as long as you are attending these sessions or till the time you are, or any of the videos of Swami you are going to be watching, you are going to get this kind of terminologies. And that's why it's very, very important for all of us to understand it. And these assignments, these internalizing exercises will help you to understand grasps more deeper meaning of what is completion, how to bring completion. Ultimately, when we understand the completion, the goal is to bring completion in our life. And that is going to happen more when we understand what is completion. So this is one of the famous example that Swamiji gives us to understand what is incompletion. Because incompletion in our experience, all of us have the experience of having incompletions. It will be very easy to relate with what incompletion is than to what completion is. Once you understand what is incompletion and do the assignments and do the completion process, you will start having the experience of what completion is also. So there is one very famous example that Swamiji gives, that an 8-year-old girl in the history class, the teacher asks, who was the first Prime Minister of India? So many of you may not be knowing that who is the first Prime Minister, but just try to understand the whole story that Swami is telling. So that little girl enthusiastically raises the hand and replies, Mahatma Gandhi. Okay. And many of us, do those kind of things in our life itself, that certainly some questions are being asked and we, out of enthusiasm or excitement, we give certain reply. And because the answer was wrong, the teacher is asking who is the first Prime Minister of India, and the correct answer would be Jawaharlal Nehru. But in place of that, she says Mahatma Gandhi. So the whole class burst out in the laughter. Whole class start laughing. So now just imagine the situation for that girl, that out of her excitement, she's so excited, joyful, and she gives a response which is wrong, and suddenly everyone start laughing. But she is not aware that it is wrong. She only knows that she knew that it is a correct answer, and she is responding to that question, and suddenly everyone start laughing. Just visualize what would have been her space, what would have been her reaction to this situation. What would she would have decided at that moment? Okay, it's possible that she may have felt embarrassed and decided that she is never going to raise her hand when a question is being asked. So where does the decision of her life, the moment she come to this conclusion, we are not saying that this is how everyone will respond to that situation. This is one example, that when all the class start laughing, it's possible that she would have felt embarrassed and she would have decided never to respond in her life. Even in the future, she would have decided that I'm never going to respond because people may laugh at me. And so this is what is the incompletion that is getting or happening in that child at this age. And because she makes the decision, she will continue to act based on this decision. So even though she becomes 40-year-old, she's sitting in the office, she will always be afraid to raise her hand and respond to any of the questions that is being asked. And this is what is exactly incompletion. That because in the past, people laughed at you when you decided to respond to a question, you make the decision that you are never going to respond. This is what is incompletion. So at that time, you did not have the right understanding. That doesn't mean that you do not have the right understanding ever in your life. If you did not know answer to one of the questions, that does not mean that you do not know answer to any of the questions. But when we decide that because that time people laughed at me, I'm not going to answer to any of the questions because I may be wrong, is this cognition is what is called inadequate cognition. This is what is called powerlessness. Simple logic will be able to understand. Just because I was wrong at one time, at one point of time, does not mean I'm always wrong. But what we do? We hold on to that cognition. No, people laughed at me at that time. They may laugh again because I may be wrong, which is not true. You may be right. Over the years, you have built so much of understanding. So many things you put your life. So much of understanding. would have been built, so much of intelligence would have been built. So you may have the understanding, you may have the correct understanding, but just because in the past somebody laughed at you, you decide not to again respond to any of the questions that is being asked. This is what is incompletion. So relate with this, a certain understanding you built in past because of certain situations in your life, and you decide to continuously act out of that, is incompletion. And this is what we do. Even now we do that only. Whenever certain situation come, we refer to our past. Oh, this is how it happened in the past, and this is how it is going to happen. So what decision you took that time, you again stick to that same decision even in this moment also. And this is what is incompletion. So I hope through this example, many of you would be able to relate and understand what is incompletions, how you have built incompletions in your life. So Swamiji further gives more detail on this to build the right understanding. So we get to know about the certain understanding how that girl is building a certain cognition and certain decision in her life. Okay, let's imagine that now at the age of 28 or 30 or 40, she is sitting in the office and brainstorming is going on about a certain issue, and manager is asking for the suggestion. So the girl has a very good idea. The same girl, she has a very good idea, but to help solve the problem. But because of her past experience, and she deciding to hold on that experience and the embarrassing feeling that she went through, she again feels, uncomfortable to share that, because she thinks, what if it is wrong? People are going to laugh, and she will again be embarrassed. So she does not share that idea with the manager, but she murmurs to the next person sitting, and that person, because the another person is not having the similar cognition, she is very comfortable and she shares that idea to the manager. So what will happen? Automatically, that colleague is going to get the whole credit of the change that she is going to be bringing, because she solved the problem, because she is the one who shared it. Even though it was not her idea, but she did not have incompletion of feeling, that people may laugh at me. I'm going to again feel embarrassed, so I'll not share. She did not have, so she shared it, and she is going to get the whole credit. Understand, for the girl who had this incompletion, how the life is for her. And let us just take one extreme, that life and death situation is there, where she could have solved the problem, but she did not because of this incompletion. But someone else who was not in the similar situation, they are able to share, and the whole new opportunity will open, because she is able to contribute, she is able to share certain ideas which is going to transform or solve the problem. So new opportunity is going to open for her. So every of the incompletion that we carry in our life, understand, it closes the life in front of us. The various new openings or the opportunity the life could have brought, okay, or it presented in front of us, we did not avail it. And that is what is happening with that girl. Because of her inadequate cognition, that people will laugh, again she will be embarrassed. Even though life brought a situation, she had the right understanding about it, but she could not take benefit of it. So whatever new possibility that life would have brought to her, she did not have it. She could not get it. So really the life which could have happened that did not happen, we close the possibility. And that is what every incompletion does to us. So many great things could have happened in our life. So many new possibility could have opened in our life. But that did not happen because we decided to stick on our past experiences, the past cognitions that we built in our life, the past decisions that we built in our life. And this is what all of us need to understand. All of us could have a great life. All of us could have had a great life in front of us. But we are not having it just because of our decision to hold on to certain past experiences and continuously reacting based on those past experiences. Not just because I have it, but we again and again decide to act based on that. Again and again, we decide to use that past experiences and react based on that, make decision based on that, act based on those decisions. And we are not understanding that those, because my decision to refer to my past experiences is literally closing the future for me, literally limiting so many of possibilities that I could have experienced. So many different aspects of life that I could have experienced, I am not able to experience. So when we come to this understanding, that is the time you understand the importance of completion, bringing completion, so that new life opens in front of you, so that new experiences start happening in your life, new possibility opens, new manifestations start happening in your life. And this is what we want. All of us want to experience continuously new life in front of us. All of us are fed up of the life that is going on. No one wants to have the same life repeating again and again. We all are fed up. We are looking for. And this is what Swami is giving all of us through this powerful process called completion. So all of you, all of you have the opportunity to opt for liberating cognition or binding cognition. Binding cognition, which keeps you binding again and again. Different terms we are using. Whatever inadequate cognition the girl built, that people are going to laugh at me. If I am wrong, people will laugh at me. It's a binding cognition because it is binding you. It is not letting you experience new possibility in your life. That's why it is a binding cognition. Opposite to that would be liberating cognition. The cognition that you carry, which is continuously giving you new life, is a liberating cognition. So liberating cognition gives people option in any situation, or it is a way of looking at the world that empowers people as opposed to making them powerless. So we are sharing continuously about what powerlessness is because that is what is our experience as of now. It's very easy to understand, what is powerlessness. It's very easy for all of you to understand what is binding cognition. So liberating cognition is the cognition which gives opportunity or option in any and every situation, or it is a way of looking to every situation that is going to empower you. And that is what is liberating cognition. So let us understand this in a different way, from a different example. Okay, let's see somebody gets fired from a job. Okay, so let's say I'm a person who got fired from a job which I was doing for last 30 years. So there are two ways. There are multiple ways. So let's say there are two ways to react to these situations. Maybe I will react that this is end of my life. I gave 30 years of my life for something. I built my life around it. I contributed, I worked for it, and now suddenly I'm fired. So my life is coming to an end. Nothing I can do. He can just sulk into depression, collapse it. Or there is another way that I can look at it. Okay, now I have opportunity to rebuild my life. Or I can think and say, okay, there are so many things I wanted to do in my life. Now, because this job is taken away, I have time, I have life in front of me. Let me start fulfilling those things. The second thought current is what is called liberating cognition. The first one, where we think that, okay, I gave so much of my life, suddenly it is taken away, my life is over now, what I'm going to do? I'm already 60. I already gave 30 years of my life into it. Now suddenly this is taken away. This is what is called binding cognition. It is limiting a possibility for you. Rather, I can say, now I have got time and life in front of me. I can do something which I wanted to do. Or I have an opportunity now to rediscover myself, do something which I wanted to do. And that is what is called liberating cognition. So what exactly is the completion process? Okay. So being in completion means seeing the reality as is, without the filter of binding cognitions, is what is being in the space of completion. Completion is nothing but coming to the terms with the reality. I hope all of you would have come to this understanding that whenever certain incidents or life is happening in front of us, rather than responding based on now, we decide to react based on what had happened in the past or whatever knowledge experiences I had gained in the past. Okay, so this is what the completion is, coming to terms of the reality. This is the reality, and I'm going to respond based on the reality, not based on what happened in the past. This is what is completion. And anything between you and the reality is nothing but incompletion. Anything that comes between you and the reality, that is incompletion. That is your perception. That is your past experiences. That is your past understanding. So coming up to the face or coming up to the facing reality is completion. So we are going to be doing completion process and coming to the terms of reality. And here Swamiji is going to be introducing us a process of completion, which is relive to relieve. And this is going to be one of the very powerful process, a very life transforming process, or the methodology that you are going to be learning. Understand? Once you master, once you learn the science of relive to relieve, it's really going to transform your life. Your life will never be seen. Never ever your life is going to be seen. You are going to have some master key through which you will be able to change anything and everything in your life. It is that important. It is that powerful process. This is going to be. We'll explain you what this is. Understand? Whenever we decide to relive the situations which we faced in the past, okay, we will be reliving from that situation. And that is why it is called relive to relive. Relive those situations, those life incidents. How we are going to be reliving, we will be talking about that. But the moment you decide to relive, the moment you start reliving that, you are going to be completely relived. And that is what we want. It's not that many of us want to actually react based on what happened in the past, but this is voluntary. It keep happening in our life. Even though we do not want, many times we do make decision, okay, this time when I'm facing the reality, I'm going to face it as it is. I'm going to respond but not react. But what happens ultimately? We react. We are so much bound by those past experiences that within a moment, whenever new situations happen, we decide to react. Or before even we decide to react, I have already reacted to that situation. That is how the incompletions has taken over us. How that powerless cognition has power over me, that it is not letting me. And that's why when you decide to relieve those situations, you'll be able to relieve yourself from those situations, those binding cognitions, those binding experiences or inadequate experiences about your life. So we are going to again watch some of the video to build more deeper understanding about what incompletion is, how we are going to bring completion. So just give me a few moments before I play the video. So any one of you, if you want to have a clarity or you think something that I explained was not understandable or not very clear, I would like all of you to ask that question. Understand there is going to be very, very powerful process that you are getting into it, or the teaching that Swamiji is sharing, the science that Swamiji is revealing. The process of completion is very, very powerful. The more clarity you have, the more easily you will be able to bring completion in your life. So even if you think that you got complete clarity, I would like you to share what clarity you got. What is the understanding actually you built?
Please pick up your mirror, sit straight, center yourself on your eyes, center yourself on your eyes. Start reliving. Forget your present identity. Go back to the same past. When the root incidents started in your life, when the patterns started developing in your life, relive, relive, relieve. Do completion sincerely, intensely. Relive with tremendous sincerity. My blessings. Let everyone achieve completion. Please settle down. Any questions you have about all the truths I have introduced in your life, like completion, incompletion, the inner image outer image, life image, others image, anything, any question you have on these truths, how to apply them or anything, you can send your questions now. I'll answer your questions.
Nithyananda, everyone. So if you have any questions, you can type that in the message. If you have any question related to this, do type it. We are going to be actually explaining more details. There is one more video where we are going to be learning certain different aspect about completions in the life. See, all of us, we need to understand when we are giving the example of girls, how she is responding to a certain situation that happened in her life. Okay. That's why it is being used. She may have felt embarrassed by people laughing on it. The reason because there is a different way one can respond to a certain situation. So when a certain situation happen in our life, I may respond in a certain way, you may respond in a certain way, somebody else will respond in certain different way. So all of us have our own way of responding the situation and coming to certain conclusions. It is not necessary that we always have to respond and come to a conclusion which is going to be inadequate cognition or powerless cognition. There have been many situations in our life where we decided to respond in a very powerless way. And there would have been certain situations when we decided to respond in powerful way. Or you would have seen surely that, there are many situations where you will see that you are responding in a very powerless way, but your friend or your relative would have responded very powerfully. So every situations that occur in our life, not all of us decide to respond in a same way. It is we who decide to respond the way we are responding. It is we who decide to respond in a powerless way or decide to come to a conclusion which is going to be binding cognition. So we are going to be watching a video from Swamiji where he is giving an example from his life, that how a certain situation came and how he responded. That will give you a very clarity that whatever you decided was your decision, not a reality, and that is the way it should have been responded. Many times we come to this conclusion, oh, this is the way it happened, and this is the best I decided to respond. So the conclusion that I came was the right conclusion. This was bound to happen, which is not true. It is we who decided to respond. So let us watch this video from Swamiji. This will give us a very powerful understanding that how we decided to respond to a certain situation which was not necessary. Just give me a few moments.
How many of you, when you did the process yesterday, the world and my world, understood it is you who messed up everything in your life? It is you who is supposed to repair everything in the life. How many of you understood that? All right. How many of you think we should really, really repair it? Very seriously, sincerely, you want to repair it. I'll give you step by step. How many of you think you don't need to repair it? You are not responsible. Raise your hand. No, really, I want to see. Maybe somebody will be thinking, why should I? No, I want you to understand, unless you decide, repairing cannot be done. Unless you decide, repairing cannot be done. Repairing cannot be done. Listen. Today we start completing with others. Others means not just only your father, mother, husband, wife, brother, sister, the human beings around you. We will start the completion with everything with which you are living. Your wealth, your health, your bag, your seat, your pets, your car, your house. Please understand, all these are living part of your life. They may be dead objects, but they are living part of your life. See, a house may be a dead object, but it is a living part of your life. How many of you understand what I am saying? It's a very important component of your life. First, we will start completion with all the human beings with whom we are living. First step, completion with everything. With every human being. First thing you need to do is deciding, I have to bring completion with others, with whoever I am living. I have to bring completion with whoever I am living. Even if they don't want, I will stretch my best and I will decide I am in the space of completion. Whenever they want, I am open to have them. I am open. I am going to be in the space of completion. Whenever they are also ready, it will become completely complete. Understand? Completion with others does not mean you are going to apologize to them. No. Apologizing is not completion. Asking sorry is not. So many people were saying, I want to apologize, I am sorry. No. I am sorry is not completion. I am deciding to drop hurting pattern in my life. Or any incompletion, misunderstanding, anything, I am deciding to drop, and I am deciding not to bring them, not to give life to it again. See, past, you can't say you are wrong.
Nithyananda, everyone. So I'm completing for this. This segment will be coming later, where we will learn about how to complete with others. Right now, we are focusing on just doing completion with ourselves. So first, we understand what the completion process is. Now, what is the process? Relive to relive. Once we experience the completion within ourselves, we'll move to the what is completion with other. So I'll just explain the process that I was talking about. What exactly is the completion technique? So till now, we have been trying to build an understanding about what incompletion is, what is binding cognition, what is the liberating cognition. But now only we are coming to the real technique through which we are going to liberate ourselves from the binding cognitions. Through this technique only, we are going to liberate ourselves from the clutches of the past. All the bad experiences that we have, all the bad understanding that we have built. Rather than bad, I'll say all the inadequate cognitions that we have built, whether it is about me, whether it is about others, whether it is about the life. This is the process through which we are going to be changing it. So this process is that powerful that it can liberate us from all the bad experiences of the past. and it can make us live in the present. It can make us respond to situations that happens in our life. It will open so many new opportunities, new possibility in our life, because we will not be responding to the situation based on what happened in the past. Whatever happened in the past is a reality, it did happen. But now through this technique, we will be able to change that. And we'll be able to bring powerfulness into the situation, or responding to a situation from the right context. And this is what we are going to be doing. So what exactly is the completion technique? What exactly is relive to relive? Okay. So right now we'll be giving you the exact definition, but I will be explaining it so that we understand what exactly the incompletion means. So as a definition, first I'll give you the definition as it is, what Swamiji gives us. So by contemplating this way in our inner space, disidentify or unclutch from the past impressions of name and the form and the memories of the incompletions. So this definition, actually Paramashiva directly gives this technique in Vigyan Bhairava Tantra. And this is the direct technique given by him to Devi Parashakti. And this is what we are giving you the definition, that by contemplating in this way, in your inner space, disidentify or unclutch from the past impressions, which could be name or the form, and the memories of those incompletions. Put your active intense attention at the space of the past happening. Relive these imagined impressions and the memories of incompletions. Then the mind stuff, having fully ceased from its present characteristics of forming thought patterns and the cognition, is complete. Thus, you become complete and achieve the original space of complete completion. So this is how Paramashiva is defining. This is how Paramashiva is revealing this truth to Devi Parashakti. So through her, Devi Parashakti is just a medium for all of us, for this technique to reveal, for all of us to experience the completion. So it is not only for Devi Parashakti or not for her, because she is already in the complete oneness with Paramashiva. She is just a medium for all of us, for that science to get revealed, because she is in that space where the knowledge can be revealed. And that is why she is becoming a medium. And through her, this knowledge is being transmitted to all of us. So now Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is decoding and making us understand the way we can understand it, but have the same experience which Paramashiva wanted all of us to have. Okay. So now let us, what we are going to be doing. Okay. So now you know the definition. Now we are going to give you the point by point what you need to do actually. Okay. So now pick up the incident. What you are going to be doing, have a pen and paper next to you. Just you are going to be closing your eyes and pick up the incident you need to complete with. Understand all these processes are very conscious processes. Swamiji is present there. Wherever you are, Swamiji is present and he is going to reveal. So all those past experiences with which you need to complete with that. So first listen to all the processes, all the steps that I'm telling you. I'll just project for all of you also. Just give me a few more. So before till I project the slides, I'll just read it for you and explain it to you. So you are going to be picking, just look in your past and write down all the incidents that had created a powerlessness in you, unease in you, uncomfortable. So rather in a very simple way, all the past where you felt uncomfortable with yourself, with the life, with others. They all are powerless situations. And all those situations you need to complete. So write down all the incidents. All means all the incidents you are going to be writing. Sit with yourself, relive. Means you are going to again live that situation. When you live that situation consciously, so you are going to be reliving that situation in your inner space. The moment you relive that situation, you will be relieved from that situation. So what exactly means reliving? Does it mean that I just remember those situations or something else? So what Swamiji defines here, that you have to see that situation, you have to see yourself from the way it was in the past. Means literally you soak yourself in that past. So you drop all the present. Means the present understanding that you have about yourself, the present physiology that you are experiencing, present psychology that you are experiencing, what you are experiencing right now, nothing. Just go back to that same scene. So let's say you wrote certain incident from the age of 6. So literally in your inner space, you are going to be a 6-year-old child. The same intelligence that you had, the same place that you had. Right now you may be in a different place, but you're not going to be literally visualizing that you are in this place, but rather you will completely shift to the place you were at the age of 6. The intelligence that you had, the feeling that you had at that time, the memory that you had at that time, the dress you are wearing at that time, the people who are around at that time, literally in your inner space, you are going to recreate that situation and put yourself exactly as you were at the age of 6. That is what is reliving. Just go back to the same situation, same emotions, get into the same emotion, same intelligence. Drop the intelligence that you have now. Drop the emotions you are having now. Just get into that emotions that you had, the intelligence you had. Get into the same intellect, same understanding, same experience, same dress, same environment that you had around you. Literally, in your inner space, you are recreating and literally you are getting into that scene itself. Do not try to judge the situation from the intelligence you have it now. See, your intelligence may have evolved or may not have evolved, but you are not going to judge the situation from the intelligence you have now. So no way you are going to be justifying whether it was right, wrong, or the way it happened, that is the way it was supposed to happen. You are not going to put any kind of logic from now. Just get into that past, live that past, be in the same situation, be in the same emotion, same intelligence, same body. The height that you had, you visualize you are that height only. If you are 2.5 feet, you are visualizing in your inner space that you are 2.5 feet body. You are in 2 feet body. The dress that you are wearing, visualize that you are wearing the dress. The people that were there, visualize all of them are there. Get into the same emotion. Get into the same understanding. That what is reliving. The more you intense about this reliving, the more intensely you will be relieved from that cognition, that binding cognition, or that emotions that you built. Just become that. Become a child again. If you are completing with a situation which happened at the age of 7, literally you get into that age 7 itself. You are no more 20, you are no more 30, you are no more 25, you are 7-year-old. Relive that same smell of that scene, the same emotions, the same experience, same dress. Just become that. Relive that situation exactly. Understand? Reliving is relieving. Go through the same experiences. You may be crying at that time. You may get tears now also when you are reliving. Just go through that. Do not try to stop. Do not try to justify. Do not try to stop it. At that moment, you may be having anxiety attack. Go through it. At that moment, you may be having the pain, intense pain in you. Go through that. You may be having the panic attack. You may be shivering. You may shiver now also. Go through it. You may tremble. Feel it. Go through it intensely. Do not try to justify any of the pain, any of the sadness. Do not try to ignore it. Do not try to run away from it. Just be, just relive that again. Let that incident again be relived by you. The more intense you are going to be with it, the more you are going to be relieved from it. Understand, we talked about so much of benefit you are going to be experiencing. This is the time you are going to be experiencing. This is the technique to free you from the binding cognizance. This is the technique which is going to open so many new opportunities, so many possibilities. It's going to make the life as you want, not as it is happening. This is the technique which is going to give you the power, the control of your life in your hand. So be very intense about this. Drop the present context, get into the same context you had at the age of 7. Do not retain any intelligence, any memory, any justification from the now. If you are doing completion with the incident which happened at the age of 7, you are totally into that age 7. Do not take anything from this age, what you have now. Do not take your intelligence, do not take your memory, do not take your emotions or the situations you have. Do not try to justify, do not take your logic, nothing you are taking from what you are now. You are just getting into the age 7. Do not try to take any justification. Never ever get into the justification of what happened. Just relive. Relive with the same intelligence you had, the same emotions you had, the same situations you had, the same body you had. Literally, you are reliving that, but in your inner space. Time and again, you will fall into justification. You will try to justify, but distance yourself from that. Because all justifications, the moment you add your justification, your intelligence, everything, it's remembering, not reliving. And you will miss the technique. You will miss the transformation that is supposed to happen. That is that Paramashiva, that Swamiji want to give you through this technique. Relive intensely. All of you.
It's 12 o'clock.
Ma Parameshwari is putting her question. I'll take this just after this completion process. So relive that situation, relive without justifying. Feel that without justifying. Here, Swami is giving us one more example to understand the process of reliving. So remember just giving an example that an incident which mother took care of you. But here, imagine a situation where mother is, let's say you are taking bath when the rain is happening and you just jump into the rain and start taking bath. The mother comes to you and just gives a tight slap and take you inside the home. So suddenly when she comes and takes you out of the rain, gives a tight slap to you, it's possible that you could have reacted in a very bad way. And it would have left a bad imprint on you about your mother, that she's so demonic. She's so terrorizing. I don't know why she suddenly comes and hit me. So this situation would have created a powerlessness in you. So when you decide to relive, you are not going to put your justification from now, because now you may be thinking, okay, if she took you away from the rain, she did good to you because she was trying to protect you. She beat you because she wanted to protect you. So this is the justification from the present. You are not going to do this justification, but rather you are going to get in the situation at that very moment when she hit you, when she gave a tight slap to you. What was the emotion you went through? What was the idea you had about you? What was the idea you had about mother? At that moment, you may be thinking she is such a demonic personality. You may have felt so much of powerlessness that you are not able to do anything about this situation. And you may have come with some conclusion about yourself. So you are going to be becoming that 7-year-old child who is being forcibly taken away by your mother. A tight slap is being given to you. At that very moment, what you thought about your mother, what emotions you went through. Just get into that situation. Do not try to justify that she was trying to good to you. She was trying to save you. She was caring for you. No, do not get into all this justification. Just get into that situation at that same age and see what all emotions you are going through. Relive. Again, relive that whole situation. If you felt at that time that your mother is demonic, get into that experience. Get into that feeling. Relive that whole thing. Do not try to justify from the present context. Understand? When you relive the attack done on you by your mother, you will not justify from the present, but rather you go to that biomemory, that context, that situations, whatever you know at that time, whatever you have recorded at that time, just relive that. And this is what is actually reliving. Allow everything to happen, what happened at that moment. This was just one example, but all of you would have different incidents, different experiences at that moment. Some of you may have the panic attack. Some of you may be shivering at that moment. Some of you may be tremoring. So many different emotions would be coming. So many different ways it would be expressing. Go through it. Do not resist anything. If you are having pain, go through it. If you are crying, just go through it. Literally relive, experience without any justification, without any intelligence from the present. Every incident, every incompletions, when relived, it melts down. It leaves your system once for all. It will leave your biomemory. It will free you. The knot, the stress will melt down completely. Please close your eyes. Sit straight. Take few moments to consciously forget your present. I want all of you to do this process, even though you have done in the past. Yes. Karunakar Ayya is saying that I'm not, I have 2 incidents, but I can't remember my age. Okay, so this is one of the problem most of you are going to be facing, that I'm not able to remember it completely. I'm not able to remember the age at which it happened. I'm not able to completely remember what all I went. See, whatever you can remember, relive that much. There are many situations, they are so intense that we do not want to face it at all. And that is the reason we are not able to remember it fully. So the more and more you relive, you free yourself from that incident, that emotions, that experience, the more and more memory will be revealed to you. So there is nothing wrong if you are not able to remember it completely. As much as you can remember, relive that. So get into the space. All of you sit straight. Get into that space, get into that moment. Take a few moments to forget your present and get into the past, into that incidents. Pick all incident one by one. You are not going to relive all the incident one at a time, but one at a time you are going to be taking. Relive authentically. As much as you are remembering, relive that much. But relive that authentically. Be very authentic about it. Get completely into that situation. Consciously forget the present moment. Forget the present context. Go back to the same age, same body, same mind, same situation. Experience that emotions. Experience that dress, the smell. Relive it. Relive to relive. Relive each incident one by one for at least 5 times. Vishwanathan is asking by verbally or visualizing. Just visualization in your inner space. But if any emotions are coming while you are trying to relive, let that emotion happen. Many of those emotions physically you will experience. So when you are completing, physically you may experience crying, then cry it. Do not try to stop it. Physically you may experience pain in your body. Let that happen. Physically you may experience shivering, trembling. Let all that happen. Do not stop anything, but reliving itself is actually you are doing in your inner space. No verbally, no physically, just in your inner space. Please do it. So while everyone else is completing, I'll take the question from Parameshwari. She is saying that I'm able to scan others' body, but I'm not able to scan my own body. the scanning is not happening. How we could do this? Just visualization, Master Nithyananda 3i or Anandagandha. So I think this is the old question regarding the power manifestation. Yes. So whenever we do the power manifestation, you as much as you can visualize yourself as Swamiji, that you are going to be manifesting more. Understand, if you are not able to manifest with yourself, just a certain incompletion with your own body, you can do that completion in this session. The more and more completion you bring with yourself, you'll be able to do your own body scanning. Next, so later Mahaparmeshwar is missing. I could find out there in completion between my brothers and sister. Master revealed that they see me as the enemy or concurrence through child incident, the role I played and their role, low self-esteem. How can I complete with this to get better relationship? Yeah. So you can just relieve this situation and see right now whatever you are sharing, that how they are seeing you, the role that I played and the role, all this could be your judgment from the past. But literally when you relive that situation, you'll get to know what was the judgment that you arrived at that time. The emotions that you went through, the conclusions that you came through, literally when you relive that, you'll be free from that. Lalita is messaging, I just had an stress situation with someone. I'm using the exercise, but I'm finding the source or root pattern. I just know stress because someone wants something different. I don't know when it started for reliving. Okay. So as I said, as much as you remember, okay, any of the past incident that we face, the actual root pattern starts before the age of 7. But after the age of 7 also, you would have relived a similar situation multiple times. So if you remember, even one day before, if you are not able to remember what happened at the age of 6, if you remember what happened yesterday or what happened 1 year before or 2 years before, first relive that one. And do not try to take any conclusion, just jump into that exact situation and relive. We just have to relive that situation in your inner space. Once you relive it intensely 5 times, you will have completion and more memory will come in front of you. And you will be able to go more back and back in time. And you will be able to catch the exact time when that root pattern started in you, or the very first incident that happened in your life. The goal will be to get into the very first incident. But till we remember that, we have to, whatever I can remember, whatever, we just go on completing with that. So if you had any stress situation with someone, first complete with that situation. And then you go back more in past and see where all the similar situation happened, relive that one, then again go more past. So that is how you are going to go back in time. If you are not able to remember what happened 1 year before, no problem. See what happened yesterday, day before yesterday, the situation which brought uneasiness in you, relive that one, relieve yourself from that, then go more back. That is how you are going to be doing the process of completion. So Ma Lalita is saying could be a fever. I remember not very much, and several allergic crises. I went to hospital. I was numb. So just relive the situation. See, when you say it could be a fever, it is your judgment from the present moment. So do not get into any kind of conclusion and judgment. Yeah, my body collapsed maybe because I did not like this place. Yeah, all this could be, but let us leave all the judgment aside. But what you need to see here, that you are able to remember a situation which made you feel powerless. Or with this situation, surely you had unease with that. You did not like it. You did not want to have it. So now you know one such incident which brought powerlessness to you. Just get into that age, that incident. Relive that incident. So this whole process is not about getting into any kind of conclusions or judgment about what it was, but rather it is all about getting into that situation, reliving that situation. So please close your eyes, get into that situation. So Ma Lalita, please sit straight. Give you a moment to forget the present and get into the past incidents. Remember this situation which happened at the age of 4 and start reliving. Get into that age of 4, the same intelligence you had at the age of 4, the same memory, the same experience, the same environment, the same emotions, same intelligence. Literally you become that same 4-year-old kid who is reliving that same life again, one more time, without resisting anything that is happening, without judging anything that is happening. So without any judgment, without any conclusion, without resisting that situation, you are reliving it again. Relive every situation at least 5 times, and as much as intense you can be, live with that intensity. Do not get into any kind of conclusion about what was happening, whether it was right, whether it was wrong, what it was, why it happened. Or it could have happened in a different way. Or you could have come to some other conclusion, or you could have responded in a very powerful way. Do not get into any such kind of conversation with yourself, any kind of conclusion, but rather just reliving. Relive that same incident. Literally become the same child, the same emotions you are going through.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Ma Chandra Shekhar Priya is saying, I am still very angry. I feel like retaliating. So you, right now, you do not get into any action. You just relieve that situation, and whatever anger is coming, just go through it. Just face that anger. Just get into a situation more intensely. And just live that emotions. Go through that emotion intensely. Ma Lalita is messaging, I'm trying to relieve the moment. I feel some good warm energy on my heart and shoulders, but I know I need to go deeper. That episode with lot of fever, delirium, and lot of sensation was very stressing at that age. Yes. Many such emotions will be coming. The only thing that we need to continuously do is to intensely relive that situation again and again. And you will start experiencing, the more you relive the situation, the impact of it will start reducing. So all the various emotions that you went through at that moment and its impact that is still there on you will start reducing. You will start getting free from the clutches of those emotions, those fever, or the sensation that you are going through, the stress that you had to handle. All that will start reducing. This technique is very, very powerful, and all of you will start experiencing the power of this technique. The more sincerely you do this, so within few minutes, I would like to move to the next segment, which is going to be power manifestation, and we have to catch up with other segments also. So few more minutes, I would like all of you to intensely go into the situation, get into that incidence as it happened at that moment, that is completely forgetting your present, the present intelligence, understanding, and not getting at all into any kind of judgment. Do not get into any kind of analysis of the situation. Do not try to analyze the situation, but rather your focus has to be only and only on reliving it. So any emotion that is happening, just go through it. If you're feeling heat in the body, just go through it. Whenever we go through the completion with the various emotions, those emotions are released through the various form. Like sometime it comes out of through the mucus, sometime it will come through your tears, sometime it will come through the sweat. So whenever you are doing completion, all this is happening. These are the sign of that you are actually getting into completion. Completion is happening to you. Those emotions are literally leaving your system. You are getting free from that once for all. The only thing that you need to focus, do not get into any kind of judgment and analysis of what happened in the past. Just relive that in your inner space. We'll have a few more minutes before we move to the next segment, which is going to be power manifestation. So Chandra Shekhar Priya is messaging. Yes, I was feeling a little lightness for a while as well. Yes. So the more and more completion you do, there's the sign of completion that you are feeling light within you. So you are on the right track. You are doing the process correctly. Okay. So now I'd like to move to the next segment, which is going to be power manifestation. So all of you, please relax. Slowly, very slowly, get back to the present moment. Okay. So now I request all of you to come to the present moment. Let's get ready to manifest the power. And this power is going to be, again, the body scanning. And in this segment, we are going to alter the pulse of the body. So we are going to be scanning and changing the pulse of the body. So you may not have the measuring tool to actually check, but you can always keep your hand, through the hand, you can count the pulse for a minute. So let us all sit straight. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine straight. Let's get into oneness with the Swamiji. Cognize that you are Paramashiva. Anything else, any other identity that comes in front of you, drop it and cognize that you are Paramashiva. You are Swamiji, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Continuously chant the Mahavakya and make the declaration to change the pulse of your body and scan your body. You can scan for any of the illness or uneasiness that you have with the body. Make the conscious decision to alter the pulse of your body. You can measure it by keeping one of your hand on the wrist and actually counting the pulse. Chant the Mahavakya as intensely as possible. Mahavakya is your declaration that you are Paramashiva. It's your powerful declaration. Every time you chant the Mahavakya, you declare that you are Paramashiva and will not compromise with any other identity other than that you are Paramashiva. Chant intensely and loudly. So whenever we chant the Mahavakya, many times we tend to chant it internally, but rather I would say that you chant it loudly, as loud as possible, and as intense as possible. Chant it from the depth of your navel center. This is your declaration, your commitment that you are Paramashiva and you are not going to compromise on any other identity other than that you are Paramashiva. Continue to chant the Mahavakya. All of you continue to chant the Mahavakya. Continuously scan your body and make the conscious declaration to change the pulse of your body. Continuously cognize that you are Paramashiva. Any other identity that comes in front of you, unclutch from that, drop that. Chant the Mahavakya that you are Paramashiva.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Welcome everyone.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
So I request all the participants to relax now. I'm sure many of you had the good experience here with the completion and the power manifestation. So please do share your experiences of the power manifestation and also the completion. I can see participants going through the various experiences where their various emotions are getting released. So now we'll be moving to the next segment also at the same time. And in this segment, you are going to be through the satsang, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our Swamiji, will be talking about testing the joy of completion. So all of you have already started testing the joy of completion, and more intensely you do it, the more you are going to be testing the completion. And then once you test the joy of completion, you will start living, you will start making decision to live consciously in the space of completion. Once you start making it a habit, then you will start getting into perpetual completion. Any incompletion that happens in your life, you just make the decision to be in completion, you will start living the completion. So now we are going to be watching a video where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism talks about testing the joy of completion. So please stay tuned.
When you were a child, you thought many things are too important for your life, and if you lose your bicycle, you may never be able to survive in the world. You might have thought, if you lose some of your toys, your whole world will be destroyed. If you lose some of your near and dear ones, you would have felt your life is gone. But when you grow, realize nothing can be taken away from you. Understand, realizing the matured cosmological truths, multi-dimensional logic makes you matured being. I am here to make your being as my being. Maturity of your consciousness will be the side effect of my being manifesting in your being. Listen to these few powerful truths. Binary logic, delusion, the mind you are carrying, gifted by your society, makes you feel you and me are different, separate. You and others are separate and different. Somebody is against you and you are against somebody. All these are delusion. The me in this body, me in your body, the me in all the existing beings is one and the same. The me in this body is manifesting, now initiating the me in your body. Whatever you feel as me, as you in you, will now start manifesting what I feel as me in me. You will understand in the telescopic or microscopic experience, microcosmic and macrocosmic experience of oneness and infinity is one and the same. Listen, listen, listen. The microscopic level, microcosmic level, you and me are in oneness. In the macrocosmic level, telescopic level, you and me are infinity. Infinity of the ultimate oneness of the source is one and same. All fears are useless. All fears have no value. Pure greed without giving place for fears is okay. It's expansion. Pure greed without giving any respect or place for fear is okay. Because it is expansion. By very nature, by my very existence, I go on expanding. Decision to expand, will to expand, manifesting as pure greed without fear is verily myself manifesting in you. Fear and greed as to exist together is stupid binary logic. It's a false lesson taught to you by society's mind. Societal mind, false logic, binary logic, your root pattern, powerlessness, incompletions, all are one and the same. No one can steal anything from you. No one can violate you. Listen to this. This is the way you are hardwired. Your bioenergy is hardwired. Your DNA is programmed with cosmic truths which I am talking now. Every word I am uttering is reverberating in your DNA. I am not talking to your societal mind. I am talking to your DNA. And I am directly making your DNA manifest these cosmic truths. Whatever I am talking is the existence and truth of the cosmos. I am revealing the truths as it is from the cosmos and cosmic archives, Akashic records. From the cosmic archives, I am revealing the truths as it is. Your DNA carries the whole cosmic records in a microchip form. The whole cosmic record, whole cosmic knowledge, the whole cosmic memory, the whole cosmic programming, the law, software, programming with which the whole cosmos is functioning, the same program is in your DNA. Now I am just awakening it. I am rebooting and cleansing all the viruses, delusions, unnecessary confusions and localized ideas, and awakening the cosmic truths in your DNA, in your very bioenergy. Allowing incompletions to exist is literally declaring you yourself don't want your life in your control. Please understand. Allowing incompletions to exist in you is you declaring that you do not want your life under your control. You say, no, let life happen, whatever. I can't take the responsibility. I can't keep it under my control. No. Listen. Please listen. The utter irresponsibility. Utter irresponsibility The power of incompletion is such, it dilutes you so much. You literally believe you really can't contain your own life or contain yourself. See, just because you are temporarily upset, you go on taking the decisions which permanently damages you. That is the most difficult part of life. Please understand. Just because you are temporarily upset, you go on making the decisions which permanently damages you, and the incompletions are such will never let you grow. It's like somebody was asked, what is your age? He said 22. The person who asked the question asked, what? Last 5 years you are telling the same thing? This fellow said, yes, I don't change my words. Many times, not changing your words are like not growing. Not changing your cognition means not growing. Listen. Not changing your cognition means not growing. It is so unfortunate. It is really, really unfortunate that you feel incompletions are really, really true. The problem is when the delusion happens, when the incompletion attacks you, when the panic attack happens, you really feel incompletions are true. That is the problem. When the dust storm, sandstorm happens, you really feel you can't do anything. You are paralyzed. You are crippled. Temporarily, but you feel that is eternal. Please understand. Suffering, the quality of suffering is, even if it is temporary, it will give you the experience that is going to be there on you eternally. You won't find the end of the tunnel. You won't find the other side of the tunnel. You will feel, oh, it is going somewhere and gone. Same way the bliss. When you experience it completely, without self-doubt, will this bliss be with me or go away? That gives you the experience. It will be with you forever, eternally. Understand? Anything you experience at this moment intensely gives you the experience of eternity. Understand? So many qualities attributed to Ganesha are qualities of completion. These incompletions, they just totally imbalance you. Constantly decide you will be in the space of completion. Completion means completion. No question of powerlessness. No question of powerlessness. everything you do should be from powerfulness. Ramakrishna used to give a beautiful example. A frog which got 1 rupee coin newly wanted to check the power of the money it got. So the elephant was going outside his hole, the frog hole. The frog came out of the house, came out of that frog hole and standing, waving that 1 rupee coin towards the elephant and saying, "Hey, now I become so rich. You are crossing a rich man's house without saluting the rich man." Will that elephant care for anything? He may not even hear the shouting of frog. Even if he hears, he will say, "Hey, keep quiet." And he will walk. Exactly same way. If you treat your patterns, you will manifest powers. Let's first work on psychologically conquering psychological time. I'll repeat what you have to write. The strong thought currents, powerlessness, incompletions from the past, which is influencing and driving you into your future. Those powerlessness moments, why you decided to become wealthy, why you decided to become powerful. If it is out of passion, great, no problem. If there is some powerlessness, some incident, incompletion is influencing you, pen down that. Let's catch the influence of the past on your thinking system. 94th verse, 22nd technique from Shivanyana Upanishad, which is part of Shivagama. Chittat yantaha kritir nasti mamantar bhavayet iti vigalpanam abhavena vigalpair uchito bhavet. I'll translate and give you the precise method. The essence of this verse is reliving is relieving. Means the past powerlessness which is influencing your thinking, relive those incidents, not remembering. Please understand, there is a big difference between remembering and reliving. For example, something happened in your life at the age of 8, 9, which is still influencing your thinking. I have seen people getting influenced by something happened when they were 3, 4 and all. They are 57. Something happened at 7 influences them. One man came to me and said, "I never go to beach, Swamiji. Even if I drive through the beach roads, I shiver, sweat. I have a panic attack." I asked why. No, at the age of 7, I went for a walk with my father. I saw murder happening in a beach and we ran away from that spot. From that spot till I can't, now I am 57, I can't go to beach. 40 years, the pattern with which he is suffering. Sometimes the past influences you so much. See, carefully listen. You are now 57, something happened at the age of 7. If you remain as 57 and Visualize what happened at that age of 7. That is called remembering. Reliving means forget your present identity. Just dump it. Throw it. Become that person. At the age of 7, what intelligence you had, how you were, visualize and become that person. Enter into that person's physiological, psychological frame. Take few minutes and meditate on that person. Become that person. Then relive. When you relive, all the powerlessness accumulated in your nervous system during that incident, it may be emotional suppression or the identity crisis, various guilt, pain, suffering, it will all just break, collapse and leave your system. Your system will be clean. System will be cleansed. When the effect of your past is reduced on your existence, you will not reproduce it as it is or in an altered way on your future. Neither reproducing as it is nor reproducing in altered way is liberation. You may ask, then I will not do anything in the future? No, you will do a lot. But not as an altered expression of the past, but liberated expression from the past. The liberated expression means even if you make money, you will do it just to enjoy, celebrate. But if you are making money because you have been teased as a poor, because you have been challenged as a poor, because you have an identity crisis as a poor, even if you become rich, you will continue to suffer. I have seen many moneyed poor people. Understand, paradoxical word. Moneyed poor people. Poor are those who have only money. Uneducated are those who are educated only in schools, especially modern Indian schools. I have to put this on record. Any of you think I'm little intelligent? I tell you, I never went to school properly. And any of you want to become intelligent? I give you this as my first instruction. Remembering is different. Reliving is different. In remembering, you will justify, analyze, criticize, judge, hate, deny. In reliving, nothing of that exists. Just become that person. Pick up one incident which you want to complete. Become that person. Forget your present identity. Relive at least 3-4 times. Then pick up the second incident. Become that person. Relive at least 3-4 times. And I tell you, this one technique, it can give you as simple as freedom from headache to as complicated as freedom from this whole samsara. From today, we'll start moving towards completion. The first step you should take, listen. Now you wrote all the incompletions. It can be as less as 25, 30 or as huge as 1,000, 2,000. Now decide, from this moment, these completions will not have power over your decision or cognition. Listen. Understand the meaning of this word. Even till you complete, these incompletions cannot have power over your cognition, your decision making. You can sit and complete all this day by day, one by one. See, it's like elephants. I have seen the temple elephants eating. They will catch hold of a huge bunch of sugar cans. They will eat those sugar cans one by one or 2, 3. But till they complete eating, till they eat also, they will not allow anybody else to come and touch that sugar cans. Once they declare it is theirs, it is theirs. They may be slowly eating or not eating. They may eat even tomorrow, day after tomorrow, but no one can touch it. Same way, you may complete tomorrow or day after tomorrow, but those incompletions cannot have power over you. Be very clear. Declare completion. Now, you know all this is incompletions. Understand, completion works more with your conscious decision. Completion works more with your conscious decision. Completion is more a conscious decision, less a technique. Pranayama, yoga, all of them are more a technique, less a conscious decision. Completion, more a conscious decision, less technique. Means your decision plays a major role in completing. Then actual technique. If you just decide, now you are complete, over. I never did in my life sitting and reliving, going through or looking at that mirror 24 hours. I never did all these things. Simply my masters showed me, this is incompletion. Drop it, over. So it is your decision that plays major role. See, this penning down is like an identification. Now what you pen down, even if it is 25 pages, you should paste it next to your bed. And every day, for next few days, you should read that and tell yourself, I am complete with all this. After a few days, you will be bored to read them because they have no more power over you. Then you can tear them and put it in the dustbin. You should feel bored to read your incompletions. Then you are complete.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyananda. Let us open the session with a Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dandvatitam Gagana Sadvisham Dhatvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. Welcome everyone once more to another powerful day of this new season of Paramashivoham Level 2. Excitingly, we are learning the science of completion, going through the intense process of reliving the past memories, where we are going deep into the pain, the different emotions, and reliving them to relieve them, to finally be free in the present moment and able to make conscious decision in our life and not be driven by the past ideas, the false cognitions that we arrived on in the past experience when we had traumatic experiences. Let us now go a little bit deeper into the science of completion. As we have just listened to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, sharing about the joys of completion, as the previous Acharya has shared, we connect so easily with the concept of incompletion, small identities, where we are limiting ourselves because we experienced some pain in the past, especially when we were small children, but we did not have the grasp of this world just yet. And we are so open and receptive, innocent and vulnerable. Requesting everyone to please share your clicks from the video that we have just watched. You can write your powerful cognitions from this session in the Zoom chat or on YouTube or Facebook, wherever you are tuning in from, as we are going to enter into the science of completion. First, let us share our powerful cognitions in the chat. Yes. Parameshwari is asking about completion. I addressed the issue and stated reliving a one-by-one situation with that person. Pain and sadness was experienced and the root cause incident was revealed and the incident was relived. That clarity happened why this person was treating me in a negative way. Now I feel released from the suffering inside. I already cognized my emotions, but can not be used to work against my person. Very grateful. Very nice. Thank you for sharing your powerful experiences here in the Zoom chat. Will we have completion with mother and father in a special session today? I don't think the completion with our parents is part of today's program, but it will definitely be part of future sessions very soon. It should be part of the early days of Paramashivoham Level-2. So requesting everyone to please join again for tomorrow's session as well. Yes. Let us now get ready. We're going to watch another short clip with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on how we can manifest our reality as you want. Understand, incompletions are hangovers from the past, sitting on the present and manifesting our future. See, when we have the wrong cognitions, the powerless cognitions from the past, we only carry those in the present moment. See, the past is over now. Actually, we are not in the situation where our parents were shouting at us when we did not get the toy that we wanted, or when we hurt ourselves trying to climb up a tree. We are not in that situation anymore. But the fear, the anger, the resentment, whatever we felt in that situation, it's still lingering inside because we didn't complete that ahara, that information that we consumed through our sense organs, the ideas, the concepts that we experience in that moment. We need to complete that. So in this moment, when the situation is so distant, so unrelated to what we are experiencing right now, so that doesn't affect us anymore. Understand that as long as we still carry these ideas, these concepts, these cognitions inside, constantly we will make decisions only based on the powerlessness that we created ourselves. So let us listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as he's sharing about the science of manifesting your reality. Yes. Again, if you have any questions or doubts, you can always let us know here in the Zoom chat or on YouTube and Facebook.
Consciously, I am dropping all the influences of this incident and the decisions I made from this incident over me. Declare it. Then read the second incident. Pick up the mirror. Don't think I'll read once for all and read complete once for all. No. 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay? Everyone is clear? Please pick up the mirror. Question. Yes. But the space is such, within 3-4 times you will see the whole, the chili, the spice of that incident will be pulled out because I am sitting here. That's my job. I am reliving through all of you now, all the karmas, and pulling it out. It's a live initiation, understand? A perpetual process is a live initiation. Please start. intense energization.
Yes, let us enter into this powerful process now. The mirror process, where we invoke the person that we are completing with from the memories that we first relived internally. We are invoking the person in the reflection in the mirror as we look into our own eyes in the mirror and narrate how we experienced this incident. Now that we have so elaborately relived the incident and recalled all the details of the incident, narrate the story as if you're talking to the person that you have developed the incompletion with. You will see it is much more difficult to actually verbalize and speak out loud what you have felt in the past. Some people might feel that the throat, something is stuck in the throat, but you will feel if you do it a few times, 3-4 times, you will settle down. And even that emotion that you are experiencing, that shame, that guilt, that anger, whatever it is, whatever the incompletion that you have experienced, it will die down along with the resistance to talk about it. See, so many times you would have wanted to voice your anger towards your parents, your siblings, or whoever wronged you, whatever you feel was done to you. But when it comes to actually doing it, when it comes to actually clearing that resistance just comes up. So let us now enter into this powerful process. Decide that you are dropping all the influences of this incident and the decision you make from this incident over you. All the power the incident has over your current life, decide to drop it as you narrate the feeling that you had in that moment. Then go to the next incident and continue. Do it one by one for all the incidents that you have penned down until now. Yes, requesting everyone to get a mirror. If you do not have a mirror, a handheld mirror, you can go to a place where you have a mirror available. But optimally, you would have a handheld mirror, so you can stay in the Nithyananda Sabha, in the place where we are conducting this session, as staying on camera is a very essential part for this session. If it is not possible to you whatsoever, you can go to a place where you have a mirror available. If you have any questions or doubts, please send your messages here in the chat. We are happy to respond to you at any given time. Please do it sincerely. 3-4 times will be enough for every incident. You will feel by the 3rd time already the way your voice tremors, the way you are resisting even verbalizing, it will be gone. You will be able to just narrate the story as if you're talking about a different person whatsoever. Let us now enter into this very powerful process.
Om Nithya.
Yes. With this, I'm requesting everyone to please come back, settle down. I hope you were able to sincerely do the completion in the mirror, which is one of my favorite exercises of the completion itself. It's a very deep experience. Even just sitting and looking into your own eyes after a few minutes, so many things just simply show up in our inner space and can get completed in this way. It's a very powerful exercise revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes, let us now move on to the next segment, as we are going to enter into a more uplifting segment, a direct technique for the Turiya state. Vishwanathan is saying, yes, I are doing repeatedly giving good experience. That is very, very nice. Thank you for sharing this. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said, we should do the completion every night before going to sleep. That is the best way to keep our inner space clean and fresh. Like every morning you brush your teeth to get the bad feeling out of your mouth and keep your teeth protected, the same way we should do the completion also. Every night before going to sleep, if we just relive the whole day, simply we will not get any new completion residue, incompletion residue. No new incompletions will settle in our inner space. Yes, now we're going to get the taste of the joy of completion. Sometimes completion is a very serious or and a very powerful experience with a lot of tears, but completion can be also very joyful. In this session, we are going to experience the Patanjali Dhyana, or the skeleton dance. Many of you would know it from the Nithyananda yoga sessions every day. In this exercise, you just jump. When you jump, the bliss is inhaled in every pore of your body. It becomes part of your muscle memory and biomemory. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that when you shake your body intensely and hold the visualization of your skeleton, you bring integrity into your very bone marrow. Understand? When we are declaring to be in completion, that is the first step. The next step is to hold on to that declaration with integrity, aligning ourselves to the greater identity that we are manifesting. So let us listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, how to perform this exercise and the benefits. Make some space in your room and let us enter into this exercise.
जय विठ्ठले नित्यानंद नित्य विठ्ठले पांडुरंग जय विठ्ठले नित्यानंद नित्य विठ्ठले पांडुरंग जय विठ्ठले नित्यानंद नित्य विठ्ठले पांडुरंग जय विठ्ठले नित्यानंद नित्य विठ्ठले मुरळीलोला नित्यानंद
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyananda. I'm completing with all the participants. Before we enter into the exercise, we are going to watch a video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is elaborating on the Nitya Kirtans and about the joy of completion that you can experience by performing the Kirtans. Completing once more, sincerely with all the participants, please let us now enter into this video with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Understand? All sattvic bliss is your right, is your birthright, and you guys are Shaivites. Shaivite means joyful guys. We are Shaivites. We are joyful people. I tell you, joy destroys cunningness. Joy destroys this crooked thinking. Joy destroys lack of integrity. Joy gives you larger vision. Sadashiva himself, I tell you guys, when he lands in you, he will create an intense joy in your system. That is the way he will land. He is Lord of Ananda. I wanted to explain from the angle of the spiritual alchemy process about the reason for the Sattvika Ananda. Understand? Do not allow your physiology or psychology to enjoy any joy which comes by torturing anybody. Don't allow. Then you lose your Shaivatva. No. You lose your Shivattvamasi. No, don't allow. Never allow any joy which comes by suffering of the other person, torture of the other person. No. Then your brain loses its capacity to hold Sadashiva in you. And always encourage, grow the Sattvika Anandas. Don't be shy to grow the Sattvika Ananda. Do not be shy to grow the bliss of Sattvika, means non-violent joys, should be grown so much into the system. I tell you, more and more dosage of non-violent bliss develops larger and larger vision of life. Sattvika Ananda person gets, I can't even describe the benefits, because the benefits happening in the physical level, in the muscle memory level, physiological level, psychological level. When the pitta in your brain, that layer of pitta reduces, only then your system develops a power called eating its own dead cells and cleaning up. which is the energy of Rudra. Understand, listen. Just now, few days before, one fellow got Nobel Prize for Physics. His research project, I studied his research project. Why he got? It is all about the science of how the body is eating its old dead cells and how it can be supported and encouraged. Please listen. For what he got the Nobel Prize now, at least 60,000 years before, elaborately Sadashiva describes. I can give you precise word. Now I think in English they use the word autophagy or something. I can give you the precise word in Sanskrit, in Agama, and the precise principle. Precisely. The Sattvika Ananda, what it does, listen, it will clean up the Pitta layer in the brain, means the layer which makes you powerless, tired, and withdraw from the life for no reason. So actually, when the Pitta layer attacks you, suddenly you will feel like frustrated and don't want to get involved with anything. If you come face to face with your mother-in-law or boss, or the people whom you don't want to see what happens to you at that moment, imagine that's the same thing, the Pitta layer spreading. Listen, this Sattvika Ananda first thing cleans up that subtle layer of Pitta, that is one. Second, it awakens the Rudra energy in you, which makes your system eat all the dead cells and dead parts of you and clean up. Just clean up. And this cleaning up is very important to keep you young, to keep you energetic, to keep you healthy, to keep you blissful. As long as this Rudra energy is alive in you, you will not die, you will be immortal. Sattvika Ananda awakens that Rudra energy in you intensely, I tell you. At any cost, whatever you have to give up to live with the happy people, sattvically happy people, just go and be with them. That is satsanga. And plan sincerely to make that same kind of a Sattvika Ananda in your home and workplace. Where you are working, in your home, both places. A very simple thing. A non-violent joy will actually make your workplace productive. It will become productive. I am telling you, even in my Sangha, only the people who are joyful are productive. Everyone else is a load. It's a load only. I have many pillars, supporting pillars and hanging pillars. No, joyful people are all supporting pillars. They will be highly efficient, highly integrated, have a passion for Sattvik Ananda, have romance with Sattvik Ananda, the non-violent bliss, peaceful bliss, where you don't hurt anybody, but it is joy for you. Grow more and more of Sattvika Ananda in your system. Activities which makes the Sattvika Ananda in your system, you will become efficient, you will become integrated, you will be just glowing.
Yes, Nithyananda. Completing for interrupting this video so abruptly. We're going to go back to this process after the darshan. We have exciting news now. The darshan preparations have already begun. So let us now all settle down and get into that blissful space as we are going to get ready for the life darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, as Swamiji is gracing us today. For the Baba Samadhi darshan, let's all get ready. Please settle down. Make sure your cameras are switched on as we are entering into this segment.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
And a beautiful just visual about the Sacred Arts University. We're going to be learning a lot more about what the Nithyananda Sacred Arts University itself is. It is actually established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to revive, to preserve these temple artifacts, temple arts, and to give a living to all of these rich consciousness-based Vedic heritage. It's not actually a joke to build a temple or to bring in these intricate sciences. This is actually a science which is developed by our ancient rishis, munis, directly envisioned by Paramashiva himself. And it is a science. It is based on the cosmic laws. It is based on sophisticated symmetry, sophisticated mathematics, and various advanced technologies. If you actually look at some of the temples that are built, even today we get amused as to say, okay, how were these temples even built so many hundreds of years ago? Till today, the Tanjavur temple, the Brihadishwara temple stands tall, and no one has any ideas about how was it even built other than speculations which come in. So this revival of this ancient science is being done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Yes, so as Sundarshan was just saying, it's not just somebody just goes up and builds a castle, or it's a pure science, not just in the gross layer of construction, or it is just not about the equipments used, but every single science, the verbalization, the cosmic geometry that is there in the temples. Like there are so many temples that you can see which have been built with that precise geometry, whether it is the rays of the sun directly going through the gopuram and reaching the Mula Murti inside the temple, or if it's the geometry of even some temples have the floating pillars where the pillars are not even supported by the ground. So it is not just something where it is only about architecture or about the materials, but it is that enlightened science which is even given while even building the temples. And it is that beautiful concept where it is, many of us I'm sure would have seen the recent buildings or structures or monuments which are being created. It is all about just labor coming and trying to build something. But in the cosmic Sacred Arts University, it is that space of oneness which every single artisan carries, and actually even giving life to those artisans. In fact, we have lineages of the people who have descended who are experts in having that DNA inside of them and passing on that DNA of carrying this science, of even embodying Paramashiva and creating these beautiful temples for Paramashiva.
There are also various actually researches which are conducted day to day, even how science is trying to perceive how these kind of mind-boggling and mind-blowing structures are actually built, how the Vedagamic architecture is actually designed and has a very scientific approach to it, whether it is these temples where there is no shadow that gets casted inside the temple at any given point in time. The shadow of the temple only falls outside the temple, it never falls inside the temple. So structurally built, structurally sound, earthquake resistant and everlasting structures, all of these are not a joke, and these are things that are actually built by a clear science that has been established by Paramashiva. And temples, once the prana pratishtha is done, once the deity is actually installed into the temple itself becomes an energy, becomes a living space where the superconscious energy resides. And that is the reason whenever we all go to temple, we feel a sense of peace, we feel a sense of calmness, and we just feel so much of positivity, because these things have independent intelligence. Temples by their very existence have their own independent. Sorry for the technical glitch. As we were explaining, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism actually envisioned the Sacred Arts University back in 2003, and many of you would have visited our temples back in, whether it's in the US, whether it's all over the world, whether it's in India, all of you would have visited our temples, and all of them are actually personally carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Just going down, we are going to be actually looking at the photographs of the deities that Swamiji had owned, like Swamiji worshipped, and also the deities that Swamiji personally carved that each and every one of us are able to worship today. The entire goal of the Sacred Arts University itself is to collect these ancient, these traditionally rich things, and to bring out to the world the glory of Hinduism, the glory of our heritage that is there, spreading sacred temple arts and architecture as its highest form, a very, very celebrative lifestyle of peace, bliss, as per the authentic scriptures. Actually, if you see in our Hindu tradition, we celebrate like literally 300 days of 360 days. We are having celebrations officially for 300 days in our year, because there are continuous celebrations which are there. The entire lifestyle itself is an active lifestyle that is there.
And actually, if you see, it is not just about having the science and even the temples, but even passing on that science which has actually been lost, whether it's the destructions of the temple of, if you see the Varanasi temple, or even the temples in northern India, and actually many parts of the world, including the temples that were even built in Southeast Asia. So all those temples each one had a unique science which is attributed to each temple, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is collecting even temples. If many of you would have come to Adi Kailasa Sarvingapita, you can actually see that we have like thousands of pillars which are just waiting to be erected to build the golden temple for Paramashiva. And all these pillars were bought from all over the continent to assemble it together. And it is because of that reviving of and preserving all of those temples, all of those monuments which were built for Paramashiva, and now which is either being destroyed or being even sold in some cases. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has collected and preserved all of those monuments for building this beautiful golden temple of Paramashiva, and also providing the training to the Stapatis, the generations of temple architects who preserve this science. As Swamiji beautifully says, that each lineage has a specific DNA that is dormant inside them, and through the Nithyananda Gurukul and Nithyananda University, awakening that DNA of that child to express what his lineage has brought, this beautiful golden DNA in him. So bringing all the architects together, reviving and actually giving them a rebirth, and giving them the hope that their life or their livelihood is not destroyed. Rather, they have the safe haven of Kailasa where they can continue practicing what they do best, building temples for Paramashiva.
At the same time, there are actually various aspects of Arts University. If you say, actually today this one session would not be enough for us to even cover the basics of what Swamiji has brought in. There are various different types of works that are existing, whether it is the stone work, whether it is the silver work, whether it is the gold work, the fiber work, the wood work, the marble work. Like these, there are tons of different areas of work that are there, and Swamiji brings the best of everything. For example, the Chettinadu style is actually one of the is a very beautiful, unique tradition, and the very style of construction, Swamiji is reviving it to its best. Currently, we're in an age where all of those ancient buildings are actually vacant, and those are actually sold out. On the other side, Swamiji is actually getting all of those and rebuilding everything to get things back to their original glory. And many of you guys who are seeing this all over the world, if you have seen these kind of incidents where, yes, there has been a beautiful architecture that is there, but then today it is not there, go ahead and come and put your understanding of what you feel, put your opinion in the chat, you can put it in the Facebook chat or the YouTube chat, and we can see, and we can also engage in a conversation to see, okay, what is that you are thinking, and how Swamiji is actually reviving each and every one of that. Even the Zoom buttons, the reason I am asking you to share on the YouTube is so that the people around also can learn, can see, and can take part of the discussion. And so Swamiji is actually reviving all of these various parts to bring the grandeur of our tradition. What exactly is the tradition? What are the various different parts, and what is the true science behind it? For example, just small things that you can try to imagine. For example, Dwaraka, right? This was actually created by Bhagavan Shri Krishna himself, for Bhagavan Shri Krishna himself, by Vishwakarma, by the very guidance of Bhagavan Krishna. Vishwakarma is the manifestation of Paramashiva, who actually built and who is the god of the Stapatya Veda, of this whole science of the sacred arts. And same way, the Swarna Lanka, we all have heard about the history of Ravana. That entire city was actually created for Paramashiva by Vishwakarma. And when the wedding with Devi Parvati was happening, that time Ravana actually came, and then Paramashiva was in a mood to say, okay, anything and everything that you want, you can come, I'll give you the boon. And Ravana actually came and asked, you give me this entire golden city. And that was how Lanka became the kingdom of Ravana, but actually it was built for Paramashiva himself. So like that, the very idea, the cities which we say are not that things which did not exist, but they are actual truths which have happened, and through various types of invasions and various types of attacks that were happening on the Hinduism, these beautiful artifacts and artists, the whole lifestyle, the whole science was getting destroyed. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is actually reviving the entire Sikh Raj University and reviving this ancient science.
So in Hinduism, we have actually two powerful sciences that come under the Sacred Arts University. One is the Prana Pratishta, which is breathing life into matter. I'm sure many of, even us, many of the people, Hindus across the globe, did not know the word of Prana Pratishta until the Ram Janmabhoomi Prana Pratishta happened. But it is such a beautiful science which is revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where in every deity, breathing the life of that energy of that deity inside the murti, inside the stone deity or marble deity, invoking Paramashiva or the god inside that stone. Itself. And the second is deification, the science of immortality, and the science of making the highest energy stay in matter is available only in Sanatana, in the Dharma.
And actually Swamiji beautifully shares about this, that the beauty of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is that it is a science where you are able to manifest these divine beings in each and every one of us, and at the same time enter the cosmos, like get the cosmos into the Achala Murti, which is the deities. And when the cosmos descends in the human body, they are the incarnations, like our beloved Swamiji. And when through this science, through this way, when you initiate, or when an incarnation initiates the deity, the stone in which the carving is there, the deities, individual deities from Kailasa, whether it is Paramashiva, whether it is Subramanya, whether it is Devi, all of them land into those deities, those carvings. So they are not just any more statues, but they become their own independent energy. And they start becoming the base of an enlightened ecosystem which is there. And like this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created so many deities, has done the Prana Pratishta for hundreds of temples, hundreds of thousands of deities around the world, right from the Padukas of Swamiji to various deities which are there. Here are actually some photographs that you can see about how these large scale carvings are happening. These are some of the photographs of our beloved Swamiji himself, where we can look at the 15 feet deity of Swamiji, and then we have another 10 feet deity of Swamiji. Like these, there are various deities. We're going to be looking at some more photographs, but before that I'm going to ask Tattva Maharaj to share further about the deification process.
So in Hindu tradition, we have mastered the science of making the body to live in the zones of the enlightened vertical time zones through the deification process. I'm sure many of you would have heard about Ramanuja, how he is still available in the body in Srirangam, where just in the Jiva Samadhi, he is available for all of us to relate with him, to ask him anything you want. Same way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived and manifested that science of deification. So let's hear this beautiful video satsang given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the science of immortality.
Ever since the dawn of time, man has sought eternal existence, immortality. Be the search for the elixir of life, or the quest for the Holy Grail, to modern-day scientists modifying genes, man has desired to conquer the ultimate leveler of them all, death. Immortality, seeking eternal life. In today's world, the answer is to have a wax statue in Madame Tussauds, or a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, or to establish a charitable foundation such as the Rockefeller Foundation or the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. For most, this quest for immortality is expressed via biology, the instinct to pass on our genes through our children long after our body dies. Various ancient cultures have searched for immortality in different ways. One of the most well-known quests was deep in the massive pyramids of Egypt by the kings and the queens of ancient Egypt, the pharaohs. The civilization explored the science of preserving their bodies through mummification and created large pyramids as mausoleums to their greatness. Mummification involved embalming the bodies and packing them with sawdust and rags, sealing the open cuts with wax, and then wrapping them with linen bandages. The ancient Egyptians' art of mummification was not with the mere aim to preserve their bodies, but an attempt to achieve immortality itself. Mummification was, however, a primitive level understanding of this science of immortalization. The modern scientific quest for eternal existence is unraveling as being able to live in a computer simulation and link your mind to millions of others, achieving unlimited intelligence. An international collaboration led by researchers at UC Berkeley and the US Institute of Molecular Manufacturing has published an analysis predicting that nanotechnology breakthroughs are inevitably leading us to develop a human brain cloud interface. It is Sanatana Hindu Dharma which gave the most precise way of immortalization in the profound science of deification, the science of Divya Sharira.
Amritasya Putra, you are the sons of immortality. You are, by your very nature, immortal. There is no need to achieve it. There is no need to achieve it.
The immortals, Chiranjeevis, mentioned in Sanatana Hinduism are Prahlad.
So there we saw the video on how this science or this idea has always become part or always has fascinated every one of us to say, okay, is it possible for me to live after I leave the body? What is this process of mummification? What is this process of deification? The science, the Hindu Sanatana Dharma has a very clear methodology and science where once you leave the body, right, after that there are various types of samadhis which are there, but when a Shivalinga is actually established on top of somebody who leaves their body or on top of the samadhi, and then the puja, the worship happens, that soul rests in the highest of these platforms, highest of these time zones, the vertical time zones, through which for eternity they are able to receive and stay in that higher time zones which are there. So mummification is like a very, very basic idea which is there, but the very understanding of deification is a whole altogether a different level of going up. And if you want to be a part of this, if you want to become a part of this ancient science, and if you want to become a part of this revival of this ancient science, go over and you can register for yourself at sksjp.org/contribute. This is the place where you can actually decide to be a part of this ancient revival and to learn these various truths, to learn these various sciences. You can see in this graph that is actually being projected, it will be projected for you shortly. Here you can look at the various levels of vertical time zones which are there, and only comes all the way from Bhurloka to the Swarloka. But if we look at the deification process, it goes all the way to Kailasa. And these are sciences which are already established clearly. And deification is 1,000 times more powerful, 1,000 times more greater than the very methodology of mummification. So if you want to receive and if you want to be part of this, you have an opportunity to do that by becoming a Sarvanyapita Yajaman or a Sarvanyapita Karta, where you can get deified. That is what I would like to cover in this part here, where you can get deified, where when your deity is installed and in a stone or in various materials which are there and being worshipped, your very state raises itself to the higher time zones which are there. And this is the greatest thing that you can have. The first biggest thing is for you to be in the breathing space of the master, of the incarnation of Paramashiva, our beloved Swamiji. Now, you all have an experience, you all have an opportunity where you can continue to receive, you can continue to be in the space not only while you're in the body but even after you leave the body by this process of deification. And Swamiji has actually opened this out for each and every one of us around the world. You can see the photographs of the various deities of the Sarvanyapita Yajamans and Kartas, and they will be deified forever in the form of these deities which are there. Actually, if you all have noticed, in all of the temples which are there, where all the ancient temples, all the traditional temples, on the pillars you will see the deities, the sculptures of various human beings, let's say, where they are all the people who lived their life for Paramashiva and today they have become eternal. And towards this, we have worked to get the best stones that are there for the deification process, identifying the best stones which last forever, and specially analyzing. There are like intricate ways of how you analyze whether the stone is old, how old it is. Of course, today we have a lot of like the advanced methodologies like this carbon dating and so on, but there are also very traditional methods about how a rock is chosen, whether a rock is male or female, and if the rock has a neutral gender, then that would only be used for the pitam, which is like the base, and a male deity would only be carved in a male stone and the female deity would only be carved in a female stone. And there are very clear sciences of identifying how these happen. So meticulously chosen stones are being used for the carving of the deities. And here we are actually looking at some of the photographs that were taken during the initial stages of the deities of our Sarvanyapita Yajamans and Kartas being deified into this. So these are some of the photographs, all of you can look at it and enjoy, where the deities are taking shape and for eternity they're going to be there in our temple and receive worship. So as long as the sun and the moon exist, as long as the sun and moon are there, you are going to be worshipped and you will receive the signs. You get an opportunity to exist as long as sun and moon are there.
All of you can see the various decorations, the bodials, which is the base. Sarvanyapita Yajaman and Sarvanyapita Karta, which has been carved, and I'm sure many of you, if as Sundari Sharma was saying, if you have visited the Arunachaleshwara temple or even the Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple, you would have seen the various kings and human beings also carved in the pillars and carved as part of the temple, as part of the various prakarams, the various layers, of the temple. Same way in Kailasas, the golden temple for Paramashiva, all the Sarvanyapita Yajaman and Karta's deities will also be installed, and as Sundari Sharma said, the sun and moon, till the sun and moon exist, you will also be existing as in the Parivara of Paramashiva, in the temple Prakaras of Paramashiva.
So as we are looking at now, you can look at the statistics of the 25 years of the establishment of the Sacred Arts University, the Nithyananda Sacred Arts University, and what all we have accomplished till date. For example, this is actually a short category of the different types of works that are there. For example, the metal work, till date we have 562 statues that have been made, 562 deities which are made, which is over 17 tons, 17,325 kgs, kilograms of metal deities that have been made. And then you have the stone work, the granite work, which is about 2,674 deities, which weighs a whopping 1.7 million kilograms of deities. That is a huge amount of deities that have been carved. And then we have the marble, which is marble deities. Many of you would have seen Swamiji's deities, Bhagavan Sri Rama, and various other deities carved in marble. And we have 482 such deities, which is over 96,400 kgs. And then we have woodwork where the deities are made. We have 261 such deities. And if